sights to see, rolling hills or city streets, ocean to ocean and all in between. It's out there just waiting on you and me. Take it in, we got no plans. Good things come to those who can. Live moment to moment and all in between. It's out there just waiting on you and me. So look alive, 'cause while I was waiting for you, paradise is on the other side of the road. We don't know, taking a long way. You and I were born to roll. Until we go, we'll make a home out on the road. Where walls can't confine us, we'll make our own way. We'll leave all our troubles yesterday. Look alive, 'cause while I was waiting for you, paradise is on the other side of the road. We don't know, taking a long way. You and I were born to roll. Look alive, 'cause while I was waiting for you, paradise is on the other side of the road. We don't know, taking a long way. You and I were born to roll.
Yo, 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 good morning, everybody. How the hell are you? Earmuffs. I've got the nephew this morning, and I keep forgetting to yell earmuffs before I swear. So he's since I'm not awake, he's getting quite the tattletale should he want to. That's why I'm letting him play video games before he's supposed to be able to play video games.
You know, when you yell earmuffs to a kid like that, all you're telling him is, hey, pay attention. He's going to say a good word.
Probably. But we've got mutual dirt on each other, so, yeah. So if he tells Mommy I accidentally swore in front of him, I just tell Mommy that he was playing video games at God knows 8 o'clock. So.
Then she's going to yell at you for two reasons. For cussing in front of her child and letting her child play video games.
No, because I don't know the schedule. I'm too dumb to know the schedule.
Right.
Oh, he's laughing now. He's laughing now. He's like, uncle,
Yep.
He's laughing. So yes, I have to temper whatever I'm going to say because I do have a 7-year-old in the room. And he's attracted quite most of the cats with him. He's got Mr. Lewis looking at him right now. And if he doesn't spaz out so much, he might get Olive to come over there and join him for a while on my chaise lounge or whatever the heck you call it. So today we have what could be the final day of the defense in the Karen Reed murder trial. The last, I don't know if they were not, yeah, they were done with the second to last witness, and then they had a bunch of motions and yelling and all that yesterday. I don't know why the screen just flashed enter the meeting with your father. So, Lord. So anyway, today, it's flashing, distracting things. You can tell we have a new layout today we're experimenting with to keep us out of the screen and more of what we're presenting on the screen so you can see it. And so Phil stops messing around with my screens during broadcasts the second I get kicked out because Starlink is down. So, yeah. Yeah, I'm grumpy and tired. In the news, the Angry Vet had a mukbang, and that consisted of a Big Mac, fries, an orange drink, cheeseburger, and some chicken nuggets. Wasn't quite the big plates of food everybody else does, but apparently it was filling. He complained about people like Fappa, and he pulled up his shirt to show off his man boobs at one point. It was odd. It was odd, and Helen disapproved. Chile de Castro last night tried to prove that there were no riots in LA by purposely walking the wrong way whenever the police were saying to him, hey, they're gathered down there. If you want to get action, go down there. And he would just, and keep going away from the action. Gothic Sparrow, no, she's not guilty yet. Cereal, mukbangs are supposed to be big plates of food. So when Angry Vet advertised one, you were thinking he's going to eat a lot of food. But instead, he just had a value meal and a cheeseburger and a 4-piece or 8-piece chicken nuggets. I don't know. I think the boy here, my 7-year-old, could do that. So, if he's really hungry, could you eat a whole Big Mac on your own and a cheeseburger and chicken nuggets? He's not. So. Yeah.
Just because you can do something doesn't mean you should.
Oh, no, I'm not giving that to him. He halfway through it, he'd say, I'm not hungry anymore, and then puke. So, yeah, we're not doing it. Tell us how the new look looks with me and Hank down in the corner and more of the screen on the screen. Yeah, on the screen. Yeah. And yeah, Serial, that was kind of the point. He advertised a mukbang, and it wasn't. So, again, Chile de Castro ran from the riots because there was no riots and there was no need for extra policing last night. So he stayed on the outskirts where literally nothing was going on, got angry when he was hanging out with this group of cops, and then he got too friendly and touched one of them. And the cop was like, get your hands off me. And, yeah. He had a little pout.
The cop's ass.
I don't know. I missed it. I didn't see where he touched on the cop. But the cop was not appreciative. And then he stormed off, went up to another set of cops and said, you guys never let anybody in your groups who's an outsider. And, yeah, I just don't think cops like it when a stranger comes up and starts touching, you know?
Depends on where they're touching. Some spaces are less appreciative than others.
And if you start touching a cop at a riot, you better be able to defend yourself. That's all I'm going to say. That's all I'm saying.
You better have good medical insurance.
Yes, yes. Thank you to Justin Blue Ridge, who gave us our Coke Dog song the other day. You ever heard the Coke Dog song, Hank?
Yes.
When did you hear it?
When you first played it.
Okay.
Right before Coke Dog exploded.
Oh, poor Coke Dog. Poor Coke Dog. So yes, we are playing with a new layout. Let me know what you think. I may keep this one for larger show or shows like this where we only have 5 people or so up on panel at a time. I'm going to have to do a new animated background with the website on it, but I can do that anytime. Good morning, Unclean Hands. Good to see you. Yeah, we've been waiting now. Oh, dang, it's only 3 minutes after the hour, so they'll be starting the trial coverage any minute now. Other than that, Lane Myers did take his plea deal on Monday. We had that confirmed. He'll be sentenced in July 1st. We've got all of the documents from that over in the Really Cool Newswire Discord server. We even have a signed plea deal. And as part of the plea deal, the injunction where he can have no contact with the victim is indeed for the rest of his natural-born life. And it's not clear on if... I know he's under an order during the period where he'll be on probation or sentenced to time plus probation, where he can't even say her name, and he can't talk about her on the air. That's a stipulation of his plea deal.
Yeah, I see him breaking that one within minutes of having the opportunity.
Well, it's seriously, if they let him out, if they were to let him out right now, yeah, he would. I think that's one of the reasons why they are, like, sometimes you can get out after you take a plea deal, they'll let you out until the end of until sentencing, and then you deal with whatever happens afterwards. But they're not letting him out.
Usually that's when you have a chance of getting released.
Right.
Right after your sentencing, like time served, probation. No, he's going to jail.
Well, he's actually, it looks like he'll do a little bit of jail time and then probation. So, yeah, even Merb was saying that it might even just be time served at this point because he's been in jail since March. But I don't think until they get, like the victim was saying in both of her statements apparently, what she wants before he gets out at all is to have someone monitoring Lane at all times. So if he does revert back to it, like the last couple of weeks, he's been saying her name. He's been discussing her. He's been insulting her and her husband in these phone interviews, which are live streams but aired later. So they're not live recordings. I think she's right to demand that because he's already shown that he can't stick to his word.
Yep.
And then Eline came out and said that Lane has a traumatic brain injury and PTSD because he's seen his fellow Marines have PTSD and a brain injury like that. And that has to be the source of why Lane is so erratic.
Oh, alrighty then.
Yeah, I don't know about that one. Yeah, get your sidebars in for those over on YouTube. Good morning to all those over on Twitter. Glad to have you with us. Sirio says 11 sidebars. Shuggy says 12. How many do you think, Hank? And Matt G says 12 as well. Mrs. Tom 14. Gothic Sparrow 13.
It's really hard to say since we might be It all depends on, are we going to get into the territory of the rebuttal witnesses today?
Hey, Facebook Karen.
Because the rebuttal witnesses I just see as being sidebar palooza.
And Facebook Karen says 16. Yeah, because we're gonna go to supposedly we're gonna have the defense's final witness, which I'm expecting to go all day, because this is he started yesterday, but then they went to all the discussions to get scheduling done. And all the fake outrage. I mean, the wonderful, wonderful discussions they were having. Of course, Turtle Boy spent his day, actually, today, for those who are wondering, today is the second half of Turtle Boy's trial for allegedly violating the restraining order that was taken out against him by his ex-girlfriend. But yesterday he was actually among the press in the Karen Reed case and was saying that the jurors loved this and the jurors loved that, and he was describing that the jurors really loved that last witness, the little lady, and that when she blasted Brennan, a bunch of them were smiling. So that means the jury is 100% on Karen Reed's side. 100%. Yes. Yes. And they should just get on with it now. And I think I said Facebook Karen said 16 sidebars. So they should just quit her now and let's be on with it.
Hey, Jim, did you say Facebook Karen's got 16 sidebars yet?
Yeah, I think I did. I think Facebook Karen has 16 sidebars. That's the one I keep seeing. Yeah, it's been quite the day. Oh, yes. Remember, if you're a journalism, what do you do, Hank?
You journal.
Yes, you journal. If you are a journalism. That is, thank you to Chile de Castro. Oh, he was wearing his big sweatshirt with press written on it in the big yellow block letters, like a Batman villain from the old Adam West TV show.
Okay.
You know how the henchmen always had the name of the villain on their chest or back or whatever? Well, he's got press written across his chest. And he's given those out to Brick Jonesy and Letzo TVO so they can be pressed too. And yes, he was walking up to he said the state-run media, aka NBC reporters, and what do you guys got? Because clearly the press on his shirt meant that he was a colleague. So I guess if you wear one of his sweatshirts and you hold an iPhone, you're on the level of the press. Sorry about that, folks. Another bad air quality day here.
Will that bad air quality have anything to do with the beans you ate last night?
No, I didn't have beans. I had Little Caesars last night. Little Caesars, the fantastic pizza when you're on the run. Or you need the runs. One of the two. Little Caesars.
Yeah, I think your air quality might be from Little Caesar fanny flappers.
It's just a high allergen day. I gotta stick the air conditioner on. Be right back. Let me see if I can reach it. There we go, folks. Facebook Karen says it's because Facebook Karen is awesome. It was good pizza. I like sausage pizza. It's sausage.
We hear you enjoy a sausage fest.
Yes, it's a sausage fest on a pizza is what Hank is saying. We quite enjoy that. They're 13 minutes late already. Oh, good. Good person. Let's see what else we do. Hey, Hank, have you ever heard this song?
Coke dog's tail wagging high in the air. Rocket strapped tight, no time to spare. Eyes wide open, barking at the sky. Moon rocks calling, gotta give it a try. Blast off, baby, fire trails behind. Stars in his eyes and a one-track mind. Through the cosmos with a house so loud. Moon dust dreams, he's feeling so proud. Cold dog flying to the moon tonight. Snoring moon rocks under pale starlight. He's a hound on a mission.
Okay, Hank, it's safe. I had to have a coughing fit and play something. But I took your spot. There you go. I'm now in the number one position. Are you giving me a number one too, Hank? Is that the finger I see you're holding up?
It's like a peace sign and cut in half.
Look at that. NCR is saying, why stop the music? This is him. He says, why stop the music? I was liking it. So you can take that out on him if he joins us on the panel. Good. Piggy says, I think we're running late because Auntie Bev is having to read another of Alessi's last-minute motions to discuss. Hey, this is a public services line. Wonder if he's discussing Lane Myers taking the plea deal. I will tell you now that there probably won't be, unless Killy does something insane for real. There probably won't be a newscast. Tomorrow morning, we had one today, but I forgot to actually set it up as a
Commonwealth of Massachusetts. Court is now open.
mirror. So it's out there if you want to watch it.
All right. Good morning, counsel. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors. I have to ask you those same three questions. Were you all able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday?
Yes.
Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left here yesterday? Everyone said no or shook their heads. Thank you. Can we have Dr. Rentschler again, please?
Doctor, on mind you're still under oath.
Yes.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Jackson, whenever you're ready. Are you ready, Doctor?
I am, yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Rentschler, good morning.
Good morning.
Yesterday, when we last left off, we were discussing materials that you had been provided to review, and you described much of that material in furtherance of your answer that you were asked to review certain data and undertake certain testing as it relates to testing that was done by Aperture, correct?
That's correct, yes.
Did you prepare a PowerPoint presentation to illustrate the analysis and methodology in your review and testing of this case?
I did, yes, sir.
Did you bring that with you today?
I did indeed.
Your Honor, I have a flash drive I'd like to have marked as next in order.
Okay. Is there an objection?
Not for identification.
Okay, so it's marked for identification.
Thank you. KK for ID.
Let me know whenever, pardon me, let me know whenever you're ready, Dr. Rentschler.
Sure, you want me to bring up the PowerPoint? Or?
If you could bring up the first slide, let's start with
Sure.
that.
Let's see here. There we go.
CR.
Is this representative of the PowerPoint that you presented, or sorry, that you prepared for presentation for the jurors?
It is, yes, sir.
Okay. Are there several blank slides, just sort of placeholder slides as we walk through your analysis that the jurors will see?
There are, yes.
Okay. Let's talk about first of all, what was the purpose of your investigation? What did you seek to undertake?
So the purpose of my investigation in this matter was to evaluate the evidence, and particularly as it pertains to the alleged theory of what occurred in this case.
All right, so I'm going to strike that answer. Ask the question again.
Sure. Did you seek to undertake an analysis of Aperture's testing or part of their testing?
I did, yes, sir.
All right. With regard to that testing, what was the reason that you undertook to analyze Aperture's testing?
Sustained.
Ultimately, were you in receipt of a PowerPoint presentation and a report from Dr. Judson Welcher?
I was, yes, sir.
Okay. Did you have an opportunity to review that PowerPoint presentation in whole?
I did, yes.
Were you able to look at his report and read his report and review his report?
I was, yes, sir.
Did you undertake an analysis based on his reporting and his PowerPoint presentation?
Yes.
So I'm going to see you both at sidebar for just a minute, please.
Sidebar number 1. This gonna get ugly.
Who tinkled on Auntie Bev's Cheerios this morning?
With the witness starting out with alleged. Yeah. I think this guy is going to try to make as big of an impression as possible since he's the last defense witness. So he's going to do everything he can to belittle the state's case. How you doing, NCR?
I'm good. I'm multitasking right now, listening to the trial and this is a public service.
Yeah.
Stop that before you go blind.
What's he saying? Because there is no Lane Myers. There's no hearing for today, and his sentencing isn't till July 1st.
He is trying to talk in a somber, sad tone that Lane took the plea and is trying to play it up that he had to take it because he's been in there for so long.
Oh, hell. Lane's been in there for 3 months. It ain't that long.
Even with the plea deal, he could be in there for 4 years.
Yeah, I mean, he was facing 43 years, so what else is he saying?
He just made the claim that they're trying to unalive Lane.
Yeah.
All right, Chili.
Okay.
He's saying that this looks like it's the first plea deal that they offered him, that he's just accepted it again.
Yeah.
It's true from what I understand.
And that's about it so far. He's been going through the roll call of his chat.
Okay. Yeah, because I jumped on it, and there's nothing on the court calendars for Lane. He's supposed to have the July 1st sentencing, so I don't know why this public safety was said that, or at least put the title of the chat as sentencing. It's just a wide chat from what I can tell. But we'll see if Lane comes on. We had a visit by Merb last night, who appeared on the program briefly, just to state that
really?
Yeah, he came up for about 5 minutes. He was driving, so he didn't stay long, but that was a random appearance. He showed up at side chat.
That was weird.
Yeah, he came on to make it clear that Lane signed the plea deal. So it's done. You know, Lane can't back out of it now, but they can add further charges should he do something to, while in prison, to violate things.
Yes. Did you undertake to review analysis and testing that was done by Aperture as reflected in the PowerPoint that you reviewed, as well as the report that you received?
I did, yes.
Did ARCA, yourself included, undertake testing based on your review of the testing by Aperture?
We did, yes, sir.
Okay. Tell me, what was the biomechanical analysis, that's the second point on your PowerPoint, what was the biomechanical analysis that was undertaken after you reviewed the Aperture reports and Aperture testing? What did you undertake to do?
So I touched on this yesterday a little bit. A biomechanical analysis, there's certain steps that you have to do to actually perform a biomechanical analysis. First of all, you have to determine what the injuries are. What are the diagnosed injuries? Second, you have to determine what happened to the individual. So in this case, what would have happened to Mr. O'Keefe? His kinematics, how would his body move? Was it contacted by anything? Was it contacted by the Lexus? If so, what forces were produced on the arm, on his body? Were they sufficient to cause the injuries that he sustained? And in this case, it's a little more involved. We have, was he hit by the car? What happened after that? Did he somehow move into the yard? And then did something happen in the yard to actually cause the skull fracture? So in order to determine if that's what actually occurred in this case, you have to look at each of those 3 separate events. And you have to evaluate that from a biomechanical analysis by looking at the force, looking at the kinematics, looking at a human tolerance, and determining or attempting to determine what happened. Now, if you try to determine what happened, not only do you have to prove that that was the case and the facts support that that's what occurred, you also have to eliminate all other possibilities. Because if you're saying this is how it happened, not only do you have to show that that's true.
So next question, and I'm going to strike that. Next question?
Is there an element of differential diagnosis that goes into biomechanical analysis?
There is, absolutely.
Explain that for us, please.
Let me demonstrate. So there are several peer-reviewed articles that I reference.
Is this slide number 2, by the way?
This is slide number 2.
Thank you.
Correct. This is injury reconstruction biomechanical analysis of accidental injury. And that sets forth the methodology that I just described. It's well written about, well reviewed in peer-reviewed articles. This is the method you need. If you're going to opine on biomechanics, this is the method you need to do, the steps you need to go through in order to provide an actual opinion.
And describe that method just a little bit further. Does that include testing?
That includes testing.
Does that include both lab testing and field testing if it's possible?
Absolutely, yes.
Explain that.
In fact, let me explain. Let me get through here. I just had a couple examples here. This third slide, another reference about biomechanical analysis. Again, it's all throughout the literature, very well established how to do this. Now, it's all based on the scientific method, okay? And the scientific method, which it was really established back in the 1620s, but this tells you how to do a proper scientific analysis. So you have an observation, you observe something. So in this case, you might say, all right, there's superficial abrasions to Mr. Keefe's arm, and there's a shattered taillight. Are those two things related? Well, the first thing you do is you research the topic area. You look through the literature, you find or look for any examples of that happening. You see if there's any reports or peer-reviewed articles written about this very occurrence. Can you actually demonstrate that if your arm hit the taillight would shatter and cause those abrasions? If this occurs or is a common occurrence, it should be in the literature. You should be able to find information about it. Then you form a hypothesis. Either you say, I think this injury is related to hitting the taillight, or it's not. Whichever one you choose, that's where you then start to go into your experimentation. You have to develop tests to get data to actually back up your hypotheses. So if I said, well, I think the injury is related to it, what would you do? You would go and you would test it. You would get an arm. In this case, we got a hybrid 3 dummy arm, and we got an exemplar vehicle, and we hit the vehicle with the arm. Or we hit the arm with the vehicle, we ran into it, to determine what's going to happen when that occurs. Do we get the right
no, they
circumstances,
didn't.
the right loading to actually occur in that case? So this, and then you go back and you
I have
analyze
a bit
that.
more
And
info
if your
on
results
the-
don't match up with your hypothesis, you have to reevaluate. You have to go back and see. If we don't get that type of injury, if we don't get the kinematics or the force associated with what we see, you have to reevaluate if your hypothesis or what you
Take it
think
inside
happened is
chat
actually true or
for
not.
now until we
So
get a break.
you have to continuously go through this process. And that's what experts do. That's how you perform an analysis. And that's what's important. I have 3 kids. I have a 9-year-old who's actually,
So I'm going to ask you to wait for the next question.
okay, sure.
Was there an example that you could use of sort of a real-world example that you might want to use to explain some or part of the scientific method?
There is, yeah, and I would like to explain an
Please.
example of what's important with that. So I was going to say I have 3 kids, a 9-year-old who's actually turning 10 today. Happy birthday, Kai. And I have 2 older ones.
All right, we're going to stop this. Another example.
Go ahead. Less editorializing. just-
Minus all the personal.
I'm sorry, Your Honors.
Go ahead.
Details matter, okay? Details in an investigation
unprofessional
matter,
asshole.
and details matter here. You need details. You have to explain how things happen, okay? As an expert, I can't come in and just say,
Sustained. It needs to be more question and answer.
Why do details matter?
because your opinions have to be based on the facts and the evidence.
Why is that?
Because that's what determines your conclusions. I can't come in and say, I think,
Next question.
What if you don't have all the details and facts?
if you don't have details, if you haven't performed a proper analysis, then you can't come to a conclusion that something happened. You can't depend just on your experience. You have to have the analysis, the evidence, and the details to come to a conclusion in a case.
How do you best get details to come to a conclusion in a case?
You need research, you need peer-reviewed articles, you need evidence, you perform testing. You have to demonstrate what you think happened is A, possible, and B, actually did occur. And in order to do that, you need hard evidence to demonstrate that that's what actually occurred in this case.
Do you get that through both lab testing and field testing?
The form. Ask it differently, Mr. Jackson.
Can you get that in lab testing?
Absolutely.
Can you get that in field testing?
You can get that in field testing as well, yes.
Are those integral to an analysis?
They are. If you don't have any other evidence, if you don't have research, if you don't have peer-reviewed articles showing or demonstrating what happens, you have to formulate, you have to get that evidence. And the way to do that is through field testing, if you have no other evidence and no other source of information to provide that type of evidence.
Let's go to the next slide. Did you undertake, and this is a placeholder, did
Yes.
you undertake the scientific method in this case?
I did, yes.
What was the hypothesis of the incident that you utilized in furthering your analysis?
So the first step, the first part of this event is contact between Mr. O'Keefe's arm and the vehicle.
Could you describe for the jurors what hypothesis you used based on your review of the information you got from Aperture?
Sure. So the hypothesis that I looked at, Aperture, their testing and report indicates that Mr. O'Keefe had his arm out at a 90-degree angle.
Sustained.
What do you see, by the way, where are these from, these two slides?
These two slides are from the PowerPoint presentation that Aperture provided.
All right, so you didn't create these?
I did not, no, sir.
Describe the angle of the arm in the left photograph with the drinking glass in the hand.
So the angle of that arm is approximately 90 degrees. The other photographs in the PowerPoint demonstrate that for someone the same height as Mr. O'Keefe, the arm would be at about 90 degrees with an individual standing erect. That's what was demonstrated in their PowerPoint.
Do you note anything in their PowerPoint, the Aperture PowerPoint, related to the clothing worn in that left photograph?
Yes, they have the surrogates wearing a hoodie or a sweatshirt, which is the exact same type and brand that Mr. O'Keefe was found wearing at the time of the incident.
Did that play a part in your overall analysis, the fact that the individual, the surrogate, as you use the name, was adorned with the same type of sweatshirt that was found on Mr. O'Keefe?
It did, yes. I mean, that's one of the details that we have to look at. Details matter, so we look at the clothing that was worn and the evidence found with respect to that actual sweatshirt.
I'd like to stay with that for a second. Why is that important? Why would the clothing matter?
Well, because that tells us, that gives us evidence of what may or may not have occurred. Mr. O'Keefe was wearing the sweatshirt when the time of this alleged incident occurred. So if there is contact between his sweatshirt and that rear vehicle, the taillight from the Lexus, there would likely be evidence of that. And we have to look at that sweatshirt to see the condition of that sweatshirt, if there's evidence on that sweatshirt, and be able to pair that or match that up to what happened on the vehicle.
Is that part of a normal biomechanical analysis to evaluate clothing of the body as well?
Absolutely, especially when you look at automobile pedestrian impacts.
Why?
Because clothing tells you or can tell you how the impact occurred, where contact occurred between an individual and the vehicle, what part of the vehicle, what part of the individual. So it either may or it may not, but it can give you very important clues about what may have occurred during the incident.
Is that part of the normal methodology that's utilized in the field of biomechanical analysis, especially as it relates to pedestrian motor vehicle incidents?
It absolutely is, yes. Look at the damage to the clothing. Look if you compare it up to the vehicle, to the ground, to other sources. It's another tool, another detail, and part of the evidence that allows you to try and determine what occurred.
Do you have experience in reviewing clothing of individuals that may have been involved in vehicle pedestrian incidents?
I do, yes.
How often has that played a part in your biomechanical analysis and the methodology that you employ?
It happens quite often when we look at automobile pedestrian impacts. That's really one of the steps that you need to do. You need to look at the clothing, you need to look at that evidence and see if that matches up with any other evidence in the case.
Would it be
Good
a
morning,
proper
morning,
methodology
Jared.
to just ignore the clothing in a vehicle pedestrian incident?
It would be, yes. I mean, it's really one of the first things you should do.
I'm sorry, my question was, would it be proper if you just wholly ignored it?
No, it would be improper. It would not be proper. It would be improper if you just ignored it.
Getting back to the slide at hand, and we're on slide, just to stay coordinated, is this slide 7?
That is correct, yes.
Okay. You've talked about the left photograph. What is the right, the short video?
So this short video is what I refer to as the paint transfer test that was performed by Aperture. And what they did was take a surrogate the same approximate height and weight as Mr. O'Keefe and had him stand behind a subject, an exemplar Lexus, the same year, make, and model. And they put paint on the rear taillight cover on the fender, and then they backed it in to the surrogate's arm. And the reason for this is they attempted to show that where the paint contacts the arm, that it's the same area where the superficial abrasions were on Mr. O'Keefe's arm.
Did you utilize these photographs and videos from the Aperture report in conducting and building the field testing and or the lab testing that you ultimately undertook?
I did, yes, sir.
Can we go to the next slide, please? What's
You
depicted
forgot
in
to
this
tell
slide?
them they successfully
So this is
showed the
from
paint
the
transfer.
Aperture report. And the third conclusion is that the location and orientation of the lacerations on John O'Keefe's right forearm and arm are consistent with the geometry and the orientation of the right taillight on the Reed 2021 Lexus LX57.
How did you interpret the phrase geometry?
To me, geometry just means shape. So the way I interpreted this is the one test that was performed with respect to the taillight. This is the only test I saw that Aperture performed involving the taillight and the arm, is that with this paint transfer test, they concluded that, again, the area where the paint was transferred onto the arm is consistent, the same shape and orientation as apparently the lacerations found on Mr. O'Keefe's forearm.
Did this test, in your opinion, establish force multipliers that were exerted on the taillight?
It has nothing to do with force. It doesn't describe the force exerted on the taillight or on the arm. It doesn't describe how the arm would have moved as it hit the taillight. It doesn't describe how the taillight would fracture. It doesn't describe how you would actually get the lacerations on the arm. Again, all this does is generally, and I made an error there. This report, and you can see the slide says laceration. Mr. O'Keefe did not have lacerations on his arm.
What did he have?
He was diagnosed with superficial abrasions.
Is there a difference between a laceration and an abrasion?
There's a distinct difference, both biomechanically and medically, yes.
Is that an important distinction?
That is.
Why?
The first step of the biomechanical analysis is identify the injuries, and you have to take the diagnosed injuries identified by a medical doctor. So it's superficial abrasions. To put lacerations on, that's simply incorrect.
So I strike the end of that.
Would you describe the injuries on Mr. O'Keefe's arm as lacerations?
No,
Would they be more properly described in another way?
it would be, yes.
What's that other way?
So they've been diagnosed as superficial abrasions. An abrasion occurs when there's rubbing or scraping of the skin, and it just rubs away the top layer, the epidermis of the skin. Now, a laceration is a jagged ripping or tearing of the skin, which gets down through the epidermis into the dermis. So abrasions take much less force, they're less severe than what a laceration actually is.
In a biomechanical analysis, if it's done properly, is it important to get the proper injury to the body as a foundation to the entire analysis?
That's core to the analysis because you're trying to determine how an injury occurred. You have to know what that injury is. You have to have the correct injury to be able to evaluate it.
Let's go to the next slide. This is a placeholder. I want to ask you a little bit while this is up. We can turn the lights up. First step of the analysis. What is the first step of the analysis after you determine the injuries, the type of injury?
So in this step, after you determine the injury, what we want to do is we want to look at the physical evidence. So we have the abrasions on Mr. O'Keefe's arm, and we have the sweatshirt that he was wearing at the time. So the first step in any investigation is to determine, does the evidence from the arm match up to the evidence on the sweatshirt?
Did you undertake that analysis?
I did, yes.
Is that indicated in a slide a little bit later on in your PowerPoint?
It is, yes, sir.
Okay. Let's go to the next slide, please. What are we looking at in this slide?
So this explains the injuries. And this is from on the left side, that is the diagnoses from the autopsy. The right side is from the hospital. And you can see it says blunt impact injuries of head and extremities, abrasions, and lacerations. The laceration is on the back of the skull, on the back of the head where the occipital skull fracture is. When you look at the extremities, everywhere where it talks about the extremities, it's superficial abrasions. So the first step in a biomechanical analysis, you review the medical records, determine exactly what the injuries are. And you can see there's a picture of the actual abrasions. Those are the documented injuries or abrasions to Mr. O'Keefe's right arm.
Are these acceptable sources? Well, let me ask you this. What are the sources that are reflected on this slide that you referred to or you relied on in coming to your opinions and conclusions regarding Mr. O'Keefe's injuries to his right arm?
Again, on the left side is from the autopsy report from the medical examiner, and then the right side is actually from the Good Samaritan hospital where Mr. O'Keefe was taken.
Are autopsy records, hospital records, medical records acceptable sources for a biomechanist to rely on in determining or coming to opinions and conclusions?
They are. They are the sources you go to determine what the injuries are. Yes.
Did you see? You reviewed the entirety of the medical records as well as the entirety of the medical examiner's file, is that right?
I did, yes, sir.
Did you see reference to any fractures that were noted on Mr. O'Keefe's right arm, either his arm, his forearm, or his hand?
No, there were no diagnosed or references to fractures on any part of his right arm or hand.
I'm going to ask Mr. Wolk to display a couple of exhibits, the x-rays.
Okay.
So he's going to take over the TV screen.
Sure.
If that's okay, Your Honor?
Yes.
This is an exhibit that was marked yesterday. I want to say 226. I may be wrong, Your Honor. I'll get the right nomenclature in just a second. This is one of the exhibits, one of three exhibits that was introduced yesterday. Do you recognize what's depicted on this?
That's the X-ray of Mr. O'Keefe's right hand taken January 31st, I believe.
Did you review this in furtherance of your analysis?
I did, yes, sir.
Was it part of the medical record? Medical records or these records?
It was a series of the X-rays, yes, was attached. It was part of the medical records that were provided to me and that I reviewed in this matter.
Thank you. Just for the record, so I can clarify, this is Exhibit 229A, as in apple. Do you see? Have you looked at X-rays before?
I have, yes.
Have you interpreted X-rays in furtherance of your analyses in years past?
I have during my biomechanical analysis, yes.
Are you trained to look at X-rays and determine whether there are fractures, hairline fractures, broken bones, things of that nature?
I've been doing this for 20 years. In graduate school, I worked with surgeons and doctors to look at X-rays.
Is that part of the normal methodology that biomechanists undertake in furtherance of injury analysis?
It is part of what we normally do, yes, sir.
Would it be an important part of a biomechanist's ultimate analysis and conclusions as it relates to an injury analysis?
It would be, and especially in this case, if we're talking about impact to the arm and the hand, very important to determine, as I said, not only what the actual injuries are, but what injuries did not occur.
Would it be appropriate to come to any opinions and conclusions in an injury analysis if you were to ignore x-rays, if they existed?
No, if x-rays exist, you need to review them. You need to determine what they represent and what injuries either did or didn't occur. You absolutely need to look at them.
Do you see any injuries represented or any defects represented in this x-ray of Mr. O'Keefe's right hand?
I do not, no, sir.
Can you describe what you do see or what you would expect to see if there were injuries, broken bones, torn ligaments, things of that nature, swelling? What would you expect to see?
You could actually see the fracture lines on the bones. They are evident along the hands or along the ulna and the radius. Any dislocations you see, there would be a difference in the space at the joints between the bones. Dislocation, then there would be increased space or even a decreased space if there's compression of the joints, the interphalangeal joints, the metacarpophalangeal joints, the wrist joint. There's no indication on these x-rays of any fractures or any trauma or any type of injury to the bones or the joints.
Can we go to 229B as in Bravo with the court's permission?
Yes.
Do you see what's depicted in this photograph?
I can, yes, sir.
What is this?
So this is a x-ray. The forearm shows the ulna and the radius, which are the two bones in the forearm.
Do you see any defects, injury, trauma to these bones or anything associated with those bones?
I do not. And when you're viewing this on the software to look at the x-rays, you can actually adjust the contrast. So you can adjust the brightness and the darkness, and it allows you to go through the whole range to better evaluate whether there are any fractures. This is a little bright, so when you're looking at this, you would actually decrease the contrast a little bit.
In terms of your review of this particular photograph, what did you note in terms of trauma or injuries at all?
I did not note any indication or any signs of trauma or injury to the forearm or to the wrist in this case.
If we could go to 229C as in Charlie. What are we looking at in this photograph?
This is the right humerus, the right upper bone of Mr. O'Keefe's right arm.
Do you notice, or did you note, did you review this in furtherance of your analysis?
I did, yes, sir.
Did you note any defects, trauma, injuries at all with regard to the bone is the
humerus.
The humerus?
I did not, no, sir.
What about the joints associated with the humerus, top or bottom?
I did not note any injuries or damage to either the elbow or the shoulder joint either.
What is your opinion and conclusion, having reviewed all three of these x-rays, with regard to the condition of Mr. O'Keefe's right arm, starting from the arm, the forearm, and the bones in the hand?
There's no indication of any type of acute injury from the x-ray to Mr. O'Keefe's right arm, either his hand, his forearm, or his upper arm.
Thank you. We can switch that back. And if we can go back to your PowerPoint. Can we go to the next slide, please?
Maybe. Let me see if I can start back in on it here. Okay, there we go.
What are we looking at in this slide?
So again, this is the hoodie or sweatshirt that Mr. O'Keefe had on at the time of this alleged incident.
Did you consider these photographs in conducting your injury causation analysis?
I did, yes, sir.
What role did these photographs of Mr. O'Keefe's hoodie play in your injury causation analysis?
So this shows the hoodie, and it was inspected by the police department, and it was noted, as you can see on the right sleeve by the triangles, there were 9 different punctures or holes noted in the sleeve of the sweatshirt.
Can we go to the next slide, please? What are we looking at in these series of photos?
So let's come to sidebar for a minute and Mr. Jackson, bring your PowerPoint, please.
Sidebar!
Ow!
Trying to wake up, Jim.
More info on what's going on with this as a public service. Here's encouraging people to, like I said, write letters and send emails to the Resnick law firm on Lane's behalf.
Okay, I'm back.
Also is trying to claim that they are sanctioning Lane and are going after Mark Brown next. This is all a plot and is actually trying to throw people under the bus to get Lane out.
Who's he trying to throw under the bus? And Mark Brown is Tucson Public Service. Mark Kelly is a Reluctant Prophet.
He mentioned both Reluctant Prophet and Mark Brown, but he wants the police to investigate who sent the emails to Shannon Walker, because
after being directed to do so by Lane Myers.
They are the real criminals. They're the ones. Liberty Troll is in the side chat there asking who Parvin is, calling him the public tender.
The more correct phrasing would be they're also criminals.
Right.
Because what they did was criminal, but it's also criminal to direct them to do so.
He also said that he's no longer sad that he has to go to Pima County for the trial. So
because there is no trial?
Yes, he said, well, he's not said that he can't go there now. Implying that he would be said that he would have to go.
Well, yeah, like he can afford to go. He lives in, he hasn't shown the ability to produce great sums of money to go on such a journey. That's all I'm going to say.
He is also making the claims that with Lane taking the plea deal, this is what they planned. They had this all planned out. The state was planning this from day one. And it's going to be a chilling of our First Amendment rights.
How is it a chilling of our First Amendment rights when he's going to get a slap on the wrist and be out in July? And
they already announced what they're going to give for sentencing?
No, they have not. That's up to the judge on the first, but I mean, that's what he was looking. They went through it at the last hearing, the one where he rejected this plea deal and what he could be looking for, and it was
he could be looking up to 4 years.
Yeah, 4.5 years, but most of that was eligible for parole was the indicator. While if he had gone to trial, it would have started at 4.5 years and gone up to 43 years had he been convicted of everything. But to Shuggy's question, he actually signed the plea deal. So he signed it, the judge signed off on it. We have a copy of said plea deal over in the Lane Myers forum on Really Cool Newswire Discord server. So you can go see what Lane officially agreed to and his big fat signature.
And Lane Myers can run diarrhea of the mouth and get that the judge can cancel the plea deal if Myers runs his suck and wants to insist
Well,
that he's not guilty.
He's already put
many times.
He's already admitted his guilt, and he's put it in writing. He's agreed to that.
Yes, but at sentencing, I've seen it on several occasions where the dumbasses run their suck, insisting they're not guilty, so the judge rescinds the plea deal.
Well, that's what happened with Myers before the plea deal was actually signed. The last time. That's why the judge couldn't accept it. But now Lane has said officially that he's guilty of these crimes. So he's pled to it. As far as Jeff Gray is, how do we diplomatically put it? He's a fanboy for Lane Myers. He's been the rah-rah for Lane Myers this entire time. He's been the only one consistently out there believing in what happened was a grand conspiracy against Lane, and believing that Lane is 100,000 million% innocent. Is that properly summing it up, NCR?
Yes. This has been just a sad boy crying over his favorite wrestler losing the title.
Yeah. Josh Gray he's a lonely man. That's all I could say. He's a lonely man, and Lane is his hero, and it just seems more of the rah-rah, The Rock did it, The Rock got the title, as NCR was saying. And those mean, evil, stinking prosecutors, Rachel Stiles and Jim Cornette, they all were conspiring to take the title and all that crap. Anyway, what happened with the sidebar, because I was out of the room, getting the child, inquiring about some breakfast for the child, who said that he didn't want any breakfast, but when I brought a cookie back for him, he ate that greedily.
Well, it's a cookie, Jim. Cookies are delicious.
Yes, he wanted an Oreo, but didn't want breakfast for some reason.
Because you keep giving him crap instead of real food?
No, I offered to see what he'd do. But he told Grandma that he didn't want breakfast when she came in and offered. So what was the big, because they've been at this sidebar for 10 minutes now, what happened? Just...
The line of questioning was getting driven in the wrong direction by the defense.
Okay.
Prosecution objected, and the judge agreed and called sidebar.
Oh, boy. Yeah, this is going to be a content. What?
He's in Josh's side chat.
Yeah.
Because he's encouraging people to send out emails to the Resnick Law Group on Lane's behalf by the 20th. He's just like, how about no?
So this is the last defense witness. And this is going to be as contentious as possible to make of the last impression they have on the jury. So they saved the biggest jerk for last, essentially.
Well, I mean, he's Doing a pretty good job so far, but we'll see how he handles cross.
Well, again, he's to make the last impression. And then we have, I believe it's 3 rebuttal witnesses before this goes to closing arguments. How much outrage will Mr. Jackson show in the closing arguments, do you think?
I think his skin tone will go a dark plum.
Will they have to use the jaws of life to extract him from Karen Reed?
Where do you think she's going to go in Karen Reed?
Ego-wise. Well, he is a small little man. He might get sucked up by that ego.
Okay. But you're trying to imply that he's going to run and hide in her hoo-ha or something.
I thought she had a pouch like a kangaroo where he could just jump right in. I don't know what Shuggy's saying inside chat. Let me take a look at the plea deal and make sure that it's an actual thing. Unclean, yeah, we were hearing about that. He didn't like you very much. How can anybody say anything bad about Unclean Hands? That's not something
it's
you
getting
normally
even
hear.
sadder.
Why?
He is playing the music to Raw Thoughts on his stream and nodding around like this is like the most poetic thing ever.
Oh, God.
Well,
Look, I get it.
Unclean has had his haters in the past. One that smelled of desperation and patchouli oil. Kept getting his motorhome impounded.
Who was that? As they come back from break.
The one that he does in his videos
Jurors, I
that calls them
apologize that took
unclaimed
so long,
hands.
but it was necessary to do rather than sending you out, so.
Karen Reed does not look happy.
Thank you. Tori, can you give me a couple of these? Okay.
Dr. Rentschler, my eyes aren't good enough to see the upper right-hand corner. What slide number is this? That's
Number
on-
12.
Number 12, thank you. Did you look at these photographs and consider these photographs in furtherance of your ultimate conclusion?
I did, yes, sir.
Can we move to slide 13, please? Did you also look at and consider these photographs in coming to your ultimate conclusion?
I did, yes.
Can we move to slide 14, please? Did you look at and consider these photographs in coming to your conclusions and opinions regarding
did.
this case?
Yes, sir.
Can you move from slide 14 over to slide 18, please?
Can I switch through real quick?
Sure.
Yeah. So we 18.
Let's go to 18. What are we looking at in slide 18?
So this is Mr. O'Keefe's right arm at autopsy, and they're holding up a ruler to demonstrate the size and dimensions of the abrasions.
And what are the yellow indicators?
Those are indicators I added based on the length of the ruler to show the approximate size, length, and width of those abrasions.
Was it important in your biomechanical analysis to measure and denote all the injuries?
It was, yes.
Did you actually count the number of injuries on Mr. O'Keefe's arm?
I did, yes.
How many injuries did he have? How many distinct and separate injuries did Mr. O'Keefe's arm present?
Conservatively, I counted 36 different superficial abrasions on his right arm.
And did you go through all the photographs in an effort to count and distinguish one abrasion and one defect on his skin from another?
I did, yes, sir.
And you said conservatively 36 separate abrasions, correct?
That's correct.
What does that mean in terms of the mechanism that you would expect to cause that abrasion?
Well, you need 36 different points of contact to get through the sweatshirt and get to the skin to actually cause abrasion to the skin. 36 different separate points of contact to the skin.
How many defects, remind us, how many defects were noted by the crime lab in Mr. O'Keefe's right sleeve?
9 defects.
Can you scroll to slide 22 quickly, please? What is this?
This is a slide, again, from Aperture, from their PowerPoint. It's the only slide, the only photo, the only indication of the hoodie that I found in their analysis. And it also has pictures showing, looks like they try to line up the top of that taillight cover.
Sustained.
Do you see there's some sort of marking on that lower left photograph with some yellow lines?
I do, yes.
How did you analyze that marking?
I analyzed that. It goes through the part of the taillight cover and then goes through part of the upper arm of the surrogate.
And there's a parallel line to it a little bit in a V shape. There's a parallel line below it. How did you analyze that line?
I analyzed that as apparently showing that the area of the taillight.
So not apparently. What did you
How did you
analyze?
interpret
sure.
that?
I interpreted that represents that area of the taillight corresponds to the area of the upper arm.
And there's a red dotted line around the tail light, correct?
Correct.
How did you interpret what that represents?
That was the part of the taillight that fractured.
Did you put any of these lines on there, or are these all from Aperture?
These are all from Aperture. I did not put any of those on there.
You see the small, it's horizontal, I'm sorry, it's vertical photograph of Mr. O'Keefe's arm?
I do, yes.
Did you note anywhere in the Aperture report a denotation of the number of abrasions, counting the number of abrasions on Mr. O'Keefe's arm?
There's no denotation, no indication that the number of abrasions were ever counted. No, sir.
Ultimately, based on your review of all of your testing, did you come to an opinion or a conclusion as to whether or not the abrasions on Mr. O'Keefe's arm are consistent with striking the right rear taillight of the Lexus?
I did, yes.
And what is that conclusion?
That they're inconsistent with striking the taillight or being produced as a result of contact with the taillight.
Why did you come to that conclusion?
There's a number of reasons that I came to. First of all, the abrasions, the numbers don't correspond to the number of holes or...
Sustained.
Did you consider, without counting the number of abrasions and the number of holes, did you consider the abrasions?
I did, yes.
Did you consider the sweatshirt?
I did.
Was that an important part of your analysis?
It was, yes.
What else did you consider?
I considered that it was not possible to line up 36 different abrasions with
So I'm going to strike that answer, ask it differently.
Your Honor, if he could finish his answer. He was about to say contact with the taillight.
Yep, so ask it differently, Mr. Jackson.
Sure. What did the 36 abrasions, conservatively, and their interaction with the taillight have to do with your ultimate opinion and conclusion?
Well, that you have to, if those abrasions came from contact with the taillight, you have to be able to correlate them and line them up with contact, 36 different contacts from the taillight.
And ultimately, based on your understanding of Aperture's review and the photographs that you saw, you were presuming, based on Aperture's testing, that Mr. O'Keefe was wearing that hoodie. Is that correct?
Sustained.
What was the condition? Let me ask it this way. There's a photograph in the Aperture report that we're looking at with blue paint on an arm, right?
Correct.
Is that your understanding, or did you test that Mr. O'Keefe could have been hit wearing short sleeves?
No.
What did you test? What was your presumption and assumption in your testing?
That he was wearing the hoodie that was found on him at the time,
With the 9 holes in the right sleeve.
with the 9 holes in the right sleeve.
Watch the form of the question, Mr. Jackson.
Sure. Let's go to the next slide, please. What is this?
These are, the top two and bottom right slide are from the Aperture PowerPoint.
How did you interpret the the 2 photographs on the right, the parallel lines and the red lines in that slide?
The parallel lines correspond to an area of the fractured tail light, and then the red dotted line corresponds to an area of abrasions on Mr. O'Keefe's upper arm, and there's a red arrow pointing to part of the fractured tail light.
Can we go to the next slide, please? What are we looking at in this slide?
Again, this is the paint test. This is the only test that was conducted by Aperture to look at the tail light and the arm in this case, and the interaction between the two.
Did you note whether in all of Aperture's data that you reviewed, whether or not there was any measurements to determine whether the abrasions were consistent with contact with the Lexus?
I did. There were no measurements at all taken with respect to that test. No measurements with respect to where the contact happened on the car or on the arm itself. There was no indication of where that blue paint extended on the surrogate's arm, say from the wrist up to where the laceration or the abrasions would have occurred.
Is that important?
That's very important.
Why?
Because you can't say that the area where the blue paint is corresponds to the area of the abrasions if you don't take measurements. If you just eyeball it, all you can say is by eyeballing it, it looks approximately the same. But that's not scientific. You can't come to an actual conclusion that where that paint covers the arm is where those abrasions actually were. They could lie outside, they could lie forward, they could lie above that painted area. You can't say with any scientific certainty that that area of paint corresponds to where the abrasions are.
In this motion video and the still photograph to the left in slide 24, is that what we're on, 24?
We are, yes, sir.
What did you note with regard to the positioning of the surrogate's arm? I think that's Mr. Welcher. As it relates to the taillight and the back of the SUV.
Yes, the positioning of the arm in the photographs as well as the one test that was performed, the arm is approximately 90 degrees, level in line with the rear taillight of the vehicle.
Did you seek to do any testing approximating the positioning of the arm as you saw it, as you interpreted it in the Aperture data?
I did, yes, sir.
What were you seeking to determine when you did your testing?
Well, if we want to determine whether the orientation and the position of the abrasions on the arm correspond to the tail light, you have to have the arm in the position that you claim it struck the tail light and then look at the abrasions. Because if you're looking at orientation and the direction of the abrasions, you can't look at how they exist with the arm. The only pictures of the arm of the abrasions are with Mr. O'Keefe's arm extended. But that's not how he would have had it according to the test. It would have been at a 90-degree angle.
Dr. Rentschler, were there any peer-reviewed articles cited in connection with Aperture's paint transfer test?
I did not see, I was not provided a single peer-reviewed article with respect to the paint test or any indication of any test or article looking at arm contact with a vehicle or a taillight cover.
Can we go to slide 25? What are we looking at in this slide?
So in this slide, the picture on the far left is the photographs provided from the autopsy in hospital with Mr. O'Keefe's right arm fully extended. Again, those are the only photographs we have.
What about the photograph in the middle and to the far right?
In the middle and the far right, what I did was actually take that arm and then rotate the forearm to put it in a position that it would be in as demonstrated by the paint test, with the arm at approximately 90 degrees.
What was the import of this, this undertaking?
Well, if you look at the paint test and the way the arm's at 90 degrees and having the car come and essentially contact and push the arm out of the way, that's going to give you or tell you the directionality or the direction of the abrasions. Because if you have your arm at a right angle and the vehicle comes and pushes and slides against it, on that forearm, you would expect those abrasions to be horizontal, to be in line with that forearm.
Are they?
They're not. You can see some of them are vertical, some of them are angled, some of them it's hard to tell what the directionality is. But if your arm, again, is being struck and pushed this way, as it's pushed and as the car goes by, if this would occur in this manner, you would expect those abrasions to be horizontal in the direction that the vehicle's actually traveling.
When you say horizontal,
you're the boss.
From the elbow to the wrist?
Correct, or parallel, yes, with the forearm.
Can we go to slide 26, please? This is yet again the same video that we saw earlier?
That is correct. This is the paint test video, yes.
And what has to happen in order for the paint in this test to reach the upper forearm?
Well, in this case, to reach the upper forearm, there has to be contact between the forearm and the taillight cover.
Can we go to the next slide, please? What is this slide showing?
Again, this shows, you can see on the right, I added arrows to kind of show the directionality of the different abrasions. And on the forearm, they simply do not line up with the type of kinematics or the type of motion shown in the paint test. Again, of the arm getting pushed out of the way and the car traveling past. If there were going to be abrasions from the fractured glass as it moves along, again, it would be lengthwise.
Oh, that's the directionality of the wounds, and that fucked up their dog bite theory.
Arm was positioned as it was indicated in the paint test done by Aperture. Would you expect to see this pattern of injuries on Mr. O'Keefe's arm if in fact it contacted the taillight and if in fact it was abraded based on the taillight?
You would not. You can't get, for instance, horizontal abrasions on the upper arm and somehow get vertical and angled abrasions on the forearm. The kinematics don't work out to actually produce those types of injuries.
Can we go to the next slide, please? What are we looking at in this slide?
So again, this is the paint transfer test, and it demonstrates there were no measurements taken, so we don't know the exact size or location of that paint or of the lacerations. And you can see the photograph on the right basically shows that after doing the test, a picture of the right arm was put next to it and basically eyeballed to say it's the same, well, it's only approximately the same area.
So I'm going to strike that. So next question.
Do you see any measurements, any tape measures, any laser measuring equipment, anything like that in that right photograph?
Nothing, no types of measurements whatsoever.
Can we go to the next slide, please? This is on the left, the same video that we've seen several times, correct?
That's correct.
What are we looking at on the photograph on the right?
So on the right, it is the video of this test taken from the side of the vehicle.
Did you notice anything of note in this angle of the paint transfer test?
I did. I slowed this video down, and so as you can see, as it starts out, and you'll see the vehicle starts to slowly back. So There was no photographs showing the position of the arm in the back of the car. The video is from the side, and the top video, you can't tell where the arm is positioned against the tailgate. But whatever positions it's at, you can see as the car backs up here, look at the elbow and the upper arm. If the car backed directly in this direction, there would be no contact with that elbow or the upper arm. And remember, this test is to show where the paint would transfer and if that correlates to the lacerations.
You mean before you start the video, when you say there would be no contact with the elbow or the upper arm, you mean the biceps area and from the elbow up?
That's correct.
Is that based on the photograph on the right and the positioning of the surrogate?
Exactly. You can see right now, if the car just backed directly straight back, it would not contact the elbow or the upper arm.
Before you play the video, what did you note when the car, from the angle to the right of the video on the right, what did you note as the car, just before the car starts to make contact with the surrogate? What did you note?
So in order to get that pattern on the arm, right as the car contacts the arm, the surrogate pushes his elbow forward, leans into the car against the light, and then rolls off.
Can you play that for us, please? Did you see what you were describing in that video?
I did, and I can slow it down. So you can see, even at this point, as the car approaches, it would not contact the elbow or the biceps. So as it comes in, watch the elbow all of a sudden shoot in. Surrogate turns his arm in and then leans against the light cover. So this is not indicative of someone standing there and having a car back into their arm. In order to get that pattern of paint on the arm, someone would have to stand there, and as the car approached and contacted their arm, they would have to actually push their arm forward and lean into it to get that paint pattern.
Is that, in your view, proper scientific testing?
Sustained.
Let's move to the next slide, please. What is this?
And so this is that same event, and you can see I slowed it down even more just so you can see the actual movement of the elbow and the upper arm to get that pattern.
Thank you. Can we move to the next slide, please? This is slide 30. And let's go to 31.
Yeah, this is 31.
I'm sorry, 31. What conclusions or opinions did you reach or could you reach after reviewing the totality of the results of the paint transfer test?
The paint transfer test, all it can show is the approximate area, of where the arm was covered in paint as the surrogate jammed his elbow in and rolled against the taillight cover. So it tells us nothing about what may have actually occurred, how the lacerations were actually, or the abrasions were produced. It doesn't talk about the kinematics of the arm to actually cause those abrasions. All it does is just say, under this specific condition, if someone was to stand there and then shoot your elbow forward and lean in, you would get paint on this approximate part of the arm, because we don't even have any measurements for it. That's the only thing that test demonstrates, and that's the only test that was conducted to look at the interaction between the arm and the Lexus in this case.
Did you reach any opinions and conclusions regarding whether the physical evidence is consistent or inconsistent with the injuries to Mr. O'Keefe's right arm?
I did, yes.
And what are what's the basis?
The basis is looking at the number of laceration or the number of abrasions on the arm, as well as the orientation and direction of those abrasions. And they don't correspond to how the arm would interact with the vehicle if it was at a right angle and struck by the rear of that vehicle.
Do you hold that opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, Doctor?
I do, yes, sir.
Can we move to the next slide, please? actually slide 33. If I may have just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Did any of the testing that you saw in terms of the paint transfer test or any other testing that you saw included in the Aperture report and the Aperture PowerPoint presentation indicate that there was any consistency or any results that were consistent with Mr. O'Keefe's right arm being struck by the taillight, causing 36 plus abrasions to his right arm while wearing the shirt, or the sweatshirt, with 9 holes in it?
That's sustained. You have to ask that differently, Mr. Jackson.
Did you determine, based on the testing by Aperture, whether or not it was consistent, that paint transfer test was consistent with Mr. O'Keefe's arm being damaged by the taillight at speed?
I did.
Okay, and what is that conclusion?
That does not represent that at all. The evidence from that test, again, it's only puts paint on the arm. So in no way does that determine or demonstrate how, if the arm struck the taillight cover, how the taillight cover could shatter, how the movement of the arm could interact with the cover to produce those abrasions.
Did you go, I'm sorry.
There's just no evidence of that. There's no steps taken to demonstrate how, if that's even possible, would that actually occur in a case like that? First, you have to show it's possible. I saw no peer-reviewed articles, no research data, and the only test that was done that links the injuries to the taillight cover is this paint test.
Is that the paint test in which the arm was leaned into the car?
In which the elbow was shot forward and then the arm and upper arm was leaned into and against the cover.
Doctor, did you also go on to further your injury causation analysis by performing impact tests to evaluate the kinematics involved?
I did, yes.
Can you describe that for us, please?
Sure. So one of the steps involved in the biomechanical analysis is the kinematics, the motion. So we need to look at the motion of the arm. If the arm hit the taillight cover fractured, and you got abrasions, you need to be able to show that. You need to look at how the arm would actually move if it was struck by the vehicle. I've seen no peer-reviewed articles or research to demonstrate that. So what you need to do then is do testing to look at how the arm would actually move and whether it's possible to create those conditions to actually get that injury.
Did you use an ATD hybrid 3 arm for testing?
We did, yes. We used a 50th percentile male ATD hybrid 3 arm.
Is the use of that hybrid 3 arm accepted in your industry in terms of testing?
Yes, it certainly is. As I said yesterday, it's the gold standard for testing. And the arm itself is used just for that very purpose. In fact, there's a number of studies, they use the 50th percentile arm to look at airbag deployment. One of the issues with airbags for the driver is it comes out of the hub of the steering wheel. So if you're steering and you're turning your car and you hit something and the airbag goes off, what happens? It blows right into your forearm, and it can actually cause fractures. We see that quite often. So they perform testing with the 50th percentile arm to look at the forces and acceleration on the arm as airbags go off. Very similar to if your hand was hit by the back of the arm was hit by the back of the car and propelled forward. That's very similar to having an airbag deploy. Actually, this would probably be more severe. An airbag's almost like a giant pillow enveloping the arm, and here we have an SUV actually contacting the rear of your arm.
Can we go to the next slide, please?
Sure.
This is 35.
Let's see, here's 35.
There we go. Thank you. What's depicted here?
So this was testing done at 15 miles an hour. So this is with the hybrid arm and suspended so that it was actually impacting the right rear of the Lexus as the Lexus was traveling at 15 miles an hour.
Was there acceleration that was noted on the arm, force and acceleration?
There was on both the arm as well as the hand, yes.
What was the result of the damage to the taillight based on this test?
So in this test, there was actually no damage. As you can see, it catches kind of the hand and the forearm. And if you want to describe it as kind of a glancing blow, there was not enough force at 15 miles an hour on this glancing blow to actually fracture the taillight.
Is the position of this arm relative to the SUV consistent or inconsistent with the original spot that the surrogate in the paint test was standing as it related to the SUV?
It's consistent. We lined it up so it's consistent with that original location so that it would not impact the elbow or the upper arm. So at that position, if there's impact to the arm at 15 miles an hour, it doesn't cause the taillight to fracture. And it's also important to look at the kinematics. If you look at the acceleration data below, that hand and arm is accelerated. The hand's accelerated up to the speed of the vehicle in about 2 to 4 milliseconds.
How long does it take to blink your eye?
250 milliseconds. It takes a quarter of a second to blink your eye. So this occurs if your hand's hit at 15 miles an hour by a car, it's going to be accelerated up to the speed of the car about 50 times faster than you can blink.
Can we go to the next slide, please? And what are we looking at in this?
So this is lab testing at 17 miles an hour. So the housing and the cover was basically propelled into the forearm of the dummy at 17 miles an hour.
What was the acceleration that was noted on the arm?
So when you look at the arm, the acceleration here is almost 300 Gs.
What does that mean just to us?
So, 300 Gs, if you look at weight, if you say the weight of the arm is 10 pounds, 300 Gs means there's 3,000 pounds of force acting on that arm.
Is that enough to break a bone?
It's more than enough to break a bone.
Is that enough to to tear ligaments?
Absolutely, yes.
What about the bones in the hand? Are those stronger or the same resistance as the bones in the forearm? Or are they more delicate?
No, the bones in the hand are, as you can imagine, much weaker because they're much smaller. When you look at the carpal bones, the metacarpal interphalangeal joint, which is basically your knuckles, they are much smaller and it takes much less force to fracture your hand bones compared to your ulna or your radius.
Let's go to the next slide, please. What are we looking at in this slide?
So this is a 24-mile-an-hour impact with the arm of the dummy contacting the rear, again, tail light. And it shows you the motion, the dummy suspended, shows you the motion of the dummy and, again, the force and acceleration. Now, that right video I put in because that's real-time video. We've been showing the low speed, but look on the right. This is the actual speed at 24 miles an hour. That's what it looks like if you have your hand out and it's struck by an SUV.
Is the arm accelerated do the same physics apply? Is the arm accelerated up to the speed of the car in milliseconds?
It is, yes. It's all about weight, right? Because you have a 6,000-pound car and you have a 10-pound arm. It's whatever speed that car is going, your arm, your hand, whatever's sticking out there is immediately going to get accelerated up to the speed of that vehicle.
The video on the right is in real time. Like you said, it's sped up in milliseconds. Is that right?
That's correct.
Is the Hybrid 3 that's used in this test, is that suspended from above?
The dummy in this test is suspended from above, yes, like a pendulum, barely touching the ground.
Is the dummy connected to the ground in any way?
No, it's just its feet are barely touching.
What would happen if there were forces applied to that dummy that went perpendicular to the travel of the vehicle? What would happen to the dummy?
The dummy would swing out like a pendulum in that direction.
Based on your review of the test that was done, the 24-mile-an-hour test, were there forces on that dummy that were perpendicular to the car such that the dummy would swing out or be forced out or be propelled out away from the car?
No, there were no forces from the testing, and it's simple physics. Your center of mass of your body is basically at your umbilicus or your belly button. So in order to move the body, you have to apply a force at that part of the body. If your arm's struck, it's not going to move your body appreciably. All it's going to do, your arm's like a moment arm, it's going to spin you around. Could there be some motion forward or backward if you take a step? Possibly. But the center of mass of your body isn't going to move. You have to get struck by the vehicle to have the body actually move in a specific direction.
Can we go to the next slide, please? What is this showing?
So this is a slow-mo of the overhead from the real time. There was a GoPro that was recording that real-time video, and this is a slow motion of that video.
I'd like to ask you a couple of questions. As you see the vehicle contact the arm, what happens to the arm as it's being contacted in those milliseconds where it's being accelerated up to 24 miles an hour?
Well, the arm's accelerated up and pushed away from the body. So whatever part of your arm or body is contacting the car, that's going to be pushed forward away from the rest of your body. So not only is it loading the arm with an impact force as it strikes the arm and the hand, but then it's actually stressing the joints too. It's like ripping imagine having a car come and 3,000 pounds of force pulling your arm forward at the elbow, at the shoulder joint. It's putting a lot of force and pressure on that appendage.
What's the G-force for the 24 mile an hour impact?
G-force, let me see exactly.
Could you pause that video for a second?
Sure.
Because I want to ask you a couple of questions about it as well.
Let me see exactly what that G-force was.
Do you need to refer to something?
Yes, my report.
With the court's permission?
Yes.
Thank you.
So at 24 miles an hour for the arm, the acceleration is 302 Gs, and for the hand, it's about 435 Gs.
Does that translate to over 4,000 pounds of pressure?
Well, for the arm, it's close to 3,000 if you say a 10-pound weight, and for the hand, that can be anywhere from 800 to about 1,600 pounds of force acting just on the hand itself.
Understood. Can you back this up a couple of frames?
Sure.
Pause it where I ask you. One more frame back. One more back. Right there. What's happening physically to the arm, to the right arm at the point of impact?
So there is a force on the hand, on the forearm, where it contacts. Now, your arm just isn't going to hit and the force be distributed evenly across the entire part of the arm. That's not how your arm is actually articulated. Even if it was, again, that's similar to an airbag deployment, where at these levels you would get fractures. But if it hits the hand, now, if Mr. O'Keefe's holding a glass at the time of this impact, think about that. What happens is you're holding a glass. It exposes the knuckles. So if you're holding a glass and your arm's at a 90-degree angle and the car comes back and hits your hand, it's going to strike right on the knuckles. The force is going to be applied right at that joint. And then it's going to likely hit along the forearm back near the elbow.
What's the shape of that arm in this still photograph?
Well, it's somewhat of an abnormal shape because the arm should be level with the body. The forearm should be even with the shoulder. But you can see as it gets pushed forward, it's accelerating that forearm away from the arm and the rest of the body.
Does that abnormal shape suggest anything to you in terms of what you would expect regarding the bones in that arm?
Again, certainly there's thousands of pounds of forces acting on the arm. And also on the joint itself, not just the arm or the bones we have to consider and how much force to fracture, but think of the elbow joint and think of the shoulder joint. It takes much less force to dislocate an elbow than it does to actually fracture it.
Did you see any evidence based on your review of the medical records, including your review of the x-rays, any evidence of any dislocation?
There was no evidence or indication or diagnosis of any dislocations or fractures to the arm at all.
Fractures or broken bones at all?
Correct, nothing.
Can we go forward another frame? And at this point, the arm has already been struck and accelerated, is that right?
That's correct.
Do you see the taillight material
I do, yes.
Okay, it's basically now broken, is that correct?
That's correct. It has now been fractured, yes.
All right, let's go one more frame forward. And the taillight material, did you make note of that in this frame?
I did, yes.
What direction is that taillight material going relative to the vehicle?
It's going forward.
And where is the arm?
The arm has been pushed away. Now, you have to remember, as that arm, if it contacts and fractures the taillight, it's not exposed to the fractured pieces that still exist on the taillight itself, because those pieces that fracture haven't gone anywhere because they're against the arm itself. And then as the arm moves away, the pieces then move with the vehicle.
Are the taillight pieces upon fracture moving at the same speed as the arm upon contact?
That's correct, yes.
Is that a matter of physics?
That is a matter of physics, yes.
Is there any possible way for the broken pieces of taillight to out-accelerate the arm upon contact when the arm's being deflected away from the vehicle?
It is not. I don't believe it's physically possible. That was not demonstrated in our testing, and I've never seen that demonstrated in any peer-reviewed articles. Now, you can see here again also the light and the fragments are being propelled forward. So you also have to consider where Mr. O'Keefe was found. He was found in the yard about 10 or 20 feet from the road. There was no exact measurements. But if you look at the motion of the taillight, it's going forward. Now, if Mr. O'Keefe has to move diagonally to the top left of that corner, and if he's not hit with the center of mass, he can't get to where he ends up before the taillight fragments have already gone forward and been deposited on the ground. Average running speed is like 4 to 6 miles an hour. Even if this SUV is going 10 miles an hour, the lights fracture, they're dispersed on the ground, and then Mr. O'Keefe somehow ends up to his point of rest. But you wouldn't find the fragments on him because they've already been pushed forward, come to rest, before he even has a chance to get to where they find him.
Let's go to the next slide, please. What is this slide showing?
So this is just frames taken from that actual video showing the interaction from the top left, then you go down to the bottom left, and then the top right and the bottom right. Just shows you the progression of the contact and the movement of the arm.
Is the bottom left frame the same frame that you stalled on just a second ago at my request, showing the deformation of his right arm?
That's correct, yes.
Thank you. Next slide, please. And is that just a close-up of the same?
That's just a close-up of the same, yes.
Okay, next slide. And is that a final close-up of the arm after it's been deflected out of the way?
That's correct, yes, sir.
Does this also illustrate what you just described in terms of the trajectory of the broken taillight fragments?
It does, yes, sir.
Do you see any defect at all in the right sleeve of that hoodie?
There is no defect in that right sleeve of the dummy. No,
Was
sir.
the dummy's sleeve examined following this test? Closely examined up close rather than just a photograph?
It was examined and photographed, yes, sir.
Was there any defect in that right sleeve at all?
No defects at all were noted in that sleeve. No.
Next slide, please. What are we seeing here?
This shows some of the photographs taken of the sleeve and the arm to show that there's no defects whatsoever, and it shows the damage to the Lexus. And again, at 24 miles an hour, not only do you get damage to the taillight on the fender there, but you also get damage to the taillight on the liftgate.
Was there any damage on the taillight of the liftgate in the subject SUV?
There was not, no.
Next slide, please. What are we looking at in this video?
And so this was 29 miles an hour with a suspended hybrid 3 arm.
Was the arm in the relative orientation that you saw depicted in the paint transfer test by Aperture?
It was, and in fact, in this one, there's actually contact. We moved it in so that you would get contact with the elbow and the upper arm as well. So it's in the position after Dr. Welcher moves his elbow in and rolls his shoulder into the taillight cover. We evaluated that position with this test.
And do you see any damage to the lift gate taillight based on this test?
There's extensive damage at this speed, yes.
What about the damage to, damage would you expect to see to the arm itself at this speed and in this orientation?
Yeah, at this speed, I mean, we're talking 4,000 pounds of force on the forearm, and with the hands, 1,400 to probably 3,000 pounds. I mean, well above levels where you would get fractures.
Next slide, please. What are we looking at in this slide, these two photos?
This was the final test that was conducted in using a dummy, and it was impacted at 29 miles an hour. And this was a center of mass impact.
Why was it important, Dr. Rentschler, why was it important to do a center of mass test?
Because if we have an auto pedestrian impact and you want to see where the pedestrian ends up, you have to evaluate how they were impacted by the car. In order to have the pedestrian move any substantial difference, it has to be hit at the center of mass. Again, it has to be hit at that belly button area to propel the body in a certain direction depending on the speed and direction. If there's no center of mass impact, how does someone get to the point of rest? You can't correlate a side swipe where the arm gets contacted and say if someone ends up 20 feet away, there's no way to correlate that arm impact caused them to somehow move 20 feet away. It wouldn't be as a result of the actual incident. It wouldn't be a result of the impact pushing their body in that direction.
From a physics standpoint, is it reasonable to believe that your arm could be struck, just your arm could be struck as it's out in front of your body, and you could be propelled backward, say 7, 8, 10, 12 feet as a result of that strike?
No, it's not reasonable. That's not physically possible. And you look at the arm itself, and we're looking at talking about the injuries and the abrasions compared to fractures. So if Mr. O'Keefe's arm was hit at 24, 29 miles an hour, what this suggests, and there were only abrasions, what this would suggest is that if the taillight doesn't cover or fracture, you can have your arm hit at 24 miles an hour and you wouldn't have any injuries at all, which from a biomechanical standpoint doesn't make sense. If the claim is that the fractured taillight's the only thing.
So I'm sustaining the objection to that. I'm going to strike that portion, Mr. Jackson.
Let's go to the next slide. What are we looking at in this video?
So here's the video showing that strike at 29 miles an hour with the center of mass impact to the dummy.
What's the import of this particular test? Why was this important, and what did you conclude following this impact test, the center of mass impact test?
There's a couple of reasons. It shows there was extensive damage to the rear of that Lexus. So if you had a center of mass hit, you would have damage to the liftgate, to the fender, to the sheet metal. You would have substantially more damage than what we had in this case. And secondly, which I believe is just as important, it shows the post-impact trajectory of the dummy. So again, if you're struck on the corner by the Lexus, the dummy goes straight back in line with the vehicle. There's no force and no direction to actually cause that dummy to move off into the side of the vehicle. So you can't be hit center of mass with the vehicle going straight back and somehow end up 10 or 20 feet to the side of where the vehicle is traveling.
So in this circumstance, would you expect the taillight material to be distributed straight back in the same center line as the vehicle is traveling?
Yes, absolutely.
Would you also expect the body to be struck and move in the same center line as the vehicle?
Sustained is too far.
Sure. What about the body? What directionality would you expect on a center mass hit?
The body's going to move in the direction that the vehicle is moving. That main direction, that main force, moving straight back, the body is going to move primarily straight back.
Did you reach an opinion or conclusion regarding whether the right arm kinematics are consistent with fracturing the taillight cover and sustaining the abrasions that you saw on John O'Keefe's arm?
I did, yes.
What is that opinion?
My opinion that it is not consistent with contacting and fracturing the taillight cover.
Do you hold that opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
I do, yes, sir.
Can we move to the next slide, please? And if I could have just a moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
On what do you base your opinion that you just told the jurors?
That looking at the kinematics of the arm, it's inconsistent with the evidence we have with the actual abrasions to the arm, the evidence on the sweatshirt, and that at these speeds, you would likely expect fractures, certainly to the hand, and likely to the ulna and the radius and the forearm, if your hand or arm was struck by the rear of the SUV.
Can we move to slide 48, please? What are we looking at in this slide?
This was a study where they used an impactor and they contacted the dorsal or top part of cadaver hands. And they looked at the force that was exerted and they looked at how many fractures were produced as a result of that.
Did you review scientific literature regarding hand injuries under this sort of impact loading? Is this representative of that?
It is, yes.
Next slide, please. What is this?
So this shows the position, and this is taken directly from the aperture paint test. You can see the position that Dr. Welcher had his hand against the tailgate right at the time of impact. And you can see that corresponds, the contact areas correspond to the areas of the hand that were actually tested in this case.
Next slide, please. What is this showing?
So this shows the forces produced during the test as well as the forces produced during our testing. And maybe the next slide here actually better. If you look at the knuckles, which are the blue middle region, and then the metacarpal bones, which are the lower one. So for the metacarpal phalangeal joint, the knuckles, on average, it took 397 pounds of force to fracture that joint. Well, the 15-mile-an-hour test produced a minimum of 483 pounds. And more realistically, that's just with the hand weight. There's going to be more weight because it's attached to the wrist. More realistically, it's twice that, so it's around 900 pounds of force. But what these tests show is that the force produced on the hand, as represented by the PowerPoint from aperture, even at 15 miles an hour and likely below that, you would expect to get fracture of the hand bones, of the knuckles, metacarpal interphalangeal joints, and the metacarpal bones if you contacted the rear of that vehicle at that speed.
Did you see any indication in the x-rays you saw or the medical records that you reviewed that Mr. O'Keefe's hand was damaged in such a way that you would expect?
There were no indications whatsoever of that, no, sir.
Next slide, please. What are we looking at in this slide?
This was a test where they actually looked at the force on the elbow. So this is a direct longitudinal force against the elbow. Now, there's no indication of exactly, the paint test has the arm horizontal, but there's no indication, there's evidence of whether maybe it would be angled or if it's straight horizontal. But even if your arm's angled a little bit at the point of impact, the forces, again, on the right are what we determined from our testing, and those are minimum. Again, that's just with the forearm. If you include the entire arm, it's about twice that. So even at 10 miles an hour, you're going to have 600 to 1,200 pounds of force acting on the arm.
Is that enough to break it?
That's enough. If you strike the elbow, that's more than enough to actually fracture the different bones of the elbow.
If an arm was hit at that speed with those forces, would you expect the x-rays to show no trauma, no broken bones, no fractures, no hairline fractures?
I would not expect that, no, sir.
Next slide, please. What are we looking at in terms of this slide?
So these are just more articles that I referenced, and they look at impact force on the forearm, so the ulna and the radius. It takes, just to have a transverse blow right against the bone, it takes about 1,100 to 1,200 pounds of force to cause a fracture. We're at that level already at a 10-mile-an-hour impact.
What about a 24-mile-an-hour impact?
24, we're at 1,400 to 2,800 pounds of force.
Did you see any trauma on John O'Keefe's arm that was suggestive of an impact of that nature, of that size, of that force?
There was no trauma, there were no fractures, there wasn't even an indication on the arm of where it would have contacted the vehicle. So if there's fracture at the taillight, there's going to be a force at that point on the arm where it actually contacts the taillight and causes that, right? There's going to be a force riser to cause that damage. There was no bruising, there was no lacerations, there was nothing at the alleged point of contact which would indicate an impact that produces thousands of pounds of force on the arm. No evidence of it whatsoever.
You just mentioned this in your answer, but I want to ask a little bit further. We've talked a lot about bone fractures and ligament damage, et cetera. What about bruising? In any of these tests, would you expect to see bruising, at least bruising, all over the arm at the points of contact?
Absolutely. Bruising occurs when the blood vessels just below the skin are ruptured, and it causes blood to flow into the arm.
Was there any indication that John O'Keefe suffered even a minimum amount of bruising on his arm at all?
No indication of any amount of bruising whatsoever on the forearm.
Next slide, please. And let's go to the next slide. I think we want to jump to slide 50. What slide are we on? Is that 53?
This is 55.
Let's go to the next slide. There we go. That's what I'm looking for. What are you looking at here?
So this again is from the paint test, and it shows, even as the arm gets pushed in, the vehicle's not in line with the center of mass with Dr. Welcher here. So it's not a center of mass impact. And this is important because we've just looked at the arm, and we've looked at the kinematics and the force and whether that's consistent with what happened and the injuries. The next step is to look at what happens if the arm gets hit. How does Mr. O'Keefe end up where he does in the yard? So that's post-impact movement or trajectory of the body. You have to evaluate that if you want to link all these events. If you want to link the head injury to contact with the car, you have to know what happened in between. You have to know the details. And so the next part was to evaluate that.
Is there any indication in any of the testing that you did or any of the review of the medical records medical records of John O'Keefe, including the autopsy records, all of the autopsy records, the x-rays, and the hospital records, any indication that John O'Keefe was struck center of mass?
None whatsoever. No indication at all that he was struck center of mass.
Do you have an opinion or conclusion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty about whether he was struck center of mass?
I do.
And what is that opinion?
I don't believe that he was. The evidence indicates that he was not. If he was struck center of mass, imagine that. You're getting hit at the pelvis. You're getting hit on the thigh. You're getting hit at the knee. And then the body's being propelled forward. Your arm would get pushed into your body, into your ribs, into your torso. You would have very significant and substantial loading to your body, initially the right side of your body, as that impact occurred, and there's no evidence whatsoever that occurred.
Switching to a glancing blow, a blow of just the arm, not the center of mass, but just the arm. Do you hold an opinion and a conclusion as to whether or not a glancing blow or a blow to the arm only would propel Mr. O'Keefe 7, 8, or 10 feet perpendicular to the line of travel of the vehicle?
I do.
What is that opinion?
It would not be possible. Our testing demonstrates that. The peer-reviewed articles demonstrate that. I've seen no evidence anywhere in this case that would suggest or even indicate that if you get a glancing blow or a sideswipe blow, that somehow would produce enough force to push you 8 to 10 feet into the yard. I don't believe it's possible. I've seen no research that would indicate that would occur.
Do you hold that opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
I do, yes, sir.
Can we move to the next slide, please? And let's go to the next slide. Let's keep going. Okay. What are we looking at in this slide?
So this slide, it's a paper that describes how to evaluate vehicle pedestrian impacts and how someone moves in the projection of that body.
did you seek to analyze a fulsome understanding of whether it was possible that Mr. O'Keefe was hit on his lower extremities?
I did, yes.
Why did you do that? Why was that important?
Well, because with automobile pedestrian impacts, the lower extremity, your legs, your ankles, your knees, that's the most injured part of the body during autoped impacts. So if he's going to be impacted at that speed, especially at center of mass, there's likely going to be injuries to his leg, to his knee. The bumper lines up with the knee. That's one of the most commonly injured parts, as the bumper pushes into the knee, fractures the tibia, the fibula, or damages the knee joint.
Did John O'Keefe suffer any injuries to his lower extremities suggestive of a vehicle impact?
No, I believe the only injury was a 0.5 centimeter abrasion on the outside of the right knee.
Could Mr. O'Keefe have suffered a 0.5 centimeter abrasion on the outside of his right knee by being struck by an SUV at 24 miles an hour?
I don't believe so. I don't see how those kinematics would work.
Sustained.
Do you have an opinion as to whether or not that injury was from being struck by an SUV at 24 miles an hour or somewhere around 24 miles an hour?
I do.
What is that opinion?
I do not believe that injury is consistent with being struck by an SUV at approximately 24 miles an hour.
Do you hold that opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
I do, yes.
Did Mr. O'Keefe suffer any other injuries to his legs or his lower extremities other than that small, how big was it? How many centimeters?
0.5 centimeter abrasion.
That small 0.5 centimeter abrasion. Did he suffer any other injuries to his lower extremities indicative of being struck by a vehicle?
I don't believe so, no.
Okay. Let's go to the next slide. Taking a look at the photograph on the right, concentrating on that for a second. How did that SUV get in that condition?
That was by striking the dummy at 29 miles an hour, and that was a center of mass hit with the dummy.
Were you able to review photographs of the subject SUV, Ms. Reed's SUV?
I was, yes.
Did her SUV suffer or suggest any kind of damage anywhere close to this?
No, the only real damage was to the outer taillight cover on the fender itself was fractured.
Next slide, please. We've seen this. This is the video that was the center mass impact.
That's correct, yes.
The photograph that we just saw previous, what relationship does that photograph have to this field test?
That was the condition of the SUV after it struck the dummy here at 29 miles an hour.
Can we go to the next slide, please? What are we looking at in this series of diagrams?
So this is some more recent testing that was done, and this test compared impacts between a small sedan and an SUV, and show it's looking at damage or injury to the legs as a result of this type of an impact. And these impacts are actually conducted at a speed of 24.7 miles an hour. They used cadavers, people who donated their bodies to science, set up the cadavers and struck them at just about 24 miles per hour.
Did this support your opinion and conclusion concerning the lower extremities of Mr. O'Keefe and the possibility that he was hit by an SUV at speed?
It does. If I can go to the next slide, it actually.
Sure.
So this shows you for the SUV, it's the last column on the page there, the last 3 columns are the injuries associated with the SUV strikes. There's fractures to the pelvis, left knee injury to the ACL, the MCL, fracture of the tibia and fibula. There's extensive damage to the legs of all 3 of the cadaver subjects that were struck at 24 miles an hour with an SUV.
Did Mr. O'Keefe show any signs of any of these injuries?
He did not, no.
Next slide, please. Is this, what are these photographs and diagrams on the right?
So this was taken from the PowerPoint from Aperture. And so it shows that the medical diagram shows the 1.5 centimeter abrasion. And if you look at the picture on the left of the surrogate, you can see, so the bumper would line up from the knee all the way up to the pelvis. So a vehicle at speed of 24 miles an hour, if it impacts that knee or that leg, it's not going to produce only a ½ centimeter abrasion. It's going to get the leg, and it's going to cause significant damage to the knee and to the leg itself.
When you say from the knee to the pelvis, are you talking about the width of or the height of the bumper itself being from the knee to the pelvis?
I am, yes.
Would that be the contact area that you would expect if there was even a glancing blow to the knee and the hip?
That's correct. You can see on that picture there where that bumper, the rear corner of that bumper, where the bottom reflector is, it extends from the knee all the way up to the pelvis.
Can we go to the next slide, please? What are these diagrams?
Again, these are just reports, peer-reviewed articles demonstrating that auto pedestrian impacts result in lower extremity injuries and fractures.
Did you review all of these peer-reviewed articles that you've told the jurors about, the academic articles, in furtherance of coming to your opinions and conclusions?
I did, yes.
Did you see any reference in the Aperture report that you reviewed and the PowerPoint slides that you reviewed that the concomitant peer-reviewed articles were sought in the paint transfer test?
No.
Or cited?
There was only one article that was cited in that report with respect to automobile pedestrian impacts.
Did it have anything to do with the paint transfer test?
It did not, no.
Next slide, please. And let's keep moving until we get to yes, there we go. What does that slide depict?
So this is the opinions that were offered in the Aperture report. And if you look at the top, number 4, it says the totality of the evidence is consistent with the right rear corner of the Reed Lexus, again, impacting John O'Keefe and Mr. O'Keefe striking the rear posterior aspect of his head on the frozen ground. And when you look below that, it basically has the references or the support for that one conclusion.
I'll see you both at sidebar for a minute.
Bye-bye.
Well, good morning, Mr. Phil. Good to see you here.
Good morning. Sorry, I was dozing off there.
We've got a new layout if you...
I saw that. It's a fancy new layout. Wow.
We are
And he
working
blamed it on
things.
you for fucking up his overlays last night.
Whatever.
Well, he didn't mess them up. I can't say that word with a child present in the room.
That's not what you said earlier.
No, I said that Phil, the second that I left the room due to an internet outage, changed the layout.
I
It was
didn't do
noticeable.
shit. I didn't do
Yes,
shit.
you did. Yes,
I
you
did not.
did. You
I
changed the
did
layout.
not.
When
It
I
was
came
not-
back, it
No, I
Not
did not.
When
Bill's fault. It was Dwayne.
oh sure.
Yeah, I take over to keep the show running because you don't pay for your internet.
Dr. Rentschler,
and that's
Oh, we
the
had a
things they
lightning
get.
strike across
Can
the
we
street.
move to
Uh,
slide? Yeah, just a moment, Your Honor.
70, Mr. Jackson?
That's what was, I was just, 7, thank you.
So this is now a
Where's my eyes better?
layout called fill out
Oh,
because
cool.
you fill out things.
Cool. I like it.
Well, that one is my
Slide 70.
layout. This is the fill out.
Let me restart it here.
But we are just trying to make it a little bit more, you see more of the screen.
Yeah. I like it.
Thank you. Okay, what are we looking at in slide, this is slide 7, yes. What are we looking at in slide 70, Dr. Rentschler?
So this was the one article that was referenced in the Aperture report with respect to automobile pedestrian impacts And there was a chart from there that was referenced in the PowerPoint that indicates the head's the most commonly injured body region in pedestrian impacts.
And what significance did that reference have in your analysis?
Well, that's not accurate. This article was written in 1979. And
Good
the
morning,
first
GM.
modern SUV, the Jeep
Good
Cherokee,
morning.
wasn't manufactured until 1984. So this is an article that's 46 years old that doesn't actually relate to this type of an impact. And that's the only peer-reviewed reference with respect to automobile pedestrian impacts that was cited in the entire Aperture report.
Can we move to slide 71? Do you recognize what's depicted in this slide?
I do, yes.
What is depicted here?
So this was hybrid. This is the 50th percentile hybrid 3, the same dummy that we utilized. And Dr. Welcher performed a test where
Can I interrupt you?
Sure.
So this ATD, anthropomorphic test device, was not a 95th percentile test device?
It was not, no.
The 50%?
It was a 50th percentile, yes.
Is that the same exact, not the same exact, same exact sized ATD that ARCA utilized in all of its testing?
It was, yes.
Okay.
And to get the forces on the head, Dr. Welcher scaled the acceleration results based on the weight, which is what I was talking about yesterday. You scale the results from the 50th percentile. That's exactly what Dr. Welcher did in this case.
Is that an appropriate way to adjust for the size of an ATD?
It absolutely is, yes.
Okay. Go ahead.
So this test, what he did, he took a 50th percentile dummy, stood it up, and then let it drop backwards and strike its head on a concrete surface.
Next slide, please. By the way, Dr. Rentschler, did the last slide include a video?
I believe it did, yes.
Can we go back?
Or I'm not sure it's on this slide, though. That's just a screenshot.
I see.
Yeah.
I see.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's go back to that slide for just a second. I thought this might be the video of it.
Oh.
So in the lower portion of the center of the screen, you see Dr. Welcher holding the ATD. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Did you review a video of what happened next? This is not the video, but did you review the video?
I did, yes.
Describe for the jurors, since we don't have access to the video, what did you see happen from this point forward?
So Dr. Welcher releases the dummy, and the dummy just falls rigidly backwards, almost like a tree, and impacts the concrete.
Can we jump from your PowerPoint to a video that I have and ask you if you recognize it with court's permission?
Is the video in evidence?
It's in Dr. Welcher's PowerPoint.
Is it before the jury? Is it in?
It is.
Okay.
Okay. Do you recognize this?
I do, yes.
Is this just look like the same screen, basically same thing that you just took a screenshot of?
It is, yes, sir.
Okay. If we could play the first couple of seconds of the video and pause it. As that video began to play, did you recognize this as being the same video that you reviewed earlier?
It is, yes, sir.
And did you utilize this in coming to your opinions
I did, yes.
and conclusions in this case?
I did, yes.
Thank you. Let's go ahead with the court's permission. Can we play the video?
Yes.
Thank you. What did you see? Describe what you saw in this video.
So this is a passive rearward fall of the ATD dummy. So just releasing and let it fall. Obviously, it's a dummy. There's no musculature. There's no response to that dummy. So this is what would happen if a rigid individual just fell backwards onto a concrete surface.
Can we see it one more time, please? I want to ask you one other question. I'm going to ask you to take note, Doctor, of the impact location. Did you see that?
I did, yes.
What kind of surface is that floor, if you can tell?
That, I believe it indicates it's a concrete surface, concrete floor.
Did you notice if the falling backward like that? The dummy slid across the floor or was propelled across the floor, anything like that?
It did not. It just dropped and angled backwards and hit directly on the floor.
Okay, let's go to the next slide. I'm sorry, if we could revert back to your PowerPoint. And if you could pull up slide, I think it's 72.
Let me, every time we do that, I have to restart the PowerPoint. Okay.
Why did you include this video one more time in your PowerPoint here?
Because, again, this is the pain test, which indicates the position, at least that Dr. Welcher had himself at to get the impact with the taillight cover. And notice, again, so it's not a center of mass hit. It hits his arm and then he slides by. So if that were to occur, he would rotate or move to the left. So if Mr. O'Keefe did that and somehow ends up falling backwards, rigid directly onto his head, he's going to have to rotate at least 270 degrees and then stop and then fall directly backwards onto his head. There's no explanation of the kinematics.
Sustained is to the end of that. I'll strike the end.
Do the kinematics support what you just suggested?
Objection.
Sustained is to form.
What do the kinematics support?
Objection.
I'm going to see you at sidebar for just a minute.
Sidebar
We'll
again.
be taking our break.
And it looks like they're going to finally go to break.
Sidebar.
Sidebar. So do you like the new layout, Gia?
What, instead of having us on the side?
Well, actually, yes.
Yeah, I do.
You're at the bottom.
Yeah, I like
Okay.
that. There's no hierarchy.
Okay.
We're all the same.
Yeah, until we go past 6 and then we start going up and down the side.
Yeah, and
It's
yesterday
okay.
you had the chat directly over my Zoe picture, which was very offensive to me.
The chat was over your Zoe picture?
Yeah, the side, the little bottom right chat that you have up.
Yeah?
You had me underneath that, so nobody could see my fake dog.
Oh.
It's okay. It's all right. I think it was last night. Well, we had a lot of people, so whatever. It's okay.
I don't
As
see
long
it
as
on
long
the-
as you have Gia on the bottom because she likes being on the bottom.
Yes.
Okay, then. But yeah, for the first 6 people, and that's how much we average on this show, is about.
Yeah.
At worst, we have 6 people, so there's enough room without it being cluttered.
Yeah.
If we have guests on, they'll appear on the left side of the screen. But
And
for
I like
now,
that
this
little side chat too, so I don't have to leave the screen to go look at comments.
right,
I like that.
yeah, we're trying to make it as minimalist as possible when we're doing a coverage like this or Drunk Girl or whatever, with enough room for sidebar or something to be put on the screen.
Sidebar.
Sidebar, what flavor are they today?
They are crab cake. New England crab cake.
Wow.
New England crab
Schmancy.
cake sidebars.
Yeah, we're fancy today.
Yep.
There you go. So, Mr. NCR, are you still with us?
I am here.
Okay,
He's a
give
little
us a quick
hungover from
update.
celebrating his wedding.
Just give us a quick update on what the Josh, Mr. It's a Public Service was whining about. But remember, we only have about a minute or 2 before they come back.
That's not Josh.
It was just a.
Yes, it
a
is.
cry
It's Josh
fest
Gray.
It was a cry fest over the Lane Meyer plea deal. Overall, it was just him trying to get people to send emails by the 20th to the law firm and to the judge on Lane's behalf. Unclean Hands
So
did
this-
come
the-
in and did a bit of trolling, but they didn't like the fact that he was dropping truth bombs.
Yeah, he wrapped up pretty quickly after Unclean hit the room.
Oh yeah.
I mean, it was like, bam, gone. So yes, he was asking the same people who left the threatening comments and who he's been telling to leave the threatening comments to now leave positive comments on behalf of Lane Myers. And
Not only that, he threw them under the bus, saying that they were the real criminals, not Lane.
yes. Do you see the logic in any of this, Phil?
No, I don't. And I was confusing him with public service. Sorry.
Yeah, well, it's
whatever. You know, all those it's this or that. You know, it's all confusing.
Yeah, this is a public service. Is Josh Gray? That's his name.
Yeah, I was.
Jeff Gray.
I was confusing him with Chrissy Boy.
Oh, okay. Well,
Public safety or pubic safety or
public
whatever.
safety,
whatever that is.
but not Reluctant Prophet.
No.
Who? Actually, it was Tusk Police Suck. He says that they're going after next.
Okay.
And Twitter users, yes,
Yeah,
we had to
continue.
restart the
Yes,
feed.
thank you.
So sorry about
Dr.
any
Welcher, based on your
confusion,
review
and
of
it's good to have you
everything-
back.
Did I do that again? My goodness.
Welcome, Peter.
This is Dr. Welcher in the video, correct?
Correct.
All right. I was staring at that. I apologize. Dr. Rentschler, based on your review of the video in which Dr. Welcher is positioned, as well as the drop test that you saw, as well as the discussion of being of the body placement, where you discussed the body placement. Do you have an opinion as to whether or not the testing that you reviewed from Aperture is consistent or inconsistent with John O'Keefe being struck by the vehicle, propelled perpendicular, backward, say 7 to 10 feet, and falling straight back onto a hard surface as depicted in the drop test?
The testing's inconsistent with those types of kinematics or that type of scenario.
On what do you base that opinion, sir?
That's based on the testing that was performed, the evidence available in this case, and the kinematics of how somebody would move post-impact after being struck by an SUV.
Do you hold that opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
I do, yes.
Can we go to the next slide, please? May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Finally, Dr. Rentschler, do you have an opinion, or did you reach a conclusion, whether the biomechanical evidence in this matter is consistent or inconsistent with Mr. O'Keefe's right arm being impacted by the subject 2021 Lexus 570, resulting in a backward fall leading to the head injuries that he suffered?
I did, yes.
And what is that opinion?
My opinion is that the evidence is inconsistent with Mr. O'Keefe being struck on the right arm by the SUV and then moving laterally into the yard and falling backward onto
And do
back
you
of
hold
his
that
head.
opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
I do, yes, sir.
Thank you. That's all I have, Your Honor.
Okay. So now we'll take our break, folks. We'll see you in about 20 minutes.
Please rise for the jury. Jury break this way.
Thank God that's over.
Recess time. I call dibs on the monkey bars.
Okay, we got 20 minutes, and we're going to go to about 6 minutes of music, or less than that. So run, do what you got to do. Highlighted, let's go to music break. We'll be back with you in about 4 to 6 minutes. And it would help if I muted myself. We are back. How the hell is everyone today? Yes, the boy is off eating lunch. I'm taking care of my grandnephew today, as the rest of the house is overly hot, while my office is nice and cool, thanks to the AC I need for my allergies. So, how is everybody? Is there anyone out there?
Fabulous. Fabulous.
Fabulous. So last night, Chile de Castro decided that there were no demonstrations in LA or riots or anything else. In fact, even though
so everything I saw on TV last night is all fake. Is all fake.
Was not happening.
It was all CGI done on the same studios as the moon landing.
Gotcha.
And apparently, even though the police were like, dude, you're going the wrong way, it's down there. You know, they were literally pointing on camera where he could go and see the action because he was at the extreme end. You know, the cops were just standing there talking.
Mm-hmm.
He kept going the wrong direction.
Mm-hmm.
For some reason, because his whole thing was there was nothing going on and that Trump was wrong for sending in the Marines. Now, I may agree that the Marines weren't needed, but there was a whole hell of a lot going on, including blocking the highway and other stuff last night. And it was convenient that when Chile said he had to go pee in a little bit, that was exactly enough time for him to make the drive back to the studio before the curfew started.
Oh, darn.
Well,
and then he never came back.
Calling in the Marines is unconstitutional and way overboard. But calling in the National Guard may or may not be appropriate. But it's not the president's. The National Guard do not work for the president of the United States. They work for the governor of that said state.
Except now Trump has directed them is actually using wartime powers to direct them.
The fucking orange bitch boy is fucking overstepping his goddamn bounds left and right. The toilet paper, the Constitution might as well not fucking exist with that asshole in office.
Yeah.
Did I say that out loud?
I think
nothing good can come from having the Marines there. You have people who are trained to kill people for a living. There's just nothing good's going to come from this. This is just a colossally bad fucking idea.
At the same time, pretending like nothing at all was happening, the world is perfect, and any police presence was unnecessary, was kind of not quite true. There were still loads of things, as Phil said he saw on the news.
Oh yeah, but okay. So Los Angeles is uniquely qualified to handle this type of unrest because it happens quite a bit. Now, if you want to have the National Guard out there to protect government facilities, fine. I have no problem with that. What I have a problem with is calling in the Marines.
Right.
They did this during the 93 riots, right? And the police called in, used freezing on a house that meant to stand by and get ready. To the Marines, it meant shoot the place up. So what did the Marines do? They shot the place up. Now, luckily, nobody died, right? But this is an example of why you don't use the military or police.
Right.
Their job isn't to arrest people.
The police last night, at least from where Chile was, literally had nothing to do. And we're pointing him, go the other way and you'll see what's actually going on.
Right.
And Chili refused to do so because in his mind, nothing was going on and there was no need for anyone in his world like that.
Yeah, Chili's a moron. We all know that.
And then stopped to pee, said he'd be right back, and, well,
and darn
Chili for
curfew.
the night.
And darn
yes, that darn curfew. Because he said he had to drive 35 minutes, and the curfew was starting about 35 minutes from when he went off the air. So,
because nothing screams civil rights activists like obeying curfew.
Yes. He also bootlicked quite a bit, trying to make his point.
Really?
Officer.
Chili?
Yes. This one over here with the perfect lips, and this one over there, she's so dirty. You know, but what happens? What happens if you come across a big guy? You'd have to jump in and protect them both, wouldn't you? Oh, yeah, from Texas, I'm chivalrous. That's how I was taught. But that's a distraction. These girls probably shouldn't be out here, right? I don't know about that. Well, you don't want to see her pretty lips get beat up, do you?
It's amazing he's single. It's amazing he's single. It's amazing Erin Burnett did not go for that. Wow. I mean, how could she have resisted?
So let's lighten up a little bit. Let's take a look at this wonderful bratty evil Karen. Risks every lives to party at concert, barely able to walk, still argues to drive. Which we will continue at the afternoon break if we don't get through it.
Who does that?
You understand?
Yes.
Okay. You may begin.
I'm
All right, you're under arrest.
What do you mean?
Operating while intoxicated.
Doing it.
What are you talking about?
It's okay. Stop.
What are you
Stop.
I'm trying to
Can you check out the warrant? Stop.
Stop resisting, just be at interest, okay?
Why?
You're under
You're
arrest.
under arrest for operating while intoxicated.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are.
I have asthma.
That does nothing to do with what's going on.
On August 9th, 2020,
Asthma.
spotted a vehicle speeding at 63 miles per hour in a
63 miles an hour and a 40. So far, by the way she's dressed, I think she's perfect for NCR. Or even Parsons. Parsons in play today.
Yeah.
I mean, Parsons in play. So, side chat, you decide. Should this woman go to Parson, or should she be considered for NCR?
miles per hour zone and quickly began following it. Almost immediately, the driver nearly struck the vehicle ahead and veered over the fog line onto the shoulder. Observing these dangerous moves, the officers initiated a traffic stop without delay. What was causing the driver to act so recklessly on a clear road?
Asthma.
How are we doing?
Good, how are you?
Good. Why are we in such a hurry?
I'm just trying to get to this concert.
What concert?
The pirate party.
I don't know what that is. Okay, well, we're going 63.
I don't know what that is.
When I pass by you before the big turn here, you're going 63. It's only 40.
That's not acceptable.
No, it's not. And then you're going over the line here.
I'm sorry.
Can I have your driver's license, please?
Yeah.
All right, sit tight, okay? Can you actually do me a quick favor? Can we just pull onto this side street so we're not in the middle of the road? I'll follow you, okay? Just pull right here on this right side street,
So,
okay?
what's the accurate?
Okay, I'll tell you in a second. Pull on the street here, okay? I already told you.
Officer,
Right.
I
Lauren,
don't think
what's
I
your
should
drink
be
tonight?
driving.
What should I have to?
You're slurring your words. You had mouthwash in between your legs there. Now you're airing out the car. And you're driving.
Yeah, look at that.
Is that mouthwash
She's got-
between your legs, or are you happy to see me?
She's got every window open, including the sunroof.
Uh-huh.
Phil, I think she's just really happy to see you in your sidebars.
Yeah,
Yes.
right.
Yeah, so inside chat, let us know who she should be married to. You know what I mean. Wink, wink.
NCR.
Between Parson and NCR, as I'm off the market.
Jim Finch.
Why is Jim off the market?
63 and you're
Beautiful rose.
Jim's a coward.
Jim's not married.
I'm still off the market. We could put Hank on the market too. Should this girl be married to Hank?
I wouldn't give a rat's ass.
Okay. Okay, so one Parson, NCR, or Hank, everybody.
Or Jim Finch.
You went over the white line.
Jim Finch. Jim
not
Finch.
included.
How much you had to drink.
Jim Finch.
Her dress looks like ice cream. He should be attracted to her.
What does that have to do with?
It makes me slur my words.
It makes you talk slower too? Okay, that's fine. How about this? I'll give you some tests, make sure you're good to drive. If you're good to drive, you'll be on your way. Okay? Alright, sound good?
Cool.
Oh, perfect.
Cool.
Yeah, that dropped on the ground.
Cool.
So Virgo says Parson. Completely Parson.
Jim Finch.
Since he's the only one not on the panel.
Back to the car here, okay?
Jim Finch.
Officer Crum, would you mind just turning my front lights off, please? Let's go this way.
Save Rose. Jim Finch.
Alright, so nothing to drink at all?
No.
None? Okay. So you wear contacts, you wear glasses at all? Any issues with your eyes? That I'm asking about your eyes, not your teeth.
Yeah, no.
No issues
I have
with your
a
eyes?
lazy eye. My whole life.
Okay, but nothing other than that?
No.
No? Okay.
Okay.
Alright, what I want you to do, you're going to stand like this, feet together like so, arms to your side. What I want you to do is follow the tip of my finger with your eyes and your eyes only. So don't move in your head, just your eyes and your eyes only, okay? You understand?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. A little aggressive.
Doesn't say where this is.
My dog is like a cat.
Why is your dog the cat?
I put all new mulch down in my front courtyard.
Yes.
And she's slowly picking up mulch and making a pile over by the sprinkler valve.
Yeah.
Why?
I have no idea.
She's making a bed. Need somewhere to
She
rest
picks up
her
a big
head.
piece and she brings it over and drops it. And then she goes over and looks for another piece. Dear God.
She's a good girl. That's a good girl.
She's nesting.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
She's
you know
not
what the
chewing on it.
Rottweiler?
She's just making a pile.
Yeah.
The Rottweiler goes and grabs a split off my log pile for the smoker, takes it out in the yard and chews on it.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, because some of
good
these
Lord.
pieces of mulch are like, I don't know, 3 or 4 inches, like a little stick. And those are the ones
Right.
she's targeting.
Right.
So it's a chew toy.
Yeah.
Perhaps she thinks she's a bird and trying to build a
Maybe
net.
she's building a dam because she thinks
That's-
rain
oh.
is coming.
That's right. She's going to protect the whole house from Noah's Ark flood. The
Yes.
second flood that's coming. Yes.
Yes.
Drop.
So,
She
so
just took
instead of a
another
cat,
one.
she thinks she's part beaver then.
Yes. Drop it. Drop it. Thank you. Oh my God. Okay.
Just your eyes, okay? Just remind me, it's just your eyes, okay?
Are here.
Committing crimes has become some sort of
is she
fashion
Betty's
now,
big brown
and this
beaver?
woman was no different. She was driving as if she were blind, yet instead of cooperating, she was shouting and insulting the officers. Does reckless behavior now come with an attitude too?
I want to like
In
move
most
my
cases,
neck.
yeah.
I know. Just 2 more passes, okay? Okay. This next test, I want you to do, you're going to imagine, you just take this way. Back towards your pocket, a little further, see it's the room.
He looks like a therapist I once had.
Okay, so what we're going to do, you can even use this if you want. Just imagine a straight line, imagine a line, okay? And what you're going
You're saying you scared your therapist so much he quit the profession and became a cop just to arrest you. That's what you're saying.
No, I'm saying
Yes.
the woman looks like a therapist I had.
Your left foot like so. Keep your arms.
So that's why she
Possibly, I
started
don't know.
drinking. That's
No.
why she started drinking. Too much
She wanted to poke around in
NCRs.
the- She wanted to poke around in the fucking squirrel's nest that is my brain.
That's not a good idea.
You go and do that now.
I told her.
Your right foot in front of your left. Nope, hang on. Don't go yet. I haven't finished telling you what to do. Right here. Right there. Like so. When I tell you to start, you're going to take 9 heel-to-toe steps. Like so. Looking at your feet, looking out. When you get to that 9th step, you're going to take a series of small steps. And you're going to take 9 heel-to-toe steps back. Counting aloud, looking at your feet. Okay?
Who does that?
You understand?
Yes.
Okay. You may begin.
Okay,
No.
she's totally
Yeah.
failed.
Oh
And
my
then
God.
she saluted. Oh my God.
Sister O, I
Okay.
robbed a bank
You're
yesterday.
you're
I
supposed
can't
to
go
go back
with
to where
you.
you came.
They're looking
Like I
for me.
demonstrated.
You said go this way.
No. All right, let's get out of the road. This car's trying to pass. All right, face me. Next test. You can stop that one. Next test, what I want you to do, feet together, arms to your side. You're going to pick whichever foot you want. Okay. Do you have any injuries to any of your
Your
legs? or
foot,
anything like that?
officer.
No, nothing at all. Perfect. So I want you to do leg of your choosing. You're going to take it approximately 6 inches off the ground, parallel to the ground. You're going to count 1 1,000, 2 1,000, 3 1,000 until I tell you to stop. Okay?
Okay.
You understand?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You may begin. Okay.
Whoa.
It was beyond ridiculous. Was this a sobriety test or some kind of joke? The woman was walking as if she were on a runway, expecting to win a prize for her performance. But in reality,
It's that
she was only
dress.
embarrassing
She
herself
is
further
working
and
it.
making her situation even worse.
I think it's those boots that are made for walking.
Definitely.
Okay.
She's too top heavy.
You can stop. All right. One more test. Okay? Yep.
Her eyes are up
All right.
here, Gia.
Upon request
Up
of
here.
a peace officer,
Above
police
her
officer,
boobs.
you must
As her
answer
new
appropriate breath
husband,
tests.
you can
Show
offer
you so
you
as a
some
simple correction and
support
find
for her
what's
breasts
You take my breath test?
to even out the balance.
Yeah.
Sure? Perfect.
They voted
cooperative.
Parson in as
So,
her new
What you want to
husband.
do is blow this
Or
up.
no,
with your
they
balloon.
personally
Okay? And
cast
keep
the
blowing until I
vote.
tell you to stop.
They all
Okay.
said
But I
they
have
all said
asthma,
Jim
so-
Finch.
Okay, just take a nice deep breath and then just blow in. Lips are wrapped around this like you're blowing up a balloon. Big breath as you can, okay? No.
You have to
And then blow into the
blow.
straw. As best you can, okay? As best you can.
I have asthma though.
Okay, just try and
So
take
what?
the best.
All the air out through your mouth.
Yep, just take a nice. Just like that.
Just like that, but longer.
My
You're
favorite
not doing
one
nothing.
is
He knocked it out.
My favorite one is the girl that kept saying, "Not suck,
Just
blow."
deep breath. And just deep breath.
We have a new contender for this woman's affections.
You wrap your lips
Who's
around the
that?
straw and just nice deep breath out.
Here's
Okay?
Dwayne. He came by, he saw her, he's like, oh, dang.
Pope Phil?
What?
Dwayne wants her.
Dwayne wants her. Oh my
Dwayne
God!
wants her.
Dearly
Is
beloved.
Dwayne a new nickname for Jim Finch?
No, Dwayne wants her.
Dwayne's my
Dwayne's
executive
sober
producer
enough.
slash maintenance man.
Is Dwayne sober enough to get married?
In the state of Florida, yes. Anywhere else in the
Okay.
US, possibly not.
Dearly beloved.
Dearly beloved, we're gathered here today on this wonderful hump day to marry off this questionable woman to Dwayne, quote unquote, Dwayne.
Jim Finch.
Dwayne.
Jim Finch.
Dwayne. This top heavy for her size woman to be her lawfully wedded YouTube wife.
YouTube wife.
He says
Jim
yes.
Finch
And
said
this
he
is
does
wife
first.
number 7.
YouTube wife.
And
so Dwayne said I do.
Questionably top heavy woman for her size. Do you take quote unquote Dwayne to be your lawfully wedded YouTube husband?
I do. I love Dwayne.
Dwayne, you
So Jim
now
just
may
said he
motorboat
did.
your wife.
By the power vested in me by the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms, WFYC, WFYD, and our newest sponsor, WFYS. I now pronounce you YouTube husband and wife. You may do whatever imaginary thing, quote unquote, Dwayne wants to do.
Don't give him that power.
Yeah, go Dwayne.
Don't give him that power. You don't want that power. Same
Nice
man
deep breath
was an
first.
illegal alligator farm.
There you go. Perfect.
Blow out. You should feel the air out this side. You gotta blow.
I'm feeling it. Do you not
Like that.
feel
That's
the
what it
wind?
sounds like.
No. But there's wind outside.
Yeah.
No, you need to blow out.
You
into
should
the
make a
straw.
sound. You should make a loud
you should
sound
make-
doing this.
But you have to
Open your mouth and
lips
put it
have
on
to be
there.
around the straw for it to work. Okay. There you go. Now blow.
Blow.
Blow. Blow out.
Do you not see my chest?
You're not.
You're not doing
We
it.
see
not
your
blowing.
chest.
What is the problem?
I'm trying to give you every opportunity to take this test as I can.
Do you not see my chest?
This is ridiculous.
I'm not looking at your test personally. I'm seeing your
I have
head.
asthma. I'm blowing out.
Okay,
as
but I've
much
seen
as
you.
The
Looking
woman
at
was
my
clearly
test.
in no condition to pass any test, yet even mentioning the test in front of her felt awkward. Still, she attempted to perform them, but it was obvious she wouldn't be able to pass any of them. Each unsteady step only added more weight to the case, already building against her.
Okay, exhale real quick, or breathe in real quick. Perfect, just like that, into the straw. That's all you gotta do. Okay?
Okay.
Perfect. Make sure your lips are around the straw when you exhale. Okay? Take a nice deep breath in.
Units, there are 6 code Bs in the jail. 6 code Bs in the jail. Contact the
No,
jail
do that.
sergeant if interested.
You're not doing.
What am I not doing?
You're not doing.
Do you not see
You're-
my
you-
chest?
Alright, I'm giving you one more chance to do this.
You just
I don't-
demonstrated it. Deep breath in and blow out. Like that. Do that.
Perfect.
That's what you
Like
gotta do.
that?
Yeah, do that into the machine.
Yes.
Yep, that's it.
That's
Simple.
all you gotta do.
Deep breath in and do it.
But it's gotta be longer than that.
It's got to be about 3 or 4 seconds. That's it. Real
I
simple.
feel like we're shooting a Hollywood video.
Okay. Well, this
Okay.
is part of the
Well,
procedure,
this is
so
not
just
an
do it
art
again.
film,
Just do it for a
Carl.
longer period of time so we can get this done.
That's all you gotta do.
Blow.
I'm gonna try.
I don't understand.
Okay. Deep breath in, and then blow out. Okay, breathe out.
You're breathing in.
you're
Blow it out.
Breathe out.
Blow all your air out of your lungs. She can't do it.
Nope. Alright.
I'm
Alright,
doing
you're under
it.
arrest.
What do you mean?
Operating while intoxicated, hands behind your back.
Just
What are you
you're okay.
talking about?
Hands
It's
behind your
okay.
back. Stop.
What is
just
this?
added on to my
I'm
card.
trying.
She is
She's,
boiled.
yeah, she's so intoxicated she can't blow out her mouth.
She doesn't want to.
Check out the warrant.
Stop.
Stop resisting, just plead interest, okay?
Why?
You're under
You're
arrest.
under arrest for operating while intoxicated.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are.
I have asthma.
That does nothing to do with what's
I
going
have
on.
asthma.
Are you serious?
Yeah,
Stop.
just relax.
serious?
Relax and let him put them
I have
You
asthma.
put your hands together like that.
No,
I have
because
asthma.
you're not giving me a chance. I have asthma.
I've given you probably 10 chances now to do that test, and you're not doing it.
Asthma.
I'm doing it. Can I help you one more time, please? Can we not do this?
Okay, you're gonna add a felony charge if you don't let me arrest you. Stop. Stop.
Oh, she's so inconvenienced.
I don't.
Asthma. Okay, we'll be back to this one as the court is still starting again.
But if you would just look at my chest, officer, you'd let me go.
Bill, you know that's not going to
Yes.
work.
You're right. I know that. Yes.
Dr. Rentschler, facts matter, don't they?
They do, yes, sir.
You said it many, many times. Facts matter. Isn't that correct?
I think it was details, but facts matter too.
Do details matter, doctor?
They do.
They're critical, aren't they?
If you want to prove that something happened a certain way, they're critical, yes, sir.
When you were talking to the jury and giving opinions about where Mr. O'Keefe might have fell or not fell, you were discussing where Mr. O'Keefe was lying on the side of the yard, weren't you?
Where he came to rest?
Came to rest.
Well, approximately, we don't know the exact position, but yes.
You said 10 to 20 feet, didn't you?
I believe so, yes.
You said that 3 times, 10 to 20 feet. Do you think Mr. O'Keefe was 20 feet from the roadway?
Well, I think he's maybe 10 feet, but 20 feet is from, if you're hit by the car, you need some distance to travel. He couldn't travel just horizontally, or perpendicularly. So it would be at least 10 to 20 feet if you look at the total distance.
You have no idea where the point of impact was in this collision, do you?
Nobody does.
I'm asking you, not nobody.
Yeah,
Excuse me.
So go ahead and ask the question.
Dr. Rentschler, before this jury, have no idea where the point of impact was of this collision, do you?
That's correct. There's no evidence.
Put Exhibit 2, please. When you were giving your estimate 10 to 20 feet, Dr. Rentschler, did you ever see this photograph before or part of this video?
I'm sure I have.
Well, when you say you're sure you have, are you guessing or have you seen it or not seen it?
I'm sure I've seen this before, yes.
So you've seen this before?
Yes.
And when you look at this video, did you look at the street and look at the area where Mr. O'Keefe was?
Sure, yes.
Sure?
Yes.
20 feet, Dr. Rentschler?
The way I explained it to you, yes, sir. 10 to 20 feet.
Details matter, don't they?
They certainly do, yes, sir.
Take that down, please. Did you speak to anybody today, before you testified, about Dr. Welch's testimony in court?
I did not today, no, sir.
Before today, did you speak to anybody about Dr. Welch's testimony?
I did not, no, sir.
At any point, did anybody discuss certain issues with you today that they said would be particularly important?
I don't believe so, no, sir.
When you began your testimony yesterday, before you even finished your credentials, you began talking about your work with the NHL and how important it was to use a 50% hybrid 3 dummy. Do you remember that testimony?
I did, yes, sir.
And you hadn't even finished your credentials yet. Was it brought to your attention that there was an issue in the testing because you or Dr. Wolf or you and Dr. Wolf chose to use a 50% dummy?
Not at all, no, sir.
In your preparation for your testimony,
Just a coincidence.
was it discussed at all that at the beginning you should get ahead of the issue and talk about the 50% dummy?
I didn't know it was an issue, no, sir.
Well, you know that the 50% dummy represents somebody who's 5'9", correct?
Approximately, yes, sir.
Approximately 173 pounds.
171, 172, somewhere around there.
And Mr. O'Keefe, how much did he weigh?
216, I believe.
How tall was he?
He was 73 inches, I believe.
So that is not a representative height and weight for Mr. O'Keefe, is it?
That height and weight, no, sir.
And so if you were making projections or analysis based on limb weights, They would be inaccurate if you didn't make adjustments, correct?
Well, they would certainly, the force on the limb would be less if you use a lighter limb. So if Mr. O'Keefe is heavier than the hybrid 3, and I use a hybrid 3, the forces I calculate would be an underestimate of the actual force acting on his body.
If you didn't make an adjustment, but you relied on the numbers from the test 3, the hybrid 3 dummy, ultimately the conclusions would be off, wouldn't they?
They would be an underestimate. Yes, the actual forces would be higher.
And so did you make any conclusions, or did you know that when Dr. Wolf did his tests using the hybrid 3 dummy, he didn't make any adjustments?
What do you mean? What adjustments would he make? You get the acceleration, but the acceleration's not going to change, and that's what we utilize. Then you can scale the weight of the body, but I'm not sure what he would have made adjustments for.
When you looked at the ratio, force and mass, if you use a lighter weight, the mass changes, doesn't it?
If you use a light, sure, yes.
And that changes the force equation, doesn't it?
That can, yes.
And so when you were discussing yesterday at the beginning of your testimony about the 50% dummy, had that issue been raised with you?
No, sir, it had not.
You had testified before, hadn't you?
In this case?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
And you knew there was a sequestration order?
Prior?
Yes.
Yeah, I didn't discuss the case with anyone, no, sir.
Well, you didn't discuss it with anybody, you said?
I did not, no.
Before you testified last year, you were receiving information from your employer about issues and testimony in the case.
The party that retained us told us things. I didn't break any sequestration. They were the ones in contact with the court. So it was my assumption that whatever they were telling me was allowed by the court. They were the client. I didn't discuss anything with them or tell them anything, but yes, they told us certain things.
Before you testified under oath last year, you were getting updates from your employer about details of this case, weren't you?
Yes, Your Honor. Maybe a question.
Maybe we can approach briefly.
Sidebar. During this sidebar, we will really quick update you. Yesterday, Chile de Castro filed to amend his complaint in an emergency situation involving his case with Lackluster, Josh Abrams, and Kate Peter. Everyone in the world pointed out that, hey, you haven't even served them yet, and even when you do serve them, you have 21 days to amend your initial complaint. You don't have to ask, you just do it. The judge just reaffirmed that, issuing a ruling. Complaint at this point in the case, plaintiff may amend the complaint as of right. Thus, the motion is allowed. Plaintiff must file with the court an amended complaint and then serve it rather than the original complaint. So there you go, 2 lines from the judge indicating that Philly should have just amended the complaint. So that's an update on that. Any thoughts? Other than Chili's an idiot?
Yeah, no, that's, yeah, Julie's an idiot.
I only have one thought going on right now, and it's about this trial. Is Alessi going to scream for another mistrial?
Yes.
Yes, he will at any second. In fact, probably after this sidebar. How dare you impugn the dignity of this person?
Well, hey, here's the, I think, the subtlety and somewhat the beauty of Brennan. He starts off with facts matter, and then you get him to go 10 to 20 feet, which isn't really precise. Maybe I've seen this. It's just like, oh. Okay, but now
facts matter for everybody else but me.
Yeah, well, facts and precision, right? Facts and precision, right? It's important to be precise.
We have another issue in Chili's. We will update at the next break.
Before you testified last year, you were receiving information, not from the defense, from your employer, about other witnesses' testimony during the event, weren't you?
I don't know if they told us about witness testimony. They told us about certain evidence. I had no contact with the court, with the prosecution, with the defense. I had no idea what was going on. We were retained by a certain organization, and they contacted the court. They were in talks with the court about, I guess, what we could or couldn't do. Anything I got was from that organization.
Voir dire 2, 118, line 15. Did you testify under oath that they did inform me, yes, about testimony and situations and events that came forth in the event that I was not aware of?
I don't know. They told us about evidence. I don't know if it was specific to who testified to what, but they told us certain things, certainly, yes.
What I just said to you, are those your words, sir?
I have no idea. I mean, if that's what's in the record, I assume it is.
Would you agree it certainly helped you prepare?
It helped me prepare?
Yes.
It didn't make a difference to my analysis or conclusions.
Made no difference at all?
It did not, no, sir.
Would you agree it helped you understand what was going on during the trial?
I don't think it made a difference at all, no. It doesn't change the facts that I evaluated or the analysis I conducted or the conclusions I came to.
And so as you sit here today, you are denying that that information certainly helped you prepare.
How did it help me prepare? It didn't change the opinions I offered. It didn't change what was in my report or what I'm opining to or testifying to today. It hasn't changed anything I've ever testified to.
I'm going to ask you a very specific question. I want you to give me a very specific answer.
So just go ahead and ask the question.
Are you denying that receiving that information certainly helped you prepare?
Honestly, I can't remember. It didn't change my opinion. I don't see how it would help me prepare. I remember there was evidence about trace DNA found that we didn't know before. That didn't change my opinion then. It doesn't change my opinion now. It doesn't have anything to do with my opinion.
Details matter, right, sir?
Details can matter.
Details matter, so let's talk about detail.
Sure.
Are you denying that receiving that information certainly helped you prepare? Are you denying it?
I'm going to allow it.
Yeah, I don't think that it did. It's been a year, but certainly it didn't change any of my opinions or what I opined to. It didn't change anything with my testimony.
I'm going to ask you one more time. I'll ask you a different question. Receiving that information from your employer, are you denying it helped you understand what was going on during the trial?
I'm going to allow that.
I don't even think that it did. I don't understand that. I understood what was happening. I understood what the theory was. So saying that there's trace DNA doesn't change anything. It doesn't affect what my understanding of the trial was or what was happening or what allegedly occurred.
When you were traveling out to testify last year, you had phone conversations with the defense, didn't you?
I think I had like 2 phone conversations, 2 or 3.
So that sounds like a yes, you did.
Yes, there was one right before my qualification, my voir dire, where I talked to Mr. Jackson, and that was it. Other than that, I think it was just planning and scheduling.
Mm-hmm. Was there any discussion on how you could portray yourself as independent?
I don't believe there was.
You say you don't believe.
Yeah. There was no need to.
That's not the question. Details matter. Was there any attempt?
So the objection's sustained. I'm going to strike that, folks, okay? Questions, Mr. Brennan?
Was there any attempt in your conversations to portray yourself as independent as far as your arrangements were concerned and coming out here?
No, I don't think so, because there was no need to, because it was independent.
When you had conversations with the defense, did they offer to give you transportation assistance getting here?
They provided a ride to and from the airport, yes.
Did you tell the defense that you prefer to take an Uber so that it would appear independent to a jury?
No, because I didn't take an Uber. I took their ride. If I wanted to appear independent, then I would have taken an Uber.
Did you have a conversation about that you were thinking about taking an Uber?
It didn't even cross my mind, sir.
And then after you testified, did you stay independent?
What do you mean independent?
Well, did you have any bias forming in you?
Any bias?
Bias, yes.
What do you mean? Did I have any bias?
Well, after you testified, where did you go?
Well, I was waiting for my ride, and to get back to the airport, they had to take other people, and so they were having a lunch afterwards, and they said, come have a sandwich, and then your ride will take you to the airport. So I went, and I had a ham sandwich.
You had a ham sandwich. Did you testify at some point that after you had something to eat, you just stood in the corner?
I did. I sat at a table, ate, and then went over and literally stood in the corner waiting for my ride.
When you sat at the table and eat, did you just eat your ham sandwich, or did more go on?
I ate. People were talking. I really didn't talk much at all.
Did you listen?
Well, certainly, I'm sure I did, sir.
Did you laugh along?
I assume if something funny was said, I probably laughed.
Did you talk about your testimony?
I don't, at this point, I don't even remember.
Let me alert you to something. When you were there at the luncheon, did you see a camera crew
I believe I did, yes, sir.
filming and documenting, right?
There were a lot of cameras, yes.
You know that you might have been on some of that footage?
That's fine. I could care less.
Okay. So do you think maybe you were talking about the case and their answers and laughing it up a little bit?
I have no idea, possibly.
You were involved in conversations with the defense attorneys, were you?
What do you mean conversation, sir? I had just gotten done testifying. I was having lunch. Whatever was spoken about at the table, I'm sure I heard.
You know what a conversation is when someone speaks to you and you answer.
Sure.
Did you have conversations with some of these folks?
Sir, I can't remember conversations I had last week, let alone a year ago. So I probably did, but I have no clue
Do you remember
what we would have talked about.
Do you remember accolades you might have been receiving because you had given certain answers to the then prosecutor on the case and laughing about the answers?
I have no idea.
You remember?
I can't remember last week what I had for lunch last Tuesday. How would I remember a conversation from over a year ago?
Do you remember when you were having conversations with some of these folks and you were laughing about when the prosecutor asked you about other evidence like DNA? You had a response, well, the physics doesn't change. You remember?
I don't specifically remember that, no, sir.
How long were you at the table eating your ham sandwich with the folks there enjoying the event? How long do you think that went on for?
I honestly don't know. 10 minutes? How long does it take you to eat a ham sandwich? 10 minutes?
And after you finished your ham sandwich and then you told us you stood in the corner, you got a ride back to the airport?
I did, yes, sir.
Yeah. After you got back to the airport, ultimately your company billed the defense for your time preparing and traveling and testifying?
I believe they did.
Well, you wrote your bills down, didn't you? You wrote your time down?
Well, I don't know who gets billed to it. I think it was actually, I wrote my time down and it was the same time code for the original employer that we had. I'm not involved in billing. I don't know who the bill goes out to. I just put my time in and do my work.
Do you know that the defense paid that bill?
I have no idea if they paid it or not.
And then now you have a new contract with the defense. Or I should say you have a contract with the defense, don't you?
I assume ARCA does. Again, I'm not involved in that. I don't do any part of the financials. I just do my job.
Do you keep your billing?
I enter my billing every week, yes.
Do you know how much you've been paid so far in this case?
I haven't been paid anything. I'm a salaried employee for ARCA. I have no idea how much ARCA's been paid.
How much has ARCA been paid because of your work so far?
I have no idea. I'm not involved in the financials, sir.
You have no idea how much time, how much compensation your company's going to get for the work that you've done and continue to do on this case? You have no idea.
Yeah, it's not my concern. It's not my department, so I don't.
Is that it? That's a no?
That's a no, sir.
Now, when you communicated with the defense, you texted, didn't you?
When?
At any point?
There were some texts, yes.
And at some point, there was a court order for you to bring a copy of your text?
I believe so, yes.
But when you say you believe so, details matter.
Yeah.
Do you know whether there was a court order for you to bring your text?
I believe there was, yes.
Did you comply with that court order?
I complied with, yes, with whatever I had.
Did
Yes.
you have any of the text messages?
I don't believe so.
What happened?
Well, there were like 2 text messages about where I could get my ride and what time. And so after that day, like I do many times, I'd probably erase those texts.
When you say probably, did you delete the text that you had with the defense last year during the trial?
Again, I had like 2 texts about scheduling, and I'm sure I deleted them like sometime around that time, like I do with most texts.
Did you ever use Signal?
I did not, no, sir.
Why not?
I have no need to.
Why would you have a need to?
I'm going to allow it.
I wouldn't have a need to. That's why I said I don't use it.
What's Signal for?
It's for, I think, for encrypted messages.
Do any of your colleagues use Signal to have conversations with their clients?
I'm going to allow that you're aware.
I have no idea what my fellow employees or cohorts do.
One of your fellow employees is a gentleman by the name of Dr. Wolf. Yeah? You worked very closely with him on this case, didn't you?
I've worked with him on this case, yes, sir.
And working with him on this case, were you aware of his habits, of whether or not he used encrypted apps like Signal?
I'm going to allow it.
I'm not aware of Dr. Wolf's habits, no, sir.
When you worked on this case, when you began, you worked with a gentleman by the name of Mr. Klein?
But Scott Klein is another engineer at ARCA that worked on the case, correct?
And you worked with Dr. Wolf?
That's correct, yes.
You worked as a group?
Well, I mean, we all worked on the project together. I'm located in the Pittsburgh office, and Mr. Klein and Dr. Wolf are in the Philadelphia office. So we didn't physically work together, but we worked on the same project, obviously.
When you first began your testimony yesterday, you said that you were restrained in what you could do. Do you remember that testimony?
I do, yes.
And when you said you were restrained, were you attempting like a preemptive strike because of certain things you didn't do to try to ward off any questions about that?
Objection. Sustained.
Let me ask it this way. Were the rules different regarding your initial investigation for you as opposed to Dr. Wolf?
I don't know that they were. I don't believe they were.
Did Dr. Wolf have free reign to do whatever he wanted?
Objection. Sustained.
Were you given free reign to do whatever testing you wanted?
I don't believe we were, no.
You, though, were you?
Was I?
Yes, were you given free reign to do whatever testing you wanted?
I mean, there was budgets, and we had to stay within certain values, so I wouldn't say I was given free reign because I couldn't do whatever I wanted.
Did anybody tell you what tests you could or couldn't do?
I don't think there was a list of specific tests or not, but you would discuss what would be done or what we could do and what the cost of those tests would be.
Were you free to suggest any tests that you wanted to?
I'm assuming I could suggest whatever I wanted to, sure.
Were any of your suggestions denied?
can't remember. I don't know that they were. I mean, we had what we were constrained is what the client wanted to know. And so we tailored our tests to do that and tried to keep the budget and the cost of what we did in our analysis down for that very purpose.
Could you have suggested crash tests?
Probably could have suggested whatever I want.
Did you suggest crash tests?
Honestly, I don't know. I mean, it might have been brought up, but pretty sure that would not have been within the budget. So
I want you to be detailed. I don't want you to guess.
So without that preamp, go ahead and just ask the question, please.
Did you suggest doing crash tests last year?
I can't remember. We obviously didn't, but I don't know if that was brought up or not.
Do you, since your memory is difficult?
Sustained. Okay.
Sidebar. Get your sidebar here. Sidebar. We've got plenty of sidebars to go around. What flavor are they, Phil? I'm hoping they're not.
They're Boston cream today, I believe.
No.
Oh,
they are Maryland crab cake.
Maryland crab cake.
Yeah.
That is better than
Boston
the tapioca
courtroom.
ones. He was planning a tapioca pudding flavor for the end of the week.
I changed my mind.
So, Maryland crab cake.
This is the smack dab in the middle of the week, not the end of the week, Jim.
You know, Jim, it's hump day.
Okay, then.
You remember those commercials with the camel?
No.
They were Mike, what day is it? Hump day.
Okay, then.
I don't remember what product they were trying to sell with the hump.
I don't either, but I just remember that.
I remember the hell out of the commercial.
It was Geico Insurance.
Okay.
Okay. I mean, Trunk Monkey, I can remember, was for a vehicle, or not a vehicle, a line of a manufacturer. Don't remember which one, but I sure the hell remember the Trunk Monkey commercials.
Right.
Hey, those commercials were hilarious.
Oh, yeah.
I just want to know what brand tablet Mr. Alessi has. It's gigantic.
All we know is he likes them big and black.
To remember things, do you write them down?
That's one of the ways you can do it, sure.
Do you do it? Do you write down things so you don't forget?
Depends what it is.
Okay.
He's getting rattled.
He's getting pissy, yeah.
You provided a CV, which is a resume.
That's correct, yes.
Resume outlines your education,
Yes, sir.
areas of specialty,
Correct.
and then it highlights your accomplishments as far as the focus of your specialty or the focus of your profession, what you like or what you do a lot, right?
Some of it, yes, sir.
So, for example, you have a number of publications that are peer-reviewed.
Correct.
And peer-reviewed publications mean that you've written something that's been evaluated and considered by other experts in the industry and have been adopted or recognized, correct?
Well, that it's been published, yes, sir.
You have a long list of peer-reviewed articles dating back to 2003. Is that correct?
Yeah, as I said yesterday, most of my peer-reviewed articles are all written when I was in graduate school, correct?
Have you had any peer review articles since 2003?
Probably not, no.
And your peer review articles, 2003, deal with the evaluation of selected electric-powered wheelchairs?
That was one of them, yes, sir.
The next one, intelligent walkers for the elderly.
Correct.
Comparison of fatigue life for 3 types of manual wheelchairs.
Yes, sir.
Evaluation of a pushroom activated power assisted wheelchair.
Correct.
Displacement between the seating surface and hybrid testing dummy during transitions with the variable configuration wheelchair.
The hybrid 3, yes, sir.
Assessment of manual wheelchair ride.
Correct. I was looking at forces and accelerations on the body. Yeah.
Fatigue life of 2 manual wheelchair cross-brace designs.
Yes, sir.
Evaluation of selected ultralight manual wheelchairs.
Yes, sir.
Augmentation of 100 key ISO wheelchair test dummy to accommodate higher mass.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so you would agree that all of your peer review articles deal with wheelchairs?
Well, wheelchairs and the kinematics and kinetics forces associated with propelling wheelchairs and injuries associated with that. Yes, sir.
Do any of them deal with pedestrian collisions?
No, they don't.
You've written a book chapter?
Yes, sir.
Smart technology for aging?
Yes, sir.
And again, nothing on pedestrian accidents?
That's correct.
Expanded abstracts, you've written a few?
I have, yes, sir.
Suffice to say, dealing with wheelchairs?
And assistive technology, that's correct, yes, sir.
Any have to do with pedestrian collisions?
I don't believe so, no.
Looking at your CV, you can note any area of specialty you'd like, correct?
You can put down whatever you like, I suppose, sure.
Sure. Have you listed any specialty as pedestrian collisions?
Well, not specifically. That actually falls under impact biomechanics, biomechanical injury causation. So I didn't list it specifically, but it certainly falls under the actual expertise that I perform.
Now, Doctor, when you worked with Dr. Wolf, did you have a chance to look at his report?
I did, yes.
If you saw anything in the report that was off or mistaken, would you have an opportunity to discuss that with him?
I'm sure I would, yes, sir.
Did you find anything about his report that was wrong as far as data?
I don't recall. If I did, I probably would have talked to him, but I don't recall.
You and Dr. Wolf were collaborating together, weren't you?
Yes, sir.
And when you collaborate, you relied on each other's data at times, didn't you?
To some extent, yes.
Some things Dr. Wolf did, you relied on ultimately for your interpretation and your conclusions.
I did, yes.
Did you write a report and talked about the acceleration of the ATD, the test dummies, regarding its hands and arms?
I did, yes.
When you wrote your report talking about this very specific data, do you remember what you determined was the acceleration for the ADT right hand at 29 miles per hour? How many G's that was?
Let's see. Accelerations for the right hand.
Page 6.
Yeah, it looks like 863 Gs.
And when you were comparing data with Dr. Wolf, if something was different or off, would you correct it?
Oh, I'd talk to him about it, sure.
Okay. Did you ever talk to him about his collection of data regarding peak acceleration that the arm and hand experienced at a 29 mile per hour collision?
Well, when I think that 863 is from 1,000, the CFC 1,000 hertz low-pass filter. And in his report, he used a lower number from a 180 hertz. So they're both accurate numbers. It's just how you actually filter the data.
So you know what I'm talking about, right?
I do, yeah.
Yeah.
And I ended up using a lower number than when I did my calculations.
Could we have Exhibit 1, please? You've talked a lot about this photograph. Do you see it?
I do, sir, yes.
And you described, well, you didn't describe, you read that these were superficial abrasions, correct?
That's the diagnoses, yes, sir.
Any of those wounds a puncture in your mind?
I don't make medical diagnoses, so I'm not going to comment on that, sir.
Well, you talked about x-rays and injury. I know you don't make medical diagnosis, but you were very careful to be detailed about what this was. Not a laceration, right? It is a superficial abrasion.
That was what was diagnosed by the medical records, yes, sir.
And you were very careful to make that distinction when you were critiquing Dr. Welch, correct?
Objection. Sustained in that.
And so you also looked at x-rays, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
And when you looked at them, did you try to give the impression that you've read them, even though you're not a doctor and you can interpret them?
Objection. Sustained.
Were you trying to interpret them for us?
No, it was actually interpreted by the medical examiner that there were no acute injuries.
So when you were giving all that information to the jury about the x-rays, was that your personal opinion, or were you just regurgitating something you had read?
That was the medical examiner's opinion, but certainly you can look at the x-rays and see that there are no actual fracture lines or space displacement between the joints. But it's the medical examiner and his diagnoses that I rely upon.
So when you were going through an explanation of all these different photographs and x-rays, you weren't trying to portray that you were giving your own personal opinion about it?
I don't give diagnoses, but if there's no fractures on an x-ray as diagnosed by an MD or physician, you can look at the x-ray and then you can see why there are no fractures. You can look at the x-ray and see where the fractures are if there's a diagnosis. So the diagnosis was no fracture, no acute injury, and that's certainly consistent with looking at the x-ray itself.
So when you were looking up the x-ray and holding it up, was that just a prop? I mean, were you simply just regurgitating what you read in the report, or were you doing a certain
Sustained.
were you doing any kind of analysis yourself when you were sharing with us what those x-rays showed or didn't show?
The analysis is that there's no fracture or acute injury, and that's what the medical diagnosis is, and that's what the x-rays showed.
Are you giving us your opinion, or are you regurgitating what you read in a report?
That is what the medical diagnosis is, that there's no fractures and no acute injuries. That's what the medical opinion is.
So you're regurgitating what's in the report?
Objection. Sustained in that form.
Did you see any MRIs?
I don't believe any MRIs were taken or performed.
In
no.
x-rays, does it depict deep soft tissue damage?
Normally, it does not depict soft tissue damage, no.
How about muscle tears?
No, it does not.
How about tendon tears?
Not normally, except you can see laxity in the joints if there is tendon or ligament tears. Normally, you can see laxity in the joints, but it doesn't show the ligament or the tendon itself.
Nerve injuries?
No, sir.
Avulsion fractures?
Yes, sir.
People sometimes get MRIs to see if there's a fracture that doesn't appear in an x-ray. Yes?
Sometimes x-rays are the best for looking at bony fractures. MRIs looking at soft tissue injuries.
Speaking of wounds, you've cited a number of references, a number of materials in your reports, haven't you?
I have, yes, sir.
And one of them that you've cited is forensic pathology.
Yes, sir.
This is a legitimate source to you, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you've relied on it for at least part of the basis of your study or opinions.
Well, I relied on it because it speaks and looks at the difference between, for instance, a laceration and an abrasion.
A person could be struck by a motor vehicle and not indicate any bruising to that area, wouldn't you say?
At what speed, what part of the vehicle were they contacted, what part of the body were they contacted? It depends on the amount of force associated with that. There's a number of variables involved.
Okay. Does the absence of a bruise indicate that there was no blunt force trauma to the area?
I'm going to allow it. Can you answer that?
Well, the absence of a bruise, can you repeat that again?
You were talking about bruising.
Yes.
Does the absence of a bruise necessarily indicate there was no blunt force trauma to an area?
No, you have to look at all the evidence, and you have to look at the force. If there's 4,000 pounds of force applied to the body or to the arm, then certainly you would expect a bruise. And if there's no bruise, then you would have to question if that impact or contact actually occurred. You don't just look at that by itself in isolation. You look at all the variables and facts involved with the case to determine if an injury occurred.
Have you ever seen collisions where more than one person was hit or struck by the vehicle?
Multiple pedestrians, you mean?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
And have you ever seen in a collision where the vehicle's going the same speed when it hits multiple different people, there can be multiple different injuries?
That is so vague, and you'd have to go back and look at a specific case, look at the injuries, look at the vehicle, look at the people. You can't just say, is it possible this could occur? You have to look at a specific case and demonstrate that that could actually happen.
Well, I'm not asking if it's possible. I'm asking in your experience. Have you?
I'm going to allow that.
Have you ever been involved in evaluating multiple pedestrian crash where there are multiple pedestrians hit by one vehicle and they sustain different or, in some cases, no injuries? Has that ever happened in your study?
Sure, because it depends where they're hit, what part of the body they're hit on, what the force is for that hit. The people aren't going to be hit the same multiply by one vehicle. You can certainly have multiple people and different types of injuries.
Have you seen people hit by a vehicle at a particular speed and have certain injuries, and then you've seen other cases where people are hit by a vehicle similar speed but have no injuries? Have you ever seen that?
I'm going to allow it.
So what do you mean by injuries?
Have you ever seen, in any of your cases, a pedestrian hit at a certain speed and have injuries, and another case where you look at where there was a similar type collision with different injuries?
So again, do you mean abrasions, cut, laceration, fracture? Do you mean same cars? It's not something that you look for and compare between cases. You'd have to go back and actually study the cases and look at the details.
Having experience in pedestrian collisions, you can't think of a similarity between cases as far as vehicles and speeds and totally different injuries occurring?
I'm going to allow that. Can you?
Do you mean hit the same way with the same type of car at the same speed with the same force?
I'm going to allow it. Can you answer it?
I don't believe I've ever seen a case where two people were hit with the same car at the same speed with the same force with different injuries. I don't even know if you can correlate that.
Looking at Exhibit 1, have you done any study about the directionality of glass or broken plastic?
What do you mean by directionality?
About when something shatters, how it shatters. Does it shatter the same every time, or when plastic shatters, does it shatter differently?
It certainly depends on the impact.
Do you have any studies where plastic shatters exactly the same way on different impacts?
I doubt that it shatters exactly the same way.
It has a lot of different variables, doesn't it?
It could.
Depends on a number of different equations, doesn't it?
Well, it depends on the testing you do. If you want to see how it shatters, and if you're claiming that it shattered in a certain way to cause a certain injury, if you don't have any peer-reviewed evidence, if you don't have any research, then you have to do the testing, because you can't just say, well, it's possible it could shatter this way and cause that injury. That's not conclusive. You can't use that to come to an opinion about what happened.
Oh, that wasn't what I was asking you. I was asking you if you have seen in cases that when plastic breaks, it breaks differently.
Yeah. Well, sure. I mean, the testing we've done here, the taillights covers fractured differently, and we didn't get any contact. So I have personal experience just with this case alone.
We'll get to the contact. When you looked at all the tests you did, the plastic broke differently in each and every case, every experiment, didn't it?
Sure, it's broken like that, and I've never seen a case where you get these types of abrasions.
Oh, I didn't ask you that. Is that funny?
It's not funny.
Okay.
So I'm going to strike the comment. Next question. Next question, Mr. Brennan. No more comments.
When you did your experiments, the sizes of plastic that broke were different in each experiment, weren't they?
They were, yes.
The number of breaks in each experiment were different, weren't they?
They were, yes.
The angles of the break changed from piece to piece, experiment to experiment, didn't they?
I'm sure they did.
Did you watch the videos and watch the damage and take a look and count how many pieces broke in each experiment?
I didn't specifically count, no. We looked at contact to the sleeve and to the dummy itself.
You never counted the broken pieces in each experiment?
I did not. There was no need to.
Not a matter if there's a need, did you?
I did not, no, sir.
Okay. You had talked quite a bit about Dr. Welcher's test with the paint, so I want to ask you some questions about that. Were you ever under the impression that Mr. Welcher, you can take that down, please. Were you ever under the impression that Dr. Welcher was trying to reenact the actual collision when he did that blue test?
I'm going to allow it.
Well, that was the only test he performed, and he referenced that test for his opinion that the position and orientation of the lacerations are consistent with the taillight cover. So if that test was not intended to signify or demonstrate the position of the arm, he has no evidence to say the position and orientation of the arm in the lacerations, which are abrasions, are consistent with the taillight cover. That's the only test he did. So if it doesn't represent that, it's really meaningless in his analysis and conclusions.
Now that you've shared your opinions, can I get back to my question?
Sustained. So, Mr. Jackson, Mr. Brent, I'm going to see counsel.
Ouch, ouch, ouch. Oh my God.
So Jackson makes snarky comments to witnesses all the time, but if Brennan does it, it's a problem.
Yes, and he knows exactly how to get under Jackson's skin. Jackson is flailing here.
I know.
Jeez.
Uselessly is about to make his fist slamming cry for a mistrial. I just feel it.
Yes. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Jury is now going out. Here you go. You're right. It's the mistrial. It's going to be another demand for mistrial.
I had to step away for a moment. What did I miss?
Mr. Brennan has been a little more aggressive with this witness. He said, now that you've given your opinion, what was it? What about the facts? And Mr. Jackson had an absolute fit. They're at sidebar, and the jury was just sent out of the room. So we are expecting possibly another motion for mistrial.
Yeah, the doctor also answered a question, and he goes, "Okay, now that you've done that, can you answer my question?"
Yeah.
So Jackson gave him a clue.
How?
No.
Yeah, the jury is out of the room. Apparently, Mr. Jackson is screaming. So, how about that, folks? How about that? Just a reminder, we are doing the promotion to get rid of Coke Dog. Every donation counts. $5 gets another day of Coke Dog being away. If you want examples of Coke Dog, well, most of the people on the panel would say you're crazy to want to hear that.
Crazy like the heat. Crazy like the heat.
But Coke Dog has been banned for how long so far, Phil?
Hold on.
So it will be the lunch and recess, and we'll take an hour.
Oh, she just sent them to recess. Cooler heads prevail, hopefully. Let's see what they do here. Well, actually, the recess, the jury was already out. So, okay, we're going to take a 3 to 4 minute break here. Everyone get your bathroom.
I got your answer.
Okay.
983 days so far. We need 112 to go to make 3 years.
Yes. So if you're interested in supporting the channel, that's one way you could do it. PayPal, Super Chat, Cash App, even our GoFundMe should be in the description of this video on YouTube. Yeah.
And you can drop off. We have a donation box outside of Vatican West. You can just drop cash in there.
There you go. There you go. So we're going to take a 3 to 5 minute break, and then we'll be back with the rest of Drunk Girl, because we do have a whole hour to kill now. Probably more, because you know that whenever they say it's an hour, it's going to be an hour and 20 minutes. So we'll have some fun during the break. But first, let's get some music so everyone can do what they got to do.
Wait, one last question. If we have an hour to kill, do I need to get Alexis?
Yes. And Hank needs to stand somewhere behind it at some point. You have to recreate these tests at any, I don't know. Because
I have
I
have a guard beard that would protect me.
Okay. Well, we'll see. We'll be back about, again, 3 to 5 minutes, depending on what you have to do. So, let's go.
More than 3 minutes, Jim.
You think you understand me. You think you have an inside point of view. You think that you command me. You think I'm gonna hate to break it to you. I don't care what you say. I'll do it anyway. Anyway, I'll do it anyway. Do it anyway. take this way too far. I break the stars. I'm kicking down the door. Take the floor. I don't care what you say. I'll do it anyway. I don't care what you say. Watch me do it anyway. I really don't care. All these little things driving me crazy. I just wanna be free. All these feelings got me seeing hazy. I can barely breathe. I'm the southern type, no you can't tame me. Baby, I'll just leave. There's no point in trying to chase me. Only one thing I need. Oh no, say it ain't so. I do what I want and I don't like no. Oh no, say it.
I don't like this music. I don't like this music. And it's really sucky. I don't like this music.
So that was Gia with her rendition of I Don't Like This Music.
Yep.
As it was not flapper music from 1920 that she grew up with. That's right.
So Gia, would you prefer some Norwegian black metal then?
No.
Yes. Yes.
No.
You would.
No.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
Jim, would you
That's
stop
black.
talking about Gia's flappers?
Oh, good Lord.
I want a polka band. A good polka band.
I will
polka.
look for it
Good
in
polka.
licensed music. Yes, I will.
Good polka.
Or something with bagpipes.
Oh,
Or
I'll
something
look for
with the
that.
Lawrence Welk. We have something special for you tonight.
Seeing that we only have a couple of days left in this trial, let's go back to Bratty Evil Karen.
Understand.
No way to talk about Dwayne's wife.
He's very happy.
I tried to breathe.
I tried to breathe.
But my
When the evidence
asthma.
turns against someone, nothing can save them. And that's exactly what happened with this woman. Only a miracle could have helped her now. Surprisingly, during the arrest, her behavior was extremely calm and sensible. She didn't resist or protest at all. The officers handled the situation with patience and professionalism, deserving full appreciation for their composed response.
I tried to, like, what is the problem?
Yeah. What is the problem?
Drunk driving is dangerous. That's the fucking problem, you fucking cunt.
I don't
Step out real
understand.
quick. Step out. Step out.
Why is this complicated?
I will explain everything. I've already explained it to you. You're under arrest for operating while intoxicated, okay?
How am I intoxicated? Nothing was.
Stop.
Nothing was even registered.
You have anything on you?
I can't even
Stop.
register.
Stop. Was everything in your purse? Alright, have a seat. Lauren, is it okay if Jack takes the car? Otherwise, it has to get towed.
I do not approve of this.
Okay, that's fine. But can Jack take the car, or do you want it to be towed and impounded?
He can take it to my house.
Okay, perfect. That's all I need to know.
But I need a question for you.
Okay, I'll answer it in 1 second, okay?
You know I have asthma. I can't breathe.
That doesn't affect the symptoms I'm seeing of you being intoxicated. Asthma does not affect that. That last test is not was strictly what I go on. Okay.
Okay.
I have asthma. What is going on?
Hello. Hi, Ben.
Call my
Eyes are up
dad.
here. My eyes are up here.
My daddy.
All right, I'm gonna take the car to your house. Do you want me to call your dad?
Daddy.
My dad
Yeah.
knows
My
nothing.
dad knows nothing.
So
Taking the car to your house. What do you want me to do? Anything or?
this is crazy.
It is.
This is crazy.
Crazy.
Yes.
This is nuts.
I only had like
I have to
5
call
quarts.
Your mom.
of wine and a bottle of tequila, and they think I'm drunk.
You have
Her
all my
boyfriend's sober.
stuff.
What's she doing driving?
You have my phone, my ID.
Okay, well, I know how to get in
everything.
your phone, so what, you want me to call your mom and let her know?
Call your mom. Call your mom.
This is weird. This is so weird.
You want me to call your mom, get in your phone and call your mom when I get your car
Call your
back?
mom. Call your mom.
They're arresting me for no reason. Because
I
Louis is
agree.
behind
Yeah.
this shit.
No
He's
reason.
He's behind this shit.
Yeah,
This is a ploy. This is bullshit.
exactly.
I was answering every question. I was perfectly fine. I'm gonna
Uh-huh.
go to jail tonight on some bullshit.
It couldn't be that you're a drunken hula.
Bullshit. It's in the charts.
I don't have your chart. I just ran your name, but it doesn't tell me that you're in court testifying.
Oh, it doesn't tell you that I have a PPO on
I
somebody
didn't look that far.
that pulled a gun on me?
Wow.
It might say. It probably does say that in there if you do have.
Yeah,
one.
exactly.
You didn't look that far.
Exactly. You guys are doing
Exactly.
this on purpose.
Exactly.
She did it on purpose.
And what would that have to do make any difference in
I
your drinking
can't.
and driving?
Sorry, I forgot this
I
was
have no idea. No idea.
first.
Then how do you want me to get the fuck out when I have no arms?
I have no
I
arms.
lost my arms.
Throughout the entire route, the woman didn't stay silent for a moment. She kept talking non-stop. Alcohol had fried her entire brain. She couldn't listen properly, nor could she respond in any sensible way. Was she even aware of the mess she was creating for herself? She was charged
No.
with driving under the influence. So in the end, if you enjoyed the video, hit that like button and drop your thoughts in the comments. Let's see who stands out the most. The best comment gets pinned. And hey, don't forget to share this video with your
I think it was obvious that she
Okay.
thought her big old titties were going to get her out of the ticket.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm glad they didn't say
Well,
her
what's
name
the
because
Yeah, I've tried. It doesn't work.
Well, you know,
I mean,
probably-
it might have gotten her out of a minor speeding ticket
Yeah.
or
Yeah.
a California stop at a stop sign,
Yep.
but
You
not
know-
a drunk driving.
it might have worked when you were in your 30s, but now that you're
True.
87,
Yeah.
they're
God,
a
I
little
get
further
older. I get a
south.
year
They're a
older
little
every
further
day.
south. They're a little further south.
and,
Now I'm 87.
and remember when
Oh,
when she
86,
was in her
sorry,
30s, Phil, they were driving the Model T Ford
Yeah.
at the time.
Yeah, it was brand new.
Oh, no,
And-
a Flintstone car. Yeah.
It was a brand
And they
new
had
Model
to
3.
stop.
Are you trying to say that she's got to lift her skirt to show her titties now?
Yep.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
I wouldn't say that, but back then they had to stop and remember wind up the car so it would go faster.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, whopping
Okay,
4
that's what you
miles
think
per
that
hour.
prank was for. Okay.
If you like fish and wildlife content, please consider
Oh, I've
subscribing.
seen this one.
On January
Yeah.
17th, 2025, officers with Florida Fish and Wildlife were on patrol when they observed a fishing vessel fail to adhere to a no-wake zone.
Hey guys, we're gonna come up beside you, okay? You know why we're talking to you right now? That's correct. Just hang tight there for a second. Appreciate it. All right, guys. All right, so I'm Officer Booth at FWC. The reason we stopped you is because it's a idle speed zone all the way through here, right? No, you guys were on plane, correct?
Right.
All right. Is it your boat, sir?
Yes.
Do you have your license and registration for the vessel?
His grandson, we got a phone call from his dad. You got to get him back to go.
Okay.
And give him my medical family first.
Yeah, well.
Yeah, so. Now, let me see. I think I might have him in my idea. The registration and stuff.
Okay. Where are you guys fishing today?
Just out to the. Just locally around Apollo Beach.
Around Apollo?
Yeah. We're just giving him a boat ride, basically.
Did you guys catch anything?
No, we
No?
just
Dismount.
Any guns or anything in there?
No, I
No.
got
Those are not flat.
All right, sir. I'm going to check your coolers real quick, and we're going to give you a warning for this, okay? As long as you have 2 life jackets on board. You want to pop this open for me?
Yes, pop.
Yep. Cooler.
Oh, the cooler?
Yeah.
Oh.
Nothing. Wow. Anything in that one up there? Want to show it to me?
Nothing up there either.
Nice. Nothing in this live wall back here?
No, that.
Breaking in with some entertainment news. Brian Wilson and the Beach Boys died at 82. They say, let's see. I know his wife died last year, but yeah, they're not giving a cause of death. So Brian Wilson, Beach Boys, died at 82.
That was bait well there.
Wait, no.
There.
Sweet, under the buckets. Over here. Anything in there?
Yeah. And this here.
And what's that? Looks like fish to me, buddy. Bigger stick. So when I asked if there was fish on board, what'd you tell me? Yeah, you did. See the issue here? You see the issue here? You're way over, you're under.
How to show your grandson
Oh, don't forget interference.
what responsible
check the rest of the
behavior is.
boat. Fishing license. I'm gonna check those. Sir, I'm gonna need to see your ID as well.
You got my ID.
I got yours. I'm talking about.
No
the
life
gentleman.
jacket on the kid. Nice going, Grandpa.
Sir, do you have your driver's license? Thank you. Oh.
I'm just gonna push this out.
You got a crab trap, right? Yes.
Yeah, we're good. We're in neutral.
Okay.
All right, I'm gonna check the rest of the boat. Up here. Is this your fishing license?
Yeah.
Do you have your fishing license?
I'm 71.
71. You know, if you're 71, you still can't poach.
I'm 71.
Over here.
You still can't poach.
Yeah, you don't need a license after a certain age, but you do still have to follow the rules.
Oh, here in Texas,
I'll have you move over here, okay?
I get
Thank you.
a free fishing license for my veteran status.
Nice.
But I still got to go. I can't just say I'm a veteran when I'm out fishing. I've got to go get my license this year.
Am I gonna find anything else on this boat that's illegal or should not be on here? Am I gonna find anything else on this boat?
No, ma'am. No, it's nothing.
That's what you told me the first
What you told me the last time.
Yeah, you want to let them grow up and breed. You steal them when they're young, you're killing the population, jerk off. Look at that. Oh, those fishies.
I'm not sure what kind of fish they are, whether they're small, large, or what.
Spotted something. Spotted.
But they're way over the limit. The catch limit.
All depends.
Well, she said so. She said there was a number of small
When was
ones.
the last time you guys went to jail?
Way over the limit.
Yeah. Sir, when was the last time you got arrested?
The last time I got arrested was probably about 8 or 9 years ago.
Okay.
I wasn't found guilty.
Okay.
Wow. They're all, most of them are under the size limit. I think there's one or two that.
Now, according to Chile, had the police not been there, nothing, no law was broken.
Right, right. They're just out harassing senior citizens because they're no good jackboot thugs. Yep.
Yes, there was no probable cause to search the boat.
Nope. They wanted to steal their fish, that's all.
Yes, that's it. And who really cares if they were in violation of a boating regulation? What are boating regulations anyway? You can't tell a person how to boat.
Okay, then.
Legally sized.
Isn't it maritime law?
You can only tell a boat how to boat, according to Chile.
Have either of you guys gotten in trouble with FWC before?
No.
No?
They have no authority out there on the water. None.
A good what?
A bill of health. I mean, no problems, no trouble, no, you know.
Until now.
Until now.
Yeah,
Right. You're
you
right.
haven't been caught before.
Right. Well, no, I was meaning, you know, for the record.
Yeah. Record. Well, now you're gonna have a record. Yeah, now you're gonna have one. There's one thing we don't tolerate. If you would have been straight with me from the beginning, we have short ones. Probably wouldn't have been that big of a deal. But the fact that you lied and then you tried to cover it up in front of me over there, now we have an issue.
Yes, ma'am.
Now I'm hitting you. Now I'm hitting you with everything.
Well,
I could take you to jail right now.
I understand that.
And it's a bad example to set.
You're right. You're right.
Doing. All right. So the citations you guys are going to get, they're all going to be for court appearances. Okay. We'll set the same court date on them. She's going to tentatively set a court date within about 30 days. All right. You'll get notifications in probably about a week about it. If you don't, there's going to be a phone number at the bottom of the citation for you to call. Okay. If you do not show up to court, the warrant's going to be issued for your arrest. Okay. All right. So the citations you're going to be getting, first one is going to be interference with an FWC officer. All right.
Okay.
It's because you guys lied. All right. Next one's going to be for undersize sea trout, and then over the bag limit. What else? Anything else?
Sea trout.
Nope. Those, and then you'll be receiving civil citations, which are just
Spotted
uniform
sea
boating
trout.
citations for blowing the slow speed zone, not having the registration on board, and then improper display of your registration numbers. All right. Improper
one
display.
more
You're
thing.
supposed to have a 2-inch spacing between the end of FL, the start of the numbers, the end of your numbers, and then your last 2 letters.
I never was aware of that.
It's listed on your registration.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
I mean, like I said, when I got the boat, you know, that's how I did it, and I've been inspected before, and they never mentioned it. So I didn't know.
We turn into sticklers when people start lying.
I really don't like to eat most of the local fish, so I just do
It's okay.
catch and release.
I don't take it personally,
You know,
but we get very, very technical.
I could understand.
Yeah. Do you have a Type 4 throwable on board?
A what?
A Type 4 throwable. Looks like a little seat cushion with handles on it.
All I know is if my grandnephew were on board, he would have called his mom.
Because there's not one immediately
the
available on deck.
second
That could be
anything
another
was out of line.
$143 citation because of the improper carriage requirement.
That's what you're talking about?
Yep. So it's required to be out and on deck.
So he puts it wet.
Whether that gets written or not, it's going to
Yes.
be up to Officer Booth. Do you have a child-sized life jacket on board?
Why isn't it on the child?
It's too small. You'll see. They're designed by weight. You don't just buy a child's one.
Okay.
Can I see that, please?
He's too big for that life jacket.
7420-1013-208-7420.
How much you weigh, buddy? 60 pounds? Okay. So that's not the correct size.
What does that go up
It's 30 to 50 pounds.
Yeah. Give a shit about your grandson.
Well, I do remember going out with my grandpa Finch, and
Seriously?
there were no life board, no life
Do you have a cell phone?
jackets.
Is it connected to the internet? That'd be a really good thing for you to look up right now. So also at pretty much every marina, you can get a little pamphlet for fish rules, right? You can look online. There's like multiple applications for it.
So I'm giving you a citation for blowing the speed zone, right? So that's $140 citation there. I'm also charging you for over the bag limit, undersized, and I did the same for you as well. And I charge you both for interference. Okay. Do we have any questions about that? All right. So I have to have you sign each of these copies of George.
what's going to be the fine for that?
They'll set up a court date and the judge will decide that part.
We'll have to go to court.
Yes. Yeah, they'll contact you, like at the number at the bottom, call to set up a court date with them. And then just make sure you do that, and I'll do it this week. Okay?
Yeah, this is a lot of money. These fines are going to cost him hundreds of dollars. It's for each fish.
So you understand that you're going to
There's
get
a
taken
fine.
care of, okay?
Yes, ma'am. Where I sign that now?
Right over here.
Let me put my glasses on. I can see.
Okay, and Steven, the same thing for you. Contact that number at the bottom. They'll set up a court date for you. And do you understand the charges today?
Yeah, I do, but
Okay.
I don't know where I am.
Disagree with them,
Oh,
officer.
you're an adult, and when I asked when there was fish on the boat, you could have said yes, correct?
Yes.
Okay, glad we're on the same page. All right, and this is your citation for the blowing the speed zone. If you can just sign there, okay? And I'll give you guys copies of this so you have all that information. And these are your guys' IDs and copies for both of those, okay? Thank you.
Yeah, I grew up on a boat too. My dad had one on Lake Michigan.
Okay.
I've been on
Well, I
sailboats.
hope you
I've
guys
been
have a
on
better
pontoon boats.
day.
I've been on really big boats.
Did I get a copy?
Yep, they're all in there.
I got
All your
both.
guys' copies are in there, okay? And make sure you call that number on the bottom to set up your court date, okay?
Well, we'll probably have to call first thing Monday morning.
Yep, I'll call in and just tell them what happened. They might say call back in a couple
Super,
days because I have to mail
they're
those out.
in
So,
big
all
fudge.
right, any questions before we pull away? All right.
Yep.
Have a good one, guys.
George, the operator of the vessel, was cited for failure to adhere to a no-wake zone. George and the other male, Steven, were both charged with 3 misdemeanors, 1 for undersized trout, 1 for being over the bag limit, and 1 for interfering with a Florida Fish and Wildlife officer. Both were required to appear to court in person, and both entered a misdemeanor intervention program, and their cases are currently closed. If you like this video and want to see more like it, subscribe to Arrest Cam. As always, thanks for watching.
Wow.
Oh, and fun fact.
Yeah.
My dad had
Yeah.
a boat docked at by McCormick Place in Chicago, and two slips down, Bob Bell had his boat, and Bob Bell was the original Bozo from Bozo Circus.
Okay, Gia, I am just moving you in front of Phil. Ta-da! You are now in front of Phil.
Yes.
Of course, because you're a clown lover.
Yes.
Well, speaking of clown makeup, look at this nice woman.
In April 2023, police were dispatched to the Sheraton Hotel in Georgetown, Texas, in response to a reported theft of service complaint. Management told law enforcement a female suspect refused to pay her bill. Upon arrival, an officer met with a 43-year-old woman named Jennifer, who was sitting inside the hotel restaurant. When approached by the officer, she became defensive, declined to leave when asked, and appeared to be a reality denier. Subsequently, Jennifer refused to believe the restaurant was closed. It is noteworthy that Jennifer has a significant history with law enforcement, having previously been arrested on charges that include driving while intoxicated, unlicensed carrying of a weapon, and resisting arrest.
So you got somebody that doesn't want to pay their bill, huh?
No, she claims she has the room, but she doesn't, and then she keeps redirecting.
Where's she at?
She's in there. I was talking to her, having a conversation with her.
Yeah.
It appears like has this fantasy in her head about what's really going on, and she's talking about an event tomorrow that she's hosting. She's talking about creating a menu that she's trying to do for this particular chef. So I don't know if it's particularly about the bill per se, as if she's just not.
All right.
Really.
She's in there?
Yeah.
Yeah, oh, let's make contact with her. She's cool?
She's super cool.
Okay.
How are you?
Hi, I'm Detective Fox, Georgetown Police Department.
Well, please sit.
I've been sitting long enough. You mind if I stand? Hey, what's going on?
I am here as a customer.
Okay.
And I'm checking in.
Are you
at midnight?
Are you settling your bill with these lovely folks? That's all they're asking you to do is settle your bill.
Yes, I am here. I'm here as a guest.
Okay.
I'm here as an honorable member, and Jeffrey has held my.
I don't know who Jeffrey is.
Then you need to meet the staff upstairs.
Okay. Well, how about this?
And what is your name?
I'm Detective Fox, like the animal.
Detective Fox.
Yeah.
May I have your card, please?
I'll give you my card in a second. May I have your driver's license?
Well, not yet, because I'm here. So.
Okay, it's not a request at this time.
So.
Like it's now it's gonna be. You can settle up with them. If you don't, then it could be a theft of service.
So this restaurant is open, and it's open.
What time does the restaurant close? Now? Okay, it's closed now.
So Andre, where's the server?
Everybody's gone right now.
Pardon me?
Everybody's gone for the evening right now.
Okay, well, I was not told that. You all are open. All are open until midnight, and that's when my card is accessible.
Okay.
And so.
It's supposed to get that information.
Isn't accessible till
you
midnight?
already have that information.
So the card that we have on file, it declined.
So it's at midnight.
Okay.
It's authorized, and that's what Jeffrey has the information.
Who's
I'm
Jeffrey?
here, and I'm preparing a menu for in the morning.
You mind if I get your information, ma'am? Because I need to. You know my name. I need to know who I'm speaking with.
The hotel has that information.
Okay. Well, I'm not the hotel. I'm a police officer here in the city of Georgetown.
You
are in the city of Georgetown,
and I'm
requesting your identification at this time.
So he has my identification, and I'm not providing anything because I'm here as a guest of the hotel, and I'm sitting here and I'm doing work for the hotel.
Okay. If you don't want to give me your ID, this is what's going to happen.
I'm not giving any. I'm not giving any identification.
You're not giving any identification?
No, because they have all of my identification upstairs.
Who's they?
There's something wrong with this lady's brain.
Who?
Jeffrey, who checked me in, who is holding my room, and it's under
What
my
room?
name.
What room is that?
So, ask him upstairs.
Okay. I'm gonna ask you one more time, nicely, and then I'm gonna request my supervisor here.
Okay, so request your supervisor because I'm doing work here at the hotel.
So I'm just gonna let you know, like, if you don't ID, then I gotta
He
take.
has all of my
And I
information.
just need a
upstairs.
driver's license number. That's it. Just need a driver's license number.
He has all of
You
my
surrendered your
information.
driver's license?
No, I'm not surrendering anything.
Do you want to give me your first name and your last name and your date of birth?
I'm in a public place and the restaurant is not closed.
The restaurant is now closed.
It's not closed. So show me those business hours. Show me the printout of the business hours. The hours are not on the menu.
May I see it?
The hours are not on the menu.
Can I see?
No, no.
You had anything to drink tonight, ma'am?
I'm staying in the restaurant.
You're staying in a restaurant?
Yes, I'm staying in the restaurant and I'm staying on premise. And I'm staying in this hotel. I have a
Okay.
room here. Jeffrey
So I'm
has
asking
my
you,
room.
what's your first name, your last name, and your date
do
of
you
birth?
recognize this woman?
Jennifer Ann Lee. And what's your birthday?
I don't need to provide
She
that
is
at this moment.
in a world
Yes, you
by
do.
herself.
And tell me
You're
what
in
I
a
need
restaurant's
to do.
closed. They're wanting.
restaurant is not
They're wanting to settle the bill. Your
So I've
card is
already
declined.
I've already settled the bill and the card is not declined because
It's not midnight yet.
Andre, I have a room
He
reserved.
turns into a
Jeffrey
pumpkin at
reserved
midnight.
a room for me upstairs.
Okay. Are we asking? Are
Jeffrey,
You're
Why
asking her to
would the
settle up right
restaurant
now?
care
Andre,
about your room?
Jeffrey has reserved. Wait. No.
All right.
Jeffrey has reserved a room upstairs. Andre. Jeffrey has
Is
reserved
Jeffrey
a
a
room
giraffe?
upstairs. He reserved a room upstairs.
Did he used to work
He
at
held
Toys
the
R
room
Us?
upstairs, and I have my card. He's
Is he
taken
here?
my
Is
card
he here right now?
upstairs.
Jeffrey is in her suitcase.
Okay. All right.
Denied that. So I need to speak with Jeffrey then. Okay, well then we'll go upstairs.
Okay.
And I'll take my pen. And we'll wait until midnight when my
Yeah,
card
Well,
is
that's.
accessible.
I'm not waiting till midnight.
No, we're waiting until midnight because
No, we're not.
that's the arrangement that we had. I'm on premise and I'm not leaving
Wait,
premise.
what
I'm not
arrangement?
leaving here.
Okay.
Oh, now
Are we
she
going
doesn't want to
upstairs?
leave again.
No, I'm going to stay here because I'm on premise. I'm not leaving the hotel. I'm not leaving the restaurant because I have a reservation. Jeffrey took my reservation and it's all on camera. It's all recorded.
Mm-hmm.
Valid until midnight.
Why is that?
tonight.
Why is that? Why is it a Cinderella card?
Pardon?
Is it a Cinderella card? It only works after midnight.
Oh.
Ooh. You think
Is
you're funny.
this a joke? No, it's not a joke.
I didn't say it was.
Okay? If you want to call me Cinderella, call me Cinderella.
No, these
what-
these folks have kindly asked you to settle your bill,
So,
or at least give them a last name and a point of contact.
I have given them a last name.
You get a
I have
phone,
given-
give them a phone number, something.
I have given them all
Give them
the
your card information.
I've given them all the information. They have all the information on the ticket, and I'm staying here because I'm on premise, and I have every right to be on premise because I have a reservation with Jeffrey. He has reserved my reservation. I mentioned to him that the card, there is money in the account, and the card authorizes at midnight. And so I'm checking in at midnight because I'm Cinderella, apparently, to Officer Fox. I'm here. Okay? And
My
I'm
credit
not
card
leaving.
only
Officer
works at
I'm not
Foxy.
leaving.
But the restaurant did close at 10 p.m. tonight, so
It didn't close at 10 because
Officer Foxy. Isn't that the one you were dating for a while, Gia? Officer Foxy.
I don't know. There's been so many.
No, she was wearing a fox tail while dating the cop.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
This was.
Yeah.
Was this one of that Vlad? One of
Yeah.
Vlad's fantasies?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
And the
Oh,
tail
dear.
was connected to one of those plug things.
Oh, here we go again.
Vroom vroom. Oh, poor Vlad. Poor underappreciated Vlad.
because there were customers here just 5 minutes ago when you and I were here. Tell me where you want me to sit until midnight until my room is available. I'm jumping through hoops because I'm Cinderella. And so I'm coming back in the morning because we have a menu. And so I'm not leaving here until everything's accounted for. Okay?
This
And
is
there's
like
money in
a
the
mental
account, money
break or
that is
something.
authorized at midnight. So will you help me find the cap that dropped on the floor, Officer Fox?
Officer Fox.
Looks like the cap's right there.
Okay, so I'm on property. Andre,
So I just spoke to Jeffrey right now. That's who I was talking to.
Thank you.
I think he might have told you something different. So when you came in today and when your card declined,
And I mentioned to him that it authorizes it midnight.
correct. But,
Yes.
but
So
he
at
was not
midnight.
correct. So I think
So
he
this
gave
is
me.
in 15 minutes. He checked me, he held my room because I
He did
have
not.
offered.
That's
No,
what I'm
he
saying.
held my
No,
room.
ma'am, he did not. I just
No,
spoke,
he did.
I just
No,
spoke
he
to him
did.
right now, and there's
No,
no.
he did. Okay, so
So
you
we
know
don't-
what? I trust
So-
my detective Fox. So my detective Fox and I, we're gonna go and check into my room. Come on. Come on.
Ma'am, we can't go anywhere until you settle your bill here.
So I'm not settling my bill here until midnight.
Okay.
So that's
you,
15
So you
minutes.
expect these people to wait on you?
Well, I don't know.
Ma'am, at this time, I'm going to detain you, okay?
Okay.
You know what that means by detaining you? I'm going to put you in handcuffs, okay? All right, go ahead and face away from me. Put your hands behind your back. Put your palms together like you're praying. Palms together. There you go. Interlace your fingers for me. You wanted to do this the hard way, so we're going to do this the hard way. Do you have ID? Because now that you're detained and you don't want to provide me ID, I'll place you under arrest for failure to ID.
So will you show me that proof?
Proof of what?
I want the.
You have a bill that's due. You got to pay your bill, okay?
Yes, and that's not until midnight.
And I think you've had too much to drink as well.
I'm in a safe place, and I'm not leaving.
So you have a bill to settle up. They're asking you to settle up your bill. You're refusing to settle up your bill because
I'm not refusing
here's
to
the thing.
settle a bill.
Here's the thing. I'm
Andre, I'm not refusing to settle a bill. I'm settling my bill when my card authorizes.
and I can smell you. I can smell your alcohol. So how much have you had to drink?
Ask Andre. Ask
How much have you had to
people who
drink?
serve me.
How much was the bill?
178.
$178. Okay.
Wow.
It's not 178.
Holy shit.
Do we have
Yeah.
that bill? Did she provide a card?
No, she wouldn't provide anything.
So no card, just
She's
$30
trying to put it
and
onto her room, but if you don't have a room or
you can't
number,
do that.
You can't do that.
Where's your ID at? Do you have your ID? Ma'am? So here's the other thing too. If they asked you to leave the premises, well, you can't go anywhere in your condition. You can't be in public in your condition. All right? So that's where we're at. I'm Baker 23. I'm down in the restaurant. If you come through the front doors, goes to the right, past the bar, you'll see the stairs.
There's elevators right here, so you could.
No, they can take the stairs. I took the stairs. It works.
What's up? What you need?
Okay, so this young lady here has.
That sounds like Hank. Jim could take the stairs. Hell, Jim could take the stairs. I had to take the stairs.
I don't think you could survive a flight of stairs.
I do a flight of stairs every day.
Okay.
A couple times a day.
Okay.
Because they have to get up and down from the basement. And they haven't come for Dad's stair glider yet either, and I don't use that. The kid uses it because it's fun to ride on.
Okay.
Racked up a tab, but her credit card, I guess, is on like Cinderella status. It doesn't go effective until midnight. So she can't charge her bill to her room. So the long and short is that an individual originally
like the daily
earlier
spending
today,
limit,
I
maybe?
guess, like she gave him a card, but the card was declined. So he doesn't.
Maybe
She
a
doesn't have a room
prepaid
here.
Visa card you had to have loaded or something.
She's.
Who knows?
They're just
Oh.
they're getting ready to close. They're asking her to settle up. She's refusing until midnight. Yeah.
I got
so
one of my cards is set up that
that's what we got so far, and then she's
only
refusing to
lets
give
me
me
spend
any kind of
$1,000 a
identification.
day on it
So
without
that's why I was
calling
like,
the
let's
bank
get
and-
Sergeant over here and let her
I don't know
know.
if he's
me
still
authorizing
coming
more.
out. I thought you just needed to check back.
Yeah.
So we came.
I have a
Okay. But
withdrawal
you might have to verify
limit
if
per
he's coming
day
as a
at
supervisor.
the ATM, which is
Do we
always a
know
safe idea.
what else she's had to drink?
Yeah.
'Cause I can smell alcohol.
She's been served 4 glasses of Prosecco throughout the duration of her time.
Okay. So 4 drinks.
What?
All right. You wanna give me your ID?
The daily credit
So now
limit
she's
is a
refusing
good
to say
idea
anything,
for
so.
if your card gets stolen, they can't.
Yeah.
Service?
Yeah.
ID?
No,
Failure to
I-
ID?
Yep.
Do you want me to pay $100 and till midnight?
I mean, I need the full amount paid, man.
And all these people probably like to go home.
Can you pay?
Get on with their lives.
Yeah, but she doesn't give a shit.
I'm charging.
It's not a trick question.
I'm charging it to my room, and yes,
You do not-
Yes,
you do not
I have
have
the ability. I have the ability.
You're not
to
staying
pay.
at that hotel,
So
lady.
So we verified that you don't have a room here. You don't have a reservation.
I have a reservation. Jeffrey has reserved my room. I have a
So does
reservation.
Jeffrey.
I have a reservation here.
He is the
Jeffrey
giraffe who
reserved
reserved
my
the
room.
room. Yes.
Jeffrey reserved my room.
Well, Jeffrey just said he didn't.
Jeffrey reserved my room.
Who is Jeffrey? Jeffrey wouldn't lie to me.
Yeah, do y'all want to press for the theft?
Do it.
Yeah?
And trespasser.
All right. Okay. Well,
Jeffrey will have a PPO.
problem solved. That's where we're at.
All right.
You're
who
under
fought it?
arrest.
I'm not under arrest.
Now you are.
I'm not under arrest.
Yes, you are.
How am I under arrest? So
I'll be
For
back in a
theft of
minute.
service.
I'm not under arrest of theft of service.
Yes, you are.
Jeffrey,
I'm a police officer, and I'm telling you right now, yes, you are under arrest. Okay. So here's the other
But
thing.
Jeffrey
You can
said-
provide your ID, and if you don't want to do that, then I'm going to charge you with failure to ID. Okay?
so take the handcuffs off.
I'm not taking
No.
handcuffs off.
So you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 4 male officers against.
And? Your point?
What?
Beloved, and marry her off to NCR. Quick!
Dearly beloved, we're gathered here today for this special quickie occasion to marry off this crazy woman to our crazy NCR. Crazy NCR, do you take this crazy woman to be your lovely white wife?
I love her.
Plus,
Hey,
it's a
crazy
throuple.
woman,
Where's
do you
Jeffrey?
take crazy NCR and to be your lovely wedded husband?
I do.
By the power vested in me by Jeffrey the Giraffe, I now pronounce you husband and wife. You may kiss your YouTube wife.
Griffey's here too. Griffey the giraffe was our witness. Griffey witnessed it. Griffey the giraffe.
Yes, he did. Yes, he did. Yes, he did.
Yes.
Yes, yes, he did.
Yes. He was our witness. Okay, thank you, Pope Phil. Your service was excellent.
You're welcome.
We will fill out a Yelp report on you right away.
5 stars, please. 5 stars.
One female who has every right to be in this establishment.
When it's closed, right?
It's not closed.
It's closed.
It's not
been
closed.
closed as of 10
the doors
p.m.
are open.
It's
the doors
not
are
closed.
open.
The lights are on.
It's not closed. The doors are open, and
That's 'cause they
Jeffrey
want you
made the
to leave,
reservations. And I came. The reservations are held
Thank you.
until you check in.
I'm done
And
talking.
I mentioned to him
I'm done
that
talking.
my card.
All right, we're.
The beneficiaries have been named.
Yeah, she says Jennifer, but
She sounds like a soft
Jennifer Lee. It's not folded.
What?
It's not folded.
I folded it. It's a piece of paper.
It's not folded.
Wow.
So I was asking you here to let her know the ramifications of failed ID, but
You're capable of that.
oh yeah, so we're all good to go. All right,
So your hands are clean?
we're gonna go this way, ma'am.
Okay. So I need my pen.
Okay.
And
My pen.
Yes.
Okay.
And my pen.
We'll,
I got
we'll
your
get the
pen.
pen.
I need my keeper. That's my keeper. I bought that keeper. It's my keeper. I need my keeper.
Okay, bubble.
That's my keeper. I need my keeper.
Come on, Star.
My keeper.
3 male officers.
There is.
With 1 female.
Wow.
Yep.
in an elevator.
Mm-hmm.
And you all are all kind.
Yes, we're professional.
You're a
I've
little
been since we got here.
weird lady.
Just a
You should have
little
female
crazy,
custody.
but she's perfect for NCR.
Plus, she has past conviction for a firearm. Why shouldn't there be 3 officers with her?
She's NCR can fix her. NCR can fix her. I have faith.
Sue Bear, the thing you tried to buy and didn't go through, the door hanger toy. I did buy it. I did buy a copy of it, and both the nephew and the cats are enjoying it right now as I just put it up. Yeah, it's they're having fun as it's a long string with the toy at the end that you hang from the top of the door. So, yeah, they're having quite some fun now.
So it's a cat kid toy.
What's that?
It's a cat kid toy.
Yes, because both the cat and the kid are bored and playing with the toy. Oh, you people are horrible. Let's just go back to the crazy woman.
I'm gonna take one cuff off to get your purse off.
No.
No, it's not a negotiation.
What right do you have to search anything? I need the proof.
You're under
that you
arrest.
have- why am I under arrest?
This is my proof right here. It says detective.
No, I need proof that you're. No, I need proof.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah,
no,
Chrissy, what right do you have to search
Ma'am?
anything?
Sir?
You're going to get a third charge.
Sir.
You're gonna get a third charge.
Jeffrey isn't
I
real.
need your right. I need search and seizure. I need your.
Yeah. Before
Wait.
Let go of
Too
the
much
purse.
law and order.
No, I'm not letting go of anything. I'm not letting go of anything.
You want to take the cuff off? Or?
Yeah.
No.
Just
I
hold
have
on.
four.
Go ahead.
Oh, now I have three. So
Just
can
slide
you
in there, do a
also
double wing.
witness That there's
Single
not
wing.
any rights that
Try to
these
get the purse
officers
off.
have.
She's let go of it.
No, I'm not letting go of anything
No, is
because I'm not under
this
arrest.
unmedicated psychosis with alcohol?
Make sure it's not too tight.
I'll get your light.
Yeah. Do you have anything? Yeah, I got her. You got anything on your person that's gonna poke or stab or hurt me? Okay. Anything in your bra? Anything in your waistband? Okay. I'm gonna go this way, ma'am.
Try to find an ID. There you go.
Step that way.
Yeah, I think that's her car sitting out front too.
Hey, Fox.
Yeah.
I bet you $10 that's her car. Mercedes.
Yep.
Is it?
Where's the... We'll find out if they want it here or not.
God, what a memory I have.
That old Pebble song was about you, wasn't it, Gia?
What?
Do you want to ride in my Mercedes, boy?
Yeah.
That was late 80s. Late 80s. When I was just a child.
Uh-huh.
And you were a fine young lass of 67.
Yeah.
That's right. Yes. A minute or two left. Court is in recess. Supposedly was going to resume at 1:45. We will see. If we start another one of these, we will finish it tonight at the 8 o'clock show. Right back on this channel or in this Twitter feed. We do, for those new, got quite a big crowd today, Twitter users. Good to see you all here, over 50 people. And our regulars here on YouTube as well. Remember, we're back 8 o'clock Eastern. We'll do some news tonight, and then more Drunk Girl. And hopefully this is the last witness for the defense, and then the rebuttal witnesses in this case should be, the Karen Reed case should be with the jury estimated by the end of the week. So we'll be on jury watch next week. Good Lord. Let's finish this off first, and let's get into jury watch.
It's hers.
Oh, it's going to be a pain in the butt to inventory. I guess who the RO is.
Yeah, she's probably living in her car.
Well, she was fine dressed for someone living in her car.
Or she's been
knows how to
scamming and
drink.
got caught and moves on.
So, jury watch is coming up, and what we're going to do, basically, we're going to start the day like normal with an 8:55 a.m. broadcast Eastern Time. then we'll see what they have scheduled for the day. If there's any motions, if there's any updates, we'll sit through those. Then we're going to break. And if they come back with a jury, we'll come back. If they don't, we'll come back at 4 o'clock or so to end the day. They always come back around 4 o'clock, and there's a status update, because this is what they did last year. Basically, they just wrap things up and adjourn for the day. I'll keep an eye on it, but basically, I know that Hank and I will probably kill each other if we're left to sit here trying to talk for 7 hours at a time without something to watch. So we're not going to do that. That's right, Hank. Hank may kill me anyway. But anywho, okay, okay, Griffey, we'll see you tonight. That's a strange one there. They are not back. It's 1:43. They're not back yet, so we may go to start another one of these because they are always late. So let's go to multi-millionaire lady with no class creates chaos at a 5-star luxury hotel. If I can start that, there we go. Let's go back to the fill out and press play.
You better throw me out. I would handcuff me and like put me against the wall and be like, how do you feel? And I'd be like, in case he gets assaulted, fancy ass bitch. No, keep recording, ho. Oh, I love it. Stop. Don't do that. What the hell? Whoa.
On April 2nd, 2024, police were called to a high-end hotel after a woman reportedly fought with staff and refused to leave. Despite her glamorous look, witnesses say she was drunk and aggressive. Her friends had enough. They didn't want to travel with her and instead tried to send her home in an Uber. Things escalated fast.
Okay. Did you get a ride here or anything? Yeah. Ma'am, are you willing to leave on your own accord?
No.
No?
I'm fighting. That's what I'm doing. That's why you're escorting me out. I'm such a badass, such a problem.
He is a fighter, folks.
I'm asking you because if not, you're going to need to be trespassed, okay?
Oh, my God.
That is a nice hotel.
Like,
okay, well, you need to...
I don't have ID on me. I was trespassing. I wasn't invited here.
Ma'am.
You better throw me out. I would handcuff me and like put me against the wall and be like, how do you feel? And I'd be like, it's terrible.
Ma'am, how'd you get here?
How drunk is this woman, folks?
I was humping
on a scale to 1
okay, how are you getting home?
Gia at noon. Put it inside chat. 1 to Gia at noon.
Please.
Go home to your wives.
Okay, ma'am.
I don't want to.
Ma'am.
Don't talk to me.
Ma'am.
You're gonna get arrested. Don't stop.
I am.
Ma'am. This is the last point before you get hands put on you.
Shut up. I'm going home. There's no reason to arrest me.
So do you want me to call the Uber for you?
Do not put your hands.
Do you want me to call you the
Relax.
Uber? Do you want me to call the Uber
Can you call in her an Uber?
No, we're fucking.
Where do you live?
Shut up.
Where do you live?
Alicia, man.
Where do you live? Where do you live? Where do you live?
Ma'am.
Do you want me to call the Uber?
I'm going to give you one last warning.
Do you want to?
Bitch ass cunt.
Where do you live? So I can call the Uber for you.
With these retards in charge.
I have a good. I can call the Uber for you.
I don't know where my Davis is. Commanding officer.
I can call the Uber for you. Where do you want to call the Uber for you?
He's recording it in case he gets assaulted. Fancy ass bitch.
A woman caused a big scene in a fancy hotel lobby. Police asked her to leave quietly, but she started yelling and making fun of them. She even joked about getting arrested. She had no ID, no way to get home, and didn't want to listen. A kind woman with a red purse tried to help, but the drunk woman ignored her. She acted wild and out of control.
No, keep recording, ho. You're gonna look bad. Oh my God, I'm causing problems. I'm so sorry.
All right, listen.
Oh, I won't listen.
Stop.
Don't do that. You can't. What the hell? Whoa. What is wrong with you? You first of all are stronger than you. That's embarrassing.
You're under arrest now. Can you grab her arm?
No, that's embarrassing for you guys. What are you doing? You can't. What are you about to do for?
Careful.
I'm stronger than you. Stop.
I'm trying not to put you on the ground, ma'am.
I am supposedly doing the thing. I'm gonna get Oh my God! Oh my God! What are you? No! Oh,
And she's
Stop
down.
resisting.
Oh God! Lord knows they did!
Got it.
What are you guys doing? This is embarrassing!
One, two, three. Turn over. You're pulling your skirt back down. Under arrest.
That was so stupid of you! Good job! You fucking idiot! You fucking retard! That
Stop.
Was, seriously! What the hell? There was no reason for that! I was What the hell was this?
Stop.
No, you stop!
You are under arrest.
For what?
Resisting.
For what? Because
Drunk and disorderly and resisting arrest.
I did not resist anything! You guys tackled me! You're fucked!
What's your car? Over here. Hold up.
This
Let's go. Have a seat.
fat small. What is this shit?
Should we go into Palm Beach County Jail?
Okay. 24 hours at least?
More than likely. Well, it's usually, what is it, 8 hours for intoxication?
It's not
Once they set a bond.
She kept yelling and was clearly fighting the officers. One officer told her she was under arrest for being drunk and causing trouble. If you're
hon,
drunk,
how
it's
you
better to
been?
go home when the police ask. Fighting them only makes things worse.
Even if
I don't think there's a hold for that.
they might hold her for 8. If not, they could set a bond and release her.
Okay.
It's probably gonna be trespass, drunk and disorderly, and then resisting.
The first with ID?
Yeah, I have a right.
There's 3 misdemeanors.
Okay.
So it's usually $500 bond for each misdemeanor, and
Looking for her ID?
it's usually 10% for each.
Oh, can we have her ID? That's her ID.
I was telling the other guy, we were friends from like 10 years ago. She came out like last week to visit. I think something might have triggered some kind of manic episode, or she took something that I don't know. But she started flipping out in the car, and she went into the bar. I went back to the car because I was just like, fuck, you know, of the things she was saying. I went back and I walked into all this drama about the tab. Once I figured out what was going on, I just met her tonight, and she was talking to her when I walked up. So once I figured out what was going on, I paid the tab. I apologize to everyone. It's my first time here. I'm super embarrassed.
Yeah, it's...
And I'm worried. Also, I have a daughter at home that I need to go home to. It's a school night.
Yeah.
I can't bring this to my house. That's why I was saying,
Understandable,
like,
yeah.
24 hours at least.
Well, I said you order the Uber, but she kept going back,
I just met her.
and she's getting more and more riled up. And
But it's not going to stop.
Yeah.
It happened. Like I said, it's.
and we did the best we could to not put her on the ground, but it wasn't happening. Once we fell onto this Corvette,
I told her I paid it. I was like, let's go. And then she's like, no, they need to refund me. They need to refund me. I was like, no, it's good. Even if I double paid, I don't even fucking care at this point. Let's just leave.
Yeah.
You know? And she's not comprehending anything.
No, it's.
So I'm really worried about her, but just to kind of give you a heads up,
she'll
it
get
could be some manic thing that's happening, because I had this happen to another girl that I knew. Like,
We have mental health courts too. I mean,
Yeah.
honestly, the charge is three misdemeanors.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not like she's looking at hard time. This is
Yeah.
more of a you can't behave like this, you're going to spend the night in jail. That's really what the charges are.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, no, I understand.
Okay.
And by all means, like, I don't think this was acceptable.
I'm
for, like,
fine.
acting like
I'm
that.
sure you're fine.
Yeah,
we were just
given ample opportunity, you know.
Yeah, well, I spoke with you in there, so. Yeah.
She gave her a couple
I'm
chances
tinier,
for it.
so I can't do anything. If she starts flipping out on me in the car while I'm driving on the freeway, you know.
She wasn't calming down.
Yeah,
It was only getting
I
worse.
couldn't calm her down. You couldn't calm her down. She couldn't calm
I
her
just
down.
put my arm. I just didn't want her.
The other guy,
I didn't want it to get worse.
There was multiple people who tried.
Once she starts turning around and going back in and getting more and more animated, I mean, we're left with no choice.
Yeah.
If she would have calmed down immediately, we would have put her in cuffs,
Yeah.
let her calm down, and we could have maybe just wrote her trespassing and been done with it. We could have put the handcuffs, handcuffs come off just as easy as to go on.
She turned fun time into jail time. If she had stayed calm and listened, she could have gotten a chance to leave peacefully. Instead, she has 3 charges and has gone to jail. If you drink too much, let your friends help you. Don't yell, don't fight, just go home safely.
Yeah.
But, I mean, at that
And I
point...
asked her.
Lemon Tarts Club, yeah, she's probably regretting this. Old friends sometimes are best left in the past. We've all found that out. I think in the movie Garden State, when he goes home and there's that one guy trying to sell the pyramid scheme. Yeah, better off left in the past.
Better off dead.
Anywho, welcome back, Hank.
I witnessed a truck driver pull a really cruel was really cruel with a student driver.
What happened?
I'm pulling out from the convenience store, and the student driver's coming down the road, and you can tell he's slowing down for God knows what reason.
Right.
But the semi-truck behind him just laid on his fucking air horn.
Oh, God.
I could see the kid behind the wheel just about jump out of his fucking skin.
Right. That must have been funny and terrifying.
Not funny for the kid, but the instructor was laughing. I'm laughing.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure the truck driver was laughing.
I'm pretty sure that kid had to change his underpants.
I would not be surprised.
Well, in this case, you missed a woman who was completely out of control. And these are the blonde lady is a friend from 10 years ago who she was staying with. The other lady is a woman she had just met. They're both very concerned as the woman is having some sort of mental health episode and has asked to be chilied with her hands behind her back.
You mean she wanted fingers up her butt?
I don't know what she wanted, but yeah, that sort of scenario was implied. And we're back at Karen Reed, so we'll continue this tonight. So. And they're immediately sidebarring.
Of course they are.
Because remember, this was going to be, let's see if they're going to do the mistrial.
Uselessly is getting all geared up to slam his fist on the desk and demand a mistrial.
Yes. No, don't tie that to a box. No. That's not safe.
Alrighty then.
Okay. He's playing with these Super intended to donate these strings that you use a little suction cup to the door for the cats to play with, and he's playing with those. I bought a copy with Subear's money.
Sidebar's done.
Sidebar, and I forgot to did I change the sidebar? Yes, I did. No slamming. He's up. He's ready. No, we're not going to get our third demand for mistrial as of yet.
Don't worry, it's coming.
All right. Mr. Brennan. Jurors, hopefully it'll be comfortable enough in here this afternoon. The court officers has done a great job keeping the AC going while we were out of the
My
courtroom.
safe word is bribery. Bribery.
Dr. Rentschler, you wrote a report back in February 2024,
That's correct, yes, sir.
and in that report you provided a number of opinions, didn't you?
I did, yes.
Do you remember if you opined or had the opinion that the injuries on Mr. O'Keefe's arm would not result from impact with a non-damaged tail lamp cover?
I believe that's correct, yes.
And the amount of force required to fracture the tail lamp cover would result in extensive soft tissue and likely bony injury to Mr. O'Keefe's right arm?
Correct.
And so your opinion back in 2004 was that if a person's arm were to cause the damage to that taillight on that Lexus, you would expect to see extensive soft tissue and likely bony injury.
Yes, soft tissue referring to ligaments and tendons of the elbow and shoulder, correct, and the wrist.
And so you're saying not superficial abrasions, but in the arm?
Yes, when you look at, and you can see from the testing we did for this case, for this round, that the arm extends and you have contact with the arm, you would expect at those speeds damage to the tendons and the ligaments, the elbow, the shoulder, likely the wrist.
In the x-rays that we looked at, or that we saw, and you offered the words of the medical expert, there is no MRI studying any ligament damage, is there?
There are no MRIs that I'm aware of, no, sir.
And x-rays wouldn't fairly depict some of those internal injuries that you're referring to, would they?
As I described before, it can show laxity of the joint, but it normally doesn't show the actual soft tissue damage itself, no, sir.
And a crash test dummy is different than a person, isn't it?
Certainly it is, yes,
No
sir.
muscle,
That's correct.
no ligaments.
That's correct.
The crash test dummy does not react or respond like a human being.
Well, it does to a certain extent, yes.
There are differences.
Certainly there are, yes.
And so when you're looking at a crash test dummy, you can agree that there are significant differences between what you might see on the dummy's arm and what would maybe happen to a human being's arm on the inside.
There can be. That's why you have to look at the acceleration and the force, and that's primarily what the ATD is utilized for.
But focusing on the actual observation of the arm, you would agree, doctor, that looking at a crash test dummy arm is not comparable to actually looking into a human being's arm with an MRI and seeing if there's any damage on the inside.
No, of course, that they're not the same, no, sir.
You were speaking about references earlier. You did have a chance to see Dr. Welcher's report, didn't you?
I did, yes.
And in his report, there were a number of references, weren't there?
There were different references, I think maybe 26 within his report.
In addition to his references, you were sent a number of gigabytes of information, weren't you?
I was, yes.
And in those gigabytes, there was different references to different materials, wasn't there?
Well, first of all, there were only 26 references in his report that he cited to for his opinions. There was material contained within the batch of documents that they sent over. There was a bibliography or CV of different papers that he had submitted, I think 20 pages of papers that weren't referenced in the original report. And the most recent paper in that AutoPed packet was from 2004. Most of them were from the 60s and 70s, but there was an additional packet of information.
When you read his report and saw his references, did you look up the references?
I did, yes, sir.
Okay. And when you were saying earlier that there was only one reference. You were referring to the pink test, correct?
Well, I was referring to, there's only one reference specifically with respect to automobile pedestrian impacts.
When you looked at his references, sir, did you have an opportunity to read any of the articles?
I did, yes, sir.
And many of them are peer-reviewed?
Yes, sir.
In addition, when you looked at the 20 pages of materials he sent over that were not in his report, how many references did you read out of those 20 pages of references that he offered?
Well, I didn't read any because they weren't referred to in his report for his actual opinions in this case.
Do you know whether or not he considered those references or whether he read those references?
I'm going to allow that.
He didn't cite to any of those references in either the PowerPoint presentation or in his report. That's the knowledge I have of whether he reviewed those.
So you don't know what he considered or thought, do you?
I know what he cited to and he referenced to in his report and PowerPoint. That's the extent.
The question is, you don't know what he was referring or reading or relying on other than what was in his report cited, correct?
Well, right. If he referred to the other articles, yes, certainly other articles in the 60s, 70s, and 80s he may have, but they don't really pertain to what happened in this case.
How many references were in your May 7th report?
Well, I think there were... 26, I think.
Those 26 references, are they offered in your report to suggest some type of support for the proposition that you're promoting in the report?
Well, they support the opinions or the methodology or both with respect to what I've offered in this
The
matter.
reason why you put a cite in is suggesting that it supports whatever proposition you're footnoting on that.
To some extent, or the methodology or some information pertinent to that opinion, yes, sir.
Regarding crash test dummies and prediction in soft tissue injury, you provided 3 sites, didn't you?
And soft tissue injuries?
Yes.
Can you show me where it says that, sir?
Footnote 11 of your report, Mr. O'Keefe's right arm kinematics during impact with the Lexus are inconsistent with producing the documented cuts damage to his right sleeve as well as the abrasions to his right arm. Did you write that?
Yes, and which one was that again? I just want to make sure. What was the number?
You cited footnotes 24, 25, and 26.
Yes.
And when you cited 24, 25, 26, did any of those 3 sites, in fact, those are the only sites that you cited for that proposition, correct?
Yes, sir.
So your entire basis of sites is limited to those 3 articles or 3 papers, yes?
For reference, it's not, the testing obviously proves differently, but yes, for that one comment there, those were the 3 that were provided, yes.
Starting with number 24. When you looked at 24, did it ever suggest, this paper, did it ever suggest that it was appropriate to use a crash test dummy in the material of a crash test dummy to make an analysis or determine whether or not there would be documented damage to someone's skin?
No, it didn't, and that's not what I did in this matter.
In this article you cite supporting the claim that you made, there is nothing in here that would suggest that a crash test dummy is appropriate to use in making that determination, is there?
There is not, no, sir.
In fact, in this article, it gives you details on what actually should be used to make that analysis, doesn't it?
No, sir. It tells you certain ways to look at sharpness and how lacerations are caused.
This is titled Skin Tissue Cutability and its Relation to Lacerations Severity Indices. You know that, you cited that.
That's correct, and it looks at specifically, I think, laminated glass and its ability to cut the skin.
Number 24 in your site, correct?
Yes.
And it tells you 3 types of skin were examined and used for this type of study. Post-mortem human skin from 2 different body sites, Cameos leather, and Napa goat skin. Is that correct?
Right, to look specifically at laminated glass and it's the cutability of that type of glass.
And the reason why the study is giving those suggestions is because a crash test dummy's arm and fabric, the way it's made, is different than how real skin would respond. Yes?
Well, it is different, sure.
Yeah.
And I didn't do that type of comparison.
You did not do any comparisons with any of the suggestions in the site that you cited in support for your proposition, did you?
Oh, I did not evaluate that. No, not in that manner. No, sir.
And then you cited number 24 or 25. You cited a book, Forensic Pathology, correct?
Correct.
And in this forensic pathology book, in the entire book, it never suggests that crash test dummies are appropriate to use when making this type of analysis, does it?
Correct, and that's why I would not do that type of analysis with respect to lacerations. That's not what my analysis involves, sir.
My question was, nowhere in that book does it say that crash test dummies are appropriate for analyzing skin lacerations on a collision, does it?
Sure, I mean, for that sake, it doesn't say it's inappropriate either.
And then you also cited an article, your third article, Understanding the Acute Skin Injury Mechanisms Caused by Player Surface Contact During Soccer. Did you cite that?
I did, yes.
And again, there's nothing in there that talks about the use, the appropriate use of a crash test dummy when you are trying to support the proposition that someone's arm is consistent or inconsistent with producing cuts and damage in a collision.
That's correct.
Are you aware of literature relative specifically to the use of the hybrid 3 crash test dummy, which was used in this case?
There's a lot of literature with respect to the hybrid dummy, yes.
Have you ever heard of the person by the name of Stanley Bakatis?
I don't recall that I have.
Okay. How about Harold Mertz? Isn't he a leader in the field with crash test dummies?
He is, yes.
Right. Would you agree that we also do not believe the current instrumented arm configuration is suitable either for prediction of soft tissue injuries? Would you agree with that?
Well, for laceration, sure, it shouldn't be used for that. It shouldn't be used in that manner. That's why I don't use it in that manner.
Do you have any source that says it's suitable for determining superficial abrasions?
I do not, no, sir.
You have no other sites whatsoever supporting that proposition, which led inevitably to one of the opinions you gave to this jury, true?
No, not true. That's a misrepresentation of what I performed, the testing that I performed, and the results that I analyzed in this case.
Now, you've talked a lot about Dr. Welcher's pain test. You don't have any information that Dr. Welcher ever claimed that his test was intended to represent exactly how Mr. O'Keefe's arm was when he was hit, do you?
Well, the evidence I have for that is that in his report, he says that the orientation and position of the lacerations are consistent with the orientation position of the taillight cover. And then right under that, he has reference to that test that he performed. So again, if he didn't intend to do that, then there's no evidence that he can provide with respect to the arm impact at all. That's the only test that was performed to look at the arm and the taillight cover. If it doesn't represent the actual position, then apparently he has no idea how the arm was positioned or how it was impacted.
Let's get back to my question.
Yes.
Is there anything where Dr. Welcher has informed you or written that he is intending to represent the actual arm angle of John O'Keefe when he was hit by Alexis?
Again, I just described what he has in his actual report. So he didn't write specifically that that's what it's intended to do. It seems he's inferred that, and again, that's the only test that he's performed or referred to in this case.
You inferred that?
Inferred that that's how he believes that the arm was positioned?
I think we understand your perspective is that's the only test he performed, but what I really want to get at is your conclusion, your assumption that Dr. Welcher was suggesting that there was a specific arm angle that occurred in this case that he was identifying. You don't see that anywhere in his report.
Well, it would be pretty odd if the one test he ran didn't actually represent what he thought happened. I don't understand what the value of that would actually be.
Did Dr. Welcher ever represent that he was trying to describe the actual body position of John O'Keefe when he was hit?
Actually, he doesn't state that. He states very little in his report or in his PowerPoint. He demonstrates through the video of his arm like that and contacting it, and then he holds his arm up to a picture of Mr. O'Keefe's right arm to compare and apparently demonstrate that it's in the same area. But again, he doesn't actually state that opinion. He doesn't state any opinions that the contact actually occurred, except in one point, and has no evidence or foundation for that.
Would the answer to my question be no?
You would have to ask Dr. Welcher, I suppose, but if it's not, again, then I'm not sure what that test actually accomplished or represented.
You've made assumptions and then have given opinions to this jury based on your assumptions, haven't you?
I've evaluated the evidence in the one test he ran. If that's incorrect, well, then I would have to correct my opinion and my assumption and say that not only is the test
wow, this guy is falling apart,
show what occurred, but he hasn't performed anything to actually link the arm contact to the taillight cover. If it doesn't represent that, you're right, I'd change my opinion that there's no evidence, no analysis, no conclusion whatsoever.
I'm going to try to make my question a little clearer. Is there anything in the report where Dr. Welcher has stated that the arm angle in the demonstration was in any way attempt to replicate exactly how John O'Keefe's arm was when he was struck by Alexis?
I don't believe anything's written in the report with respect to that, no.
Is there anything in the report, Dr. Rentschler, anything, that states Dr. Welcher was stating or claiming that he knew the body position of John O'Keefe when he was struck?
I'm going to allow that.
So no, I guess there is no opinion or conclusion that he knows how Mr. O'Keefe was actually positioned at the time of this alleged incident.
You
You're correct.
know whether Dr. Welcher has been clear that he does not know? Let me say this a different way. You would agree Dr. Welcher has never stated in his report that he can identify the speed at which Mr. O'Keefe was struck in a collision.
He does not state what he thinks the speed is. That's correct.
He never states how far, if at all, Mr. O'Keefe was thrown after being in a collision.
That's right. He does not.
When you don't know the speed, you don't know the body position, and you don't know the angle of the body at the time of collision, you cannot replicate a collision with crash test dummies to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty.
Well, you're right. You can't prove that that actually occurred. That's the basis. Yeah.
So,
if you don't have the information, you can't replicate what happened. You can't determine, you can't state to any conclusion of accuracy what actually occurred if you don't have the evidence.
So if you were to do a crash reenactment, but couldn't state to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty this replicated the actual collision, that wouldn't be scientifically reliable to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, would it?
Well, if you perform a test and you state this is what I tested and this is the angle, then you can certainly say these are my conclusions. But if you don't know the throw distance, if you don't know the position, then you're correct. You can't actually come to a conclusion that it didn't occur. If you don't know how something occurred, how can you conclude that it actually occurred? It scientifically makes no sense.
So, if an expert does a crash test and they can't determine to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty that it replicates the actual collision, you would agree that would not be a reliable test to present to a jury, don't you?
I'm going to, very briefly.
Sidebar. Wake up, Jim.
Finally.
Sidebar.
No, my mouse was stuck.
Huh?
I'm on mute. That's sidebar number 9. Number 9. Looks like we've been abandoned by everyone.
I'm no one?
Well, I said we've been abandoned by everyone. So Gia went off to her gallivanting around town.
She's trying to get arrested again.
I know, she's trying to beat the record.
Clothing may or may not be involved this time.
Phil is out there barbecuing something. And NCR is off with the wife that we married him off to while you were gone. So
the first drunk lady from the hotel?
No,
with the Cinderella card?
No, the second one.
Oh, the one I meant.
The one that we're doing now, I believe we married him off to that one. The one that we're in the middle of discussing. Parsons, I have 3 monitors and it tends to get stuck going between the monitors. Sometimes it skips the one that this screen is on. I have no idea why it does that, but it literally goes to the number 3 monitor. It's something to do with the 2 monitors are DisplayPort, while the third one is HDMI, and there's always an issue. I just have to get an HDMI cable to put on the back of the third one. Do I want to know why Serial is using her tongue and nose to type?
For the moisture value.
It may suck, but all my software is on Windows. It's not a Mac thing.
In reading the reports and evaluating the PowerPoint, would you agree there is no statement by Dr. Welcher ever in anything that you reviewed that he is claiming or stating that his paint test was supposed to be
Any luck on getting arrested, Gia?
Identifying the details of how Mr. O'Keefe
Any
was
luck on
standing,
getting
moving,
arrested?
or
No, I
holding
didn't
his
go
arm
anywhere.
at the time
But
you
my
did.
Dyson vacuum
He
has
did not
teeth
state
marks
that.
in it
That's
now.
correct.
So when you've made your criticisms
Why did you bite your vacuum cleaner?
regarding Dr. Welcher,
I didn't.
I save money and I get a Shark instead of a Dyson, and I'm real happy with it.
When I did that, there was
could
one
be
test
any
with the arm like
vacuum.
this. That's the only evidence that was presented in his opinion or in his case. I evaluated that. I have not seen any
all the head-to-head
other
testing
explanation
between Dyke
of
and
what happened or
Dyson
how it occurred.
and Sharks.
Specifically,
Sharks win.
Dr. Welcher said in his report on page 9, he said, I have conducted an accident reconstruction and biomechanical engineering analysis of this matter. If he did not recreate how he was positioned, if he did not determine the speed of impact, if he did not determine how Mr. O'Keefe's body moved, if he did not determine where he ended up, then he did not conduct either an accident reconstruction analysis or a biomechanical causation analysis. He did nothing of the sort.
other than your opinion, let's get back to my question if I could.
I believe I answered at the beginning of that, sir.
I'm going to ask you again. My detailed question is, there is nothing in Dr. Welcher's report or any of his presentation that states he is trying to represent the exact posture, movement, and stance of Mr. O'Keefe.
Oh, Karen's excited
when
about
there
something.
was a collision. It's not anywhere in there where he stated that, is it?
It's not stated. I'd be curious to find out what that, if that wasn't the intent of the test, I'd be curious to see what the actual intent was.
Is the answer no, it's not in there?
I think I just said that at the beginning of my answer, sir.
I'm going to ask you again, is the answer no?
The answer is no.
It took him
When you
15
do
minutes to say
crash
no.
tests, you have a controlled environment in some respects, don't you?
You do, yes, sir.
You get to control some or sometimes many of the variables, don't you?
You can, yes.
Real life sometimes is described in your world as chaos, right?
I suppose it could be under certain circumstances.
Testing is limited to the variables that you produce, but real life sometimes has variables you can't predict. Isn't that fair to say?
It's possible, yes.
Is it more than possible, doctor?
I don't know, is it?
What? I'm asking you.
It depends on the situation and the certain variables. It depends on the case. It could be possible, yes.
Have you seen cases where the variables are impossible to predict?
Where the what?
Variables. Have you had cases? You've had many cases, you said. Have you had cases where variables are impossible to predict?
It depends. I mean, it depends on what you're looking at. And if you want to conclude that something happened and this is how it occurred, you have to look at those variables. If you can't control for those variables, then it's possible you can't prove that it actually happened. So yes, if you're doing a certain test to prove something, you have to look at how those variables may affect it. But there's basic information you have to know to perform that type of an analysis.
So my question again is, are there scenarios where variables are impossible to predict?
There could be, yes.
Have you had cases yourself where there are variables that were impossible to predict?
I suppose I probably have. I mean, it depends. If you don't know what happened, sure, then you don't know those variables necessarily.
How many cases have you done on pedestrian accidents?
Done hundreds of cases.
So you have a good background and basis to know whether or not there are variables that sometimes you can't predict, don't you?
Sure. As I said, it depends on the case.
When you did the crash tests in this case, did you actually do them?
I did not, no.
Were you even there when they happened?
I was not, no, sir.
So you're relying in part on Dr. Wolf's work.
I am, yes.
If Dr. Wolf made mistakes, would that affect your conclusions?
It depends what mistakes they are.
When you had, or when Dr. Wolf had the crash test dummy in test E and F on a forklift, do you remember those?
I do, yes.
When it's on the forklift, it does not allow the crash test dummy after being struck to move, to be thrown, does it?
Actually, if it's a force acting on it, it will move. It will like a pendulum. So if there's a force acting on it, you'll see which direction it moves. If there's a forward force, it will move. It'll swing forward or sideways or backwards. It can move.
Well, my question isn't direction. It's can it show the throw? Can it throw or move the crash test dummy in its natural course after the collision to a resting spot?
No. In those tests, though, there wouldn't be any throw.
If a crash test dummy is restrained by a forklift, if a crash test dummy is restrained by a forklift, it does not allow the crash test dummy to be thrown, does it?
Assuming there is throw, that's correct. It doesn't.
It doesn't allow an observation of the crash test dummy to turn or fall, does it?
No, it does not. Well, no, actually it turns, sure. I mean, it can spin.
How about fall?
No. And a crash test dummy would just fall down anyway.
Have you seen crash test dummies where it is held in place electromagnetically, and when the collision happens, then the dummy can move? Have you seen that?
I have, yes.
Have you seen, excuse me, have you seen crash tests with crash test dummy where there is a light? I'm sorry. Have you seen crash tests with crash test dummies where there is a light string and somebody cuts the string moments before the impact or a second before the impact?
I have, yes.
That wasn't done in this case, was it?
What? It wasn't necessary.
Was that done in this case?
It wasn't. I'll speak slower and a little clearer.
Maybe if you answer my question.
I just did answer it. I said it wasn't.
When the crash test dummy is
Damn.
Cat fight.
by a forklift and the car hits it,
I'll
it
speak
doesn't
slower.
replicate the drag that the
Stupid
car will
attorney
have
like
on
you
the
would
crash
never
test dummy
understand my
as it would a
brilliance.
real person, does it?
You can
Yes,
see if
the
there's any drag
brilliance.
because it's on Like a pendulum. So if there's any drag pushing it forward, it's going to sway that way.
I'm sure Karen
It's going to
smiled
move
about
the
that.
dummy. It's not going to move at the distance
Oh,
that
yeah,
it actually
she's
would. If there
very
was any
excited.
distance, it would move it. But you can actually see the motion, and you can see in the testing, the 24-mile-an-hour testing, there was no motion, which is not unexpected for that type
Or
of a
did you
test.
just come across
There is a
get
difference
a coupon
between
for
a
buy one, get one free bottles of
crash
vodka?
on center of mass and a fender vault, isn't there?
There is, yes.
A fender vault is a different type of collision than a center of mass collision. Isn't that true?
That's correct.
It is impossible to replicate all of the different scenarios with a crash test dummy on a fender vault collision, isn't it?
I mean, it depends on what you're trying to replicate, and it depends looking at the injuries or how someone was positioned. So if you know how they were positioned, you can try and replicate that, yes.
Could I have 59 of Dr. Rentschler's PowerPoint, please?
Can it represent how long it takes to die in the cold? Or Haaslong?
In your PowerPoint, you cited an article, Vehicle Pedestrian Collisions, Validated Models for Pedestrian Impact and Projection, correct?
Yes.
And you put snippets up on the board?
Yes.
Okay. And these snippets talk about an engagement with the pedestrian in the vehicle?
Correct.
Okay. Is there a reason why you took out a piece of that article that falls between those two paragraphs?
I don't think so, no. Those are the most relevant parts.
Did you cut out the part that says some frontal collisions are with the corner of the vehicle where the pedestrian is deflected to one side without secondary impact of the upper body with the vehicle front? Alternatively, the transverse velocity of the pedestrian at impact may be sufficient to prevent head contact as the body rotates sideways off the bonnet. And these situations are known as fender vault. The models presented here do not apply to fender vault. Did you leave that part out purposely?
Oh, yeah, I did, sir, because this isn't a frontal impact with a sedan over the fender of the hood of a sedan. This is with the back of an SUV, so it's completely different.
You've cited many, many sources where it talks about front-end collisions because that is the majority of pedestrian collisions, the front end, isn't it?
The majority, it is, yes, sir.
And so there is a difference between fender vault and a center of mass collision, isn't there?
That's correct, and that's why you see a center of mass, you look at the testing we did, that's a center of mass impact. On a frontal impact, usually, if you're hit by the front of a car, it doesn't usually get your center of mass, you're too tall. That's why you do a fender vault, or you flip onto the hood, or you flip over the top of the car. So yeah, it's completely different. It doesn't pertain to allegedly what occurred in this case.
So let me get back to my question. When the tests were done, E and F, F was a center of mass collision at 29 miles per hour, wasn't it?
That's correct, yes.
Right. E, are you considering E a center of mass collision?
Which was E, the
24 miles per hour?
No, it didn't hit the center of mass of the
Right.
dummy, it just hit the arm.
Exactly. So there is a difference. In this case, you don't know the position of Mr. O'Keefe's arm at impact, do you?
Nobody knows. I don't think his arm was even impacted by the car, so no. I don't know the position of the arm at impact because it wasn't hit by the car.
You don't know the angle of his body at impact, do you?
The alleged angle?
Ooh.
So ask the question again.
Okay.
He's getting snippy.
You have no
He's getting
information
real snippy.
about the angle of Mr. O'Keefe's body at the time the defendant's Lexus was traveling backwards on January 29, 2022, do you?
We have no information that he was even hit by the Lexus. So there wouldn't be any information on the angle if his body wasn't hit.
When you talked about force equations with this jury, you cited a number of pieces of literature, didn't you?
I did, yes.
And when you cited the literature, you cited all literature regarding concentrated forces, didn't you?
No, that's not true.
There's a difference between concentrated and distributed force, isn't there?
Yeah, I talked about that on my direct, yes, sir.
When you showed your slides, for example, the hand.
Yes.
Could we see slide 8, please?
Oh, unclean. This is deliberate. This is payback for the one prosecution witness who shredded Jackson, or Alessi,
You would agree with
whoever
me,
it
Doctor,
was.
there's a difference between a concentrated and a distributed load, wouldn't you?
I would, yes.
When you gave your opinions in this case, it was based on concentrated load, wasn't it?
No, sir.
When you gave your force equations, was that distributed load or concentrated load?
That was the load at the center of mass. And so you can evaluate that on a distributed load. You look at acceleration and you look at bending moment. So you can do both.
When you gave your charts and numbers, was that based on concentrated or distributed load?
No, that was based on the distributed load with respect to the center of mass of that arm and where the accelerometer was.
But this was not a center of mass impact.
But we're assuming a center of mass is the most dispersed impact. So if we want concentrated, then we look at a focal point, and you can do that with the hand. But center of mass, acceleration, and distributed across the entire arm, that's where it's the least amount of pressure, if we're talking about force over area. And that's what I evaluated in this case.
When you gave your demonstration about the hand with the different hexagons on it, do you remember that?
I do, yes, sir.
Okay. There's a difference between taking a small object and putting pressure on the body as opposed to a larger, wider object, isn't there?
Well, it depends on what it's contacting. And certainly not a difference when you look at the size of that impactor and the size of the knuckles and the metacarpal bones.
So for example, if somebody took a book and hit somebody off the forehead, it may or may not leave a mark. But if they use the same force and they took a high heel, the heel of a high heel, and hit somebody, there would likely be more damage with the high heel than there would with the book. Isn't that fair to say?
Well, soft tissue, but if the force is the same, you would expect the fracture to occur. You have to look at the distribution, you have to look at the strength of the bone, and you have to look at the overall force that's being applied.
Now, you said in your differential diagnosis you considered all evidence. Did you say that on direct examination?
I don't believe I did. I believe I considered evidence for a biomechanical and accident reconstruction analysis in this case.
So you didn't consider phone data?
Has nothing to do with biomechanics or accident reconstruction.
Did you consider text stream data?
I'm going to allow that.
I'll strike it. Did you consider Apple Healthcare data?
No, sir.
I'm going to allow it.
Did you consider phone temperature, battery temperature data?
I'm going to allow it.
Has nothing to do with biomechanics, sir.
I'll ask again, did you consider it?
I did not, no.
You said it would be improper to ignore evidence. Were those your words?
For a biomechanical analysis, yes, sir.
Have you been to the scene of an accident before or a collision?
I have, yes.
Do you know what a debris field is?
Yes, sir.
And you've seen in your videos, E and F, there's debris fields after the collision and the taillight brakes, isn't there?
So first of all, there's debris in the yard. What that's from, is there a collision? Was there a collision? Where did that come from? Where it was positioned? That's all conjecture and supposition. Those aren't actual facts, sir.
Can you hear my question about debris field? I'm asking.
Yeah, and I think it's in a...
Excuse me, sir. In a collision, have you seen debris fields?
I have, yes.
Have you seen debris fields where a taillight is shattered?
I have, yes.
In fact, in your video, yes or no, after the collisions, in video E and F, there are debris fields, aren't there?
There are at a certain point, yes, sir, absolutely.
And so when you're looking at your studies, do you consider debris fields?
It depends on the evidence. It depends on how it was collected. It depends if it is accurate or reliable. But from a biomechanical standpoint, no, you don't need to look at the debris field or alleged debris field of a taillight cover. It has nothing to do with the injuries or the position or the movement of an individual.
Exhibit 73, please. Do you see that, sir?
I do.
Do you know what that is?
Looks like possibly part of the taillight cover.
Right. Is that an alleged part of taillight cover, or do you think that's part of a taillight cover, sir?
I don't know specifically. It might be part of the actual taillight cover.
Well, when you studied this case and you looked at all the evidence and all these different things, did you look at these photos and see that alleged piece of taillight shard recovered from the front yard area of 34 Fairview Road? Did you consider that?
Well, I don't. Was that part of the one that was recovered by a leaf blower, or not?
When you were doing your ample study, sir,
yes.
What I'm asking you is, when you were looking at all the available evidence, did you look at this photo of this alleged taillight shard on the front lawn of 34 Fairview Road? Were you aware of this?
No. Oh, I was aware that there was debris in the yard, but again, that has nothing to do with the biomechanical analysis. If you can't prove that the impact happened, then everything after that doesn't actually matter, does it? Because all of that would be from something else. So unless you prove the core issue at this case, the contact, the post-impact movement, the head injury, without proving that, everything else is ancillary to what you're attempting to conclude.
Do you have any evidence in your biomechanical studies how this alleged piece of taillight shard ended up on the front lawn of 34 Fairview?
I don't know, sir. I didn't evaluate or investigate that.
Could I have Exhibit 76A, please? Did you see this photograph, sir?
I do, yes.
Is that
He's
part of a
rocking
red
more
taillight
than
shard or an
Michael
alleged
Kaiser.
piece of a taillight shard?
It looks like it, yes.
Did you consider this in your
Ouch.
biomechanical studies, that this taillight shard was found in front of 34 Fairview Road?
Was found. Can you give me a precise distance from where the body was found and where that was found with respect to Mr. O'Keefe, with respect to a reference point?
Did you consider this, sir?
There is none, so no, I did not consider that.
Do you know how this taillight shard got there?
How it got there?
Yes.
That wasn't part of my analysis. There are certainly different possibilities of how that actually occurred.
Exhibit 99D. Do you know what that is, sir?
It looks like part of the light assembly.
Mr. O'Keefe's hat?
Oh,
Did you
that's
look at
his
this
hat.
photograph?
I see now, yes.
Did you know he was wearing a hat that night?
I did, yes.
And did you consider how that hat ended up on the ground in front of 34 Fairview?
No, sir, that was not part of my biomechanical analysis. There's a number of ways a hat can end up in a yard.
Right. Is one of those ways being in a collision with a Lexus?
I suppose that's a possibility, or someone could put it there. I mean, there's a number of different possibilities as to when or how a hat may appear in a yard.
Who do you think put it there?
Well, I have no idea. I haven't seen any evidence of how it got there, and frankly, it's immaterial to a biomechanical analysis.
Do you have a theory you want to share with us about planting evidence? Is that where we're getting at, sir?
Oh.
By the way, the x-rays you looked at earlier, when's the first time
He's
you
going
saw
in
those?
for the kill.
I saw those when I was on the case initially for the first trial.
No mention in your report about reviewing those.
It says I reviewed medical records and reports. That's how I actually word in every report I have. I just put generally that. It refers to medical records and reports, which includes x-rays, MRIs.
Exhibit 74, please. Have you seen this photograph?
I have, yes.
Okay. In your studies or your testing, did you determine how Mr. O'Keefe's shoe ended up near the curb?
No, sir.
Exhibit 201A, please. Have you seen this photograph before?
I don't know that I have.
Have you ever seen any container that had tail light shards that matched the defendant's Lexus that were removed from his sweatshirt and his shirt? Have you ever seen any container holding those?
I haven't, well, I believe there was evidence collected like that, but yes.
Okay, could we have 201E, please? Have you seen this photo?
I believe I have seen that, yes.
Do you understand those are taillight shards matching the defendant's Lexus, the broken taillight?
Yes.
That were recovered from Mr. O'Keefe's sweater or shirt?
Objection. I'm going to allow that. Did you consider that?
I'll try. I'd rather try to reformat it than come sidebar. Did you know that taillight shards were collected after Mr. O'Keefe's sweatshirt and t-shirt was scraped?
Objection. I'm going to allow that.
I need to see the voice.
Jurors, this will be brief.
Wow. Just wow. Brennan's going in for the kill here. He is showing that the evidence was in the yard, but this guy refused to consider all of that evidence as his only purpose was to show that no impact ever happened. So all this evidence he never considered. I mean, that's, to me, that's showing that the guy didn't give a shit. Make sure there's no kid here. That he essentially, when presented with evidence that did not back his hypothesis, he just decided to ignore it. Doesn't exist. Doesn't exist. It's not.
Is he high for his hypothesis?
Yes, his high first possible. But seriously, when given the evidence, he didn't look at it at all. I mean, because he's not being paid to look at the evidence.
You've got to agree that the prosecution has not proven there was an impact with the Lexus.
I can say that they've got 95% there with what we've been shown. But for him to completely ignore the circumstantial evidence when he was saying details matter is highly suspect.
Oh, that details matter line is coming back to bite him in the ass.
Yeah. These are details.
In your extensive study of the detail of this case, did you know?
He just rolled his eyes at that. Look at that.
Pieces of plastic were removed or scraped from Mr. O'Keefe's clothes, specifically his sweatshirt and his t-shirt. Did you know that?
I was aware that samples were recovered, yes.
Were you aware that these samples were consistent with the broken taillight of Miss Reed's Lexus? Did you know that?
Yes.
Okay. Did you do any analysis how these broken taillight shards got into Mr. O'Keefe's clothes?
No, I did not. The first step involved with that would be to actually perform a biomechanical analysis, to look at the movement of the body, how the body was positioned, where it ended up. So without that knowledge, you can't determine exactly how or if those types of shards were deposited there as the result of an actual impact.
So Sudokus are impossible to do.
I'll try again.
Okay.
When you looked at these taillight shards that were objection.
Go ahead, Mr. Brennan.
When you looked at these taillight shards that were consistent with the break in Miss Reed's Lexus, did you consider how they got into Mr. O'Keefe's clothes? Objection. Same objection.
I understand the objection. Word it differently. Start with the different one.
Yes, Your Honor. You see these pieces of broken plastic, don't you?
I do.
And you understand that these were found in the scrapings of Mr. O'Keefe's clothes.
I do.
And you understand that these broken pieces of plastic are consistent with the taillight of Ms. Reed's Lexus.
I do, yes.
In your studies and reenactments, did you make any determination how these pieces of broken plastic got into Mr. O'Keefe's clothing?
No, when you look at those studies, first you have to know how the incident occurred. Then you can look at that and determine, if you want to, how that may have occurred. Because otherwise, there's, again, different ways, different manners in which that may have been deposited on the sweatshirt. Without knowing how this happened, you can't just then look at other evidence and try and predict how it happened. You need the actual evidence to look at the event. This all goes to the event. You need contact with the arm, I guess apparently, to actually cause this incident to occur. And without that evidence of any of that happening, knowing how the body moved, knowing how it was hit, knowing where it ended up, any conclusions drawn off of information like this is just supposition, because you don't know the movement of the body or the vehicle. It's putting the cart before the horse.
Could I have Exhibit 201D, please? Do you understand this is broken pieces of plastic consistent with the broken taillight of the defendant's car? Do you understand that?
I believe so, yes.
And do you understand this is a photograph of these broken pieces of plastic under a microscope?
Okay.
Well, I'm asking you, do you understand
Well,
that?
if that's what you're telling me, then
I don't want you to rely on me. If you didn't see them, it's okay.
I don't recall if I saw those or not.
Have you seen this picture?
I don't recall seeing it, no.
Now looking at this photograph and seeing these broken pieces of plastic under a microscope with fibers near the plastic, is that something you would want to consider in your analysis, forming your opinion whether or not there was a collision between Ms. Reed's car and Mr. O'Keefe?
Again, if you can't do a proper biomechanical analysis, then that evidence is not consistent. You can't determine how it occurred. You can't say that that's consistent with it. You can't just look at certain evidence and not do a proper analysis. If you can't even tell that an impact occurred, you can't look at tertiary evidence and say, well, this proves that it occurred. In order to say from a biomechanical and accident reconstruction standpoint that an impact occurred and here's how it occurred, you have to understand the mechanics and dynamics before it. This could certainly support that finding and those conclusions, but by itself, I don't know of any methodology in any study or peer-reviewed article that says you can just look at alleged evidence and then form an opinion as to whether an impact occurred.
Can you see with your eye that parts of those broken pieces of plastic are sharp?
They look sharp.
Do you disagree? Do you think they're not sharp?
Well, I don't have an opinion as to that, sir.
We'll take a look. Objection.
Sustained.
If you look at that for me kindly, could you tell me whether you think those pieces of broken plastic are sharp? Objection.
I would allow that.
I guess they look sharp. I have no idea if they are or not. It's under a microscope. When you actually put things under a microscope, it looks much different, and it is much different than,
Okay, let's go back to
looking at the normal eye.
Perhaps that can help. Not under a microscope. If you pay particular attention to the larger one in the middle, that looks like a shark's tooth. Do you see
Yes.
that one?
Yes.
Do you think, doctor, that some of those appear sharp?
Some of those appear sharp, could possibly cause a laceration, sure, as opposed to an abrasion.
Do you think that any of those could cause an abrasion?
I don't think that you could get a consistent level of superficial abrasions along the entire arm of minimal depth of less than 0.5 millimeter through impact with the glass. To have that minimal force on every part of the arm to only cause superficial abrasions superficial abrasions would be highly unlikely.
Do you think some of those sharp pieces, if they were lodged in Mr. O'Keefe's sweater, could cause an abrasion?
It's possible if you had enough punctures and holes in the sweater to correspond with the abrasions on the arm, that would be, I suppose, that could be a possibility.
In your testing, not to belabor it, I'm just going to show you one. I want to show you video E. Could we go to video E, please? Stop. In video E, the arm that is sticking straight out, who determined that angle, Dr. Wolf?
Yes, well, we positioned it so it would impact in the general area of what was shown in Dr. Welcher's paint test study, which apparently is irrelevant and doesn't show the alleged position of how the arm was at impact. But yes, we positioned it in that manner.
When you say we, did you have input on the positioning of that, or did Dr. Wolf do it?
Well, I had input into how we were going to position it. It would probably be both of us, I would say.
So you and Dr. Wolf chose to position the arm straight out, correct?
In that test, we did, yes.
Is there a glass in Randy's hand?
There is not, no.
A drinking glass, no?
No.
In any of your studies, did you have a drinking glass in Randy's hand?
We did not have a drinking glass in the dummy's hand, no.
And you see when the taillight is shattering, those red things falling down. What are those?
Those are part of the taillight.
Continue a little bit, please. Stop. Did you count how many taillight pieces broke?
We didn't count the taillight pieces. We counted how many punctures or holes there were in the sweatshirt, which was 0.
If you had done this test and changed the arm angle, do you expect the damage would look different as far as the brakes in that taillight?
Well, we conducted a number of tests. It may look somewhat different, sure.
If you conducted this test and moved the arm angle, not another test, this test, but you moved the arm angle, do you expect that the brake would look different?
That the brake would look different?
Yes.
It could look a little different. I mean, certainly the brakes looked a little different in the test, but they were comparable to each other.
You do not know how John O'Keefe was standing that night, do you?
Well.
No, I'm going to allow that.
You do not know how John O'Keefe was standing that night, do you?
If he was standing, if the impact occurred, then no, nobody knows how he would have been standing.
You would not know what his arm angle was, would you?
No.
You would not know the exact speed of any vehicle that hit him that night, would you?
Sustained.
The debris, the broken taillight, is that traveling in a consistent or a different direction?
What do you mean consistent or different?
Is it all going in the same direction, or is it going in different directions?
No, there's some spread to the debris.
So the pieces don't all fall right in a pile with each other, do they?
They do not, no.
Continue, please. Stop. Do the majority of the pieces land on Randy?
No, they do not.
And so as they fall, if Randy were to fall, many of those pieces would not be among the immediate area of his body, would they?
If the dummy fell right there, no, they would not be.
Okay. Now, the dummy can't fall because the dummy is on a forklift, correct?
It's suspended like a pendulum, correct.
And you see in your test that the tail light, at what you say is 24 miles per hour, can be broken without the dummy's knees touching the vehicle.
The amount he's rocking.
That's correct, yes.
Okay. You can't tell the full movement and fall of this dummy the way you've set up this test, can you?
Well, knowing the physics, you can certainly determine or estimate where it would be, but no, you could release it and it would fall primarily straight down. It would twist and it would fall down.
Is there something that could affect the dummy if you let it fall? Is there something that could affect its movement after being hit?
Like what?
Like, could its feet be twisted and then hit another object like a curb?
Well, there's going to be very little lateral movement of its feet, but even if it did, then it's still going to fall over right where it is.
Can you continue, please? Can you see the feet, Doctor?
Yes.
Are they twisting?
They are, yes.
Is that because of the rotation of Randy after he struck?
Yeah, that's the rotation of Randy. And again, as you said, that's not a normal person because there's no normal force acting on the dummy. We just have it barely touching. So a normal individual, you aren't going to twist to that extent because this is a dummy which is suspended with just a little contact on the ground.
And after being contacted by a vehicle enough to break the light, could it cause a person to stagger backwards?
I mean, you're making some suppositions here. There's no evidence that would occur in this case, and not if you're spinning like that. You're not going to stagger backwards. First, you're going to spin if you get hit with your arm, as I described in my direct. But is it possible? I can't say it's impossible, but there's no evidence of that.
Could a person stumble backwards after being hit?
I'm going to allow that.
What do you mean by backwards? Because you'd be spinning. So what direction is backwards?
Could a person get their foot caught on a curb, and sneaker come off, and then stagger backwards and fall on their head?
Objection, Your Honor. Yeah, let's go. I'm going to allow that.
Doctor?
Can you answer that?
I mean, I guess you could somehow predict or have a possibility of almost anything happening. You could say someone could get hit by a car and do a couple of somersaults into the yard. I mean, there's no evidence of that. So it's just supposition, but I won't say it's impossible.
Do you think John O'Keefe did somersaults into the front yard of 34 Fairfield? Is that what you're telling us, Doctor?
No, I don't think he even got hit by the car, sir.
That's not what I'm asking. I've heard that. I'm asking
Yeah.
if he did somersaults into the front yard.
No, there's no evidence of what he did.
Your Honor, to come sidebar quickly before I start.
Okay. Oops.
Sidebar. This better result in a verdict one way or the other. Because if we have to do this for another year, dear God. Agree, Hank?
I would hate to see the state have to put out millions more dollars to go through this again.
Right. We just had a crash of something. Okay, I'm back.
Hi, Beck. You sound like Jim.
Yes, I'm Jim. Oh, good Lord, I am tired too. Yes, DCW Productions. No evidence if you don't look for it or acknowledge it.
By his theory, it's impossible to do a Sudoku puzzle.
Yes.
Somersaults?
Yeah, somersaults.
Well, considering the time of year, wouldn't it be a winter salt?
Yes. Very, very bright observation, Hank. A snow salt. Playing in the snow. He was playing in the snow and accidentally hit his head.
He thought there was more snow on the ground, so he fell back to do a snow angel and
Yes.
hit his head.
Yeah. Yeah,
Yep.
that's it.
Yep. While holding a drinking glass.
Well, no, and on his way down, he threw the drinking glass, smashed the tail light, and got pieces strewn about the yard.
Mm.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. Because he had to do it at 36 miles an hour, was it? Just to be consistent. So how the hell are you, Gia?
I'm good. Getting lots of stuff done around the house. Kept Zoe home today. Just hanging out, getting chores done. Got a huge pile on my desk I need to go through, but I'll get to it.
Yes, if you love us, like us, click the little heart. Update sidebar. Yeah, I did update sidebar. It's one of those days.
One of those days.
But if I can't remember if I've updated the sidebar, then we're all in trouble.
I decided to vacuum while Zoe was home. It
Yes.
wasn't a good idea,
Yes.
as I
You
have
Is
teeth
she
marks
traumatized?
on my Dyson vacuum cleaner now.
Yes, you were saying.
Yes. She does not like it at all.
And then
My dogs get up and move out of the way, but they don't have the violent reaction that.
Oh, she goes ballistic. It's like,
Is it the Dyson Animal?
it's a dog attack. Growly follows me all over the house trying to bite it.
Could I have Exhibit 166, please?
Yeah, my dogs will lay in the way of the vacuum.
Did you see
wait
this
until
photograph,
I'm
sir?
close to them.
I did, yes.
And
Then
do you
they'll get up
see
and
the
move,
cut
giving me dirty looks
on
of
Mr. O'Keefe's
how
nose,
dare
the
you.
left side of his nostril?
I do.
In your analysis of whether there was a collision with the defendant's Lexus, did you consider or know that there was evidence that a piece of glass or a piece of broken plastic was pulled from Mr. O'Keefe's nose?
Objection. I'm going to allow that. I'm going to allow that. So, hold on. Let's get in.
Oh, he doesn't want him to.
I was aware there was some piece of material allegedly pulled from the nose, yes.
Allegedly pulled from the nose?
Yes.
Okay. And that alleged piece of material, were you aware that it was perhaps a piece of glass or broken plastic?
Objection. Are you aware of that?
That's not the evidence. That is not the evidence.
So,
Glass?
hold on, Mr. Jackson. Mr. Brennan.
I can
do you have a
reword
quick-
it.
Okay.
You're welcome. Are you aware of that object that was pulled from Mr. O'Keefe's nose? What material that was?
I believe it was glass.
Did you want to know in your assessment about collision where that came from?
Well, I did evaluate that, and it's actually entirely inconsistent with coming from an impact with the vehicle.
What?
Can we have
Yeah,
Exhibit
he
52A,
did.
please?
What? I feel like I'm having
Do you know what that is, Doctor?
a mild stroke.
It's hard for me to see from here. I believe that's the drinking glass.
A drinking glass. Do you
Yeah.
know where that is in relation to where Mr. O'Keefe was found?
I believe it was found in the vicinity of where he was found.
And could I have Exhibit 195, please? You recognize that?
That is another photograph of the drinking glass, yes, sir.
197A, please. B. C. D. And in your assessment, did you know that a piece of glass that fit the broken drinking glass was found in the street area in front of 34 Fairview Road?
Yes, sir.
Okay. 98, please. A little more, please. Do you know what that is, sir?
It's hard for me to tell from
Does it
back.
look like a drinking straw?
Okay, the black, that does appear to be a drinking straw, yes.
Have you seen that before?
I've seen that photograph before.
And do you appreciate that is in front of 34 Fairview Road?
Yes, I believe that's correct.
And sir, in your analysis, in your reconstruction analysis, did you consider the broken glass found near Mr. O'Keefe's body, the suggestion glass is found in his nose, and that glass that fit the broken glass was found on the street? Did you consider all those things in your reconstruction analysis?
Well, my biomechanical analysis, I did consider especially the glass in the nose, yes, and whether that could have been as a result of the impact.
A result of what?
A result of the impact with the vehicle.
When did you find out about the glass from Mr. O'Keefe's nose? When did you learn that?
I don't recall specifically.
But was it before you came and testified last time, or was it before this time?
I honestly, I couldn't tell you. I know it was before this time. I don't know when I found out about it.
Weeks ago, months ago? Could you turn the lights on, please?
I have no idea, sir.
You don't know if it was weeks or month ago?
I don't remember with that specific piece of evidence when I found out about it.
What do you mean you don't remember it? Have you seen it before?
Well, I evaluated certainly for my report for this case. I don't know if I had known about it prior to that.
Is it mentioned anywhere in your report about the piece of glass in Mr. O'Keefe's nose?
No, it's not.
When you received that information, did someone tell you about it? Did you listen? Did you watch? How did you evaluate this evidence?
It might have been in an interview or something that it was pulled from his nose, I believe.
Okay. So you saw and listened to something?
I believe so, or was made aware of it.
Okay. Just a couple more questions, sir. I had asked you at the beginning of your examination whether you denied that receiving information certainly helped prepare to understand what was going on during the trial. Do you remember those questions?
With respect to the trace DNA, correct?
Okay. May I approach?
Yes.
April 20th. Yes. 124 line 16. May I approach?
Yes.
You've testified a few times under oath in this case, haven't you?
I have, yes, sir.
And you've testified recently for a short bit in April, didn't you?
I did, yes.
On April 28, 2025, did you testify in this very courtroom
I believe I did.
under oath,
Yes, sir.
like the oath you took today?
Yes, or yesterday.
Now, when I read this, I'm not attributing this in any way to the defendant's attorneys. I'm going to read you this just for clarity. You were asked, did they inform you about witness testimony? And what did you say, sir?
They did inform me, yes, about testimony and situations and events that came forth in the trial that I was not aware of.
Those are your words?
Yes, sir.
Page 125, line 7. I'm going to ask you if this is your sworn testimony, sir. On page 125, line 7, I'll read the question, and if this is your answer, you should read the answer. Were you asked, and by calling and raising issues and telling you information, even if you weren't requesting it, it helped prepare you for your trial testimony, didn't it? What did you swear?
I said it certainly helped prepare me to understand what was going on during the trial, yes.
I have no further questions.
All right, Mr. Jackson?
Wow.
Okay.
We're at sidebar.
Well, good thing they're close enough to the fire department that can put the fire out on the last witness.
Yeah, because this is recross, and then there'll be, or this is redirect, and then there'll be recross. So this witness probably be here the rest of the 45 minutes today, and then, well, at least. Because you know Jackson has so much to clean up now.
And uselessly hasn't gotten his plea for a mistrial in yet.
No, he has not. Again, we'll be with you tonight. We'll be with you tonight, 8 o'clock Eastern, with trial coverage, with news on Lane Myers, reactions throughout the community, some Chile de Castro news, plus the finishing of the insane drunk girl video we started at the afternoon break. And if we get it, we will have Turtle Boy news as well. Here's hoping for a conviction.
May I inquire?
Yes.
Thank you. Dr. Rentschler, you were just asked a couple of questions about they provided information about the prior trial, correct?
Correct.
They is no one associated with the defense team, correct?
That's correct. No one associated with you, and they provided information, and again, it let me know what was going on, but it didn't affect my preparation or my opinions. It in no way changed any of my opinions or what I testified to.
Thank you for that.
To get through this, I'm going to let you just answer the question.
Sorry,
And-
Ron.
And with regard to, and I appreciate that, Mr. Brennan asked you a couple of questions about they being your employer. Do you remember those questions at the beginning of his cross-examination?
I do, yes.
Who is your employer, actually? The actual employer that you work for?
ARCA.
Okay. Wasn't them.
No.
It's a client, correct?
It was a client.
A
That's
completely
correct.
separate entity that hired you for that work, correct?
That's correct, yes.
Thank you. Thank you. You were asked about a fender vault collision, and you said, well, this wasn't a fender vault, right?
Correct.
What is a fender vault?
A fender vault is when you're hit by the front of a car and you're moving across the car. So you're moving across the center towards the driver's side of the car, and the car hits you. You go up over the car and you fly over the fender to the driver's side of the car. So
I
you
ever,
vault over
never,
top of the
ever
fender.
see Alan Jackson again for the rest of my life, I will be very happy.
Where's my center of mass?
Right about
I
your
think
belly
we'll
button.
all be happy when he moves
there.
on.
Yes.
So what would
And
happen
dates his
if I
next
was hit
client.
by a vehicle, front collision,
And gets
the
married to that
vehicle struck
person
me
with
below
the
my
ghost
center of mass?
of Phil
it's gonna
Spector
flip you.
officiating.
Your center of mass will go. You'd go right up if it was coming right at you and it hit you at your legs. You'd flip right into the hood or over top of the top of the car.
Is that what's described in the industry as a fender vault?
That is part of a fender vault, yes, but it's at an angle. So instead of going direct back,
Or
it's
that
because if
face
the person's walking across
as
and you
well.
get hit, you fly kind of back and over the top of the vent.
Fish
Did
mouth.
that set of circumstances, physics, have anything to do with your analysis in this case?
I'll be happy to
none
see
whatsoever.
that
The
face
profile of the car is completely
wearing
different.
a
the back of the
orange
SUV.
jumpsuit behind bars.
Yep.
In her
You were
first
asked several
Vanity
questions
Fair
about
interview
the
from
debris
With her
field,
Lori Val
in
O'Hare
the
that she won't be able to
test
do in
F is
prison.
in Foxtrot. Well, actually, you were asked about both test E and test F. Test E being the 24-mile-an-hour impact to the right arm of Randy, correct?
Correct.
And test F, the full rear impact, center of mass impact, correct?
Correct.
You were shown several photographs, exhibits of very tiny, tiny shards. Do you remember that?
I do, yes.
Erin's getting one of her headaches.
Another
Don't
middle
get behind her
finger
when she
ice
drives.
I'll get to that in a second. You
Yep.
also shown some photographs
Don't get
of
behind her if she's backing up.
pieces of plastic that were claimed to have been found at 34 Fairview. Clear plastic, piece of red plastic, correct?
That's correct, yes.
In your review of all the data in this case, do you know when those pieces of plastic got to 34 Fairview?
I do not. No.
Do you know how those pieces of plastic got to 34 Fairview?
I do not know.
Do you know who put those pieces of plastic at 34 Fairview?
I do not.
Were you aware in your review of the police reports that none of the plastic that you were shown was found at the time John O'Keefe's body was discovered and the area was initially searched?
That is correct, yes. I was aware of that.
You indicated that the cut on Mr. O'Keefe's nose, the right side of his nose, was inconsistent with coming from a vehicle, correct?
Correct.
Can you describe why you came to that conclusion?
Well, if you're standing at the back corner of the vehicle and it strikes the arm, and let's be clear, if nobody wants to say where the arm was or how it was positioned, if they're claiming the abrasions are a result of the fractured taillight, it has to strike the arm. You have to be standing like this. The debris goes forward with the vehicle. So it's with your arm like this, it already passes by the person. And if there would be any contact whatsoever, it would be with the right side of the face. The shard can't come out and then make a right turn and then somehow embed itself on the left side of the nose. That's entirely inconsistent with the fracture and how the glass and the cover would actually move.
Dr. Rentschler, you were asked a series of questions about a hat. Do you
I think
remember
he
that?
threw the
I do.
glass.
About some shards of
Well, that's what they tested.
plastic material, correct?
Yes,
About a drinking glass,
yes,
about a drinking straw.
yes.
Doctor, if there was no collision, does any of that matter in terms of your biomechanical analysis and your reconstruction in this incident?
It does not.
Why?
Well, because if there wasn't a collision, it wasn't that debris or those items weren't a result of that impact. You can explain how that got there, I believe, easier than if you can't explain how the impact occurred, if the injuries don't match up. If you can't even prove what happened, then you can't use information or evidence if you have no idea how it got there to try and prove what you don't even know what happened. Scientifically, it makes no sense.
Scientifically, is the first question that has to be answered is, was there a collision?
Objection. Sustained. You have to watch the following question.
Of course. In your expert opinion, based on all of your review of all of the data in this case, all of the testing that you've undertaken, Do you have an opinion as to whether or not there was a collision with John O'Keefe?
I do.
Yeah, I'm sustaining that. You're on this.
In your view, was there evidence of a collision with John O'Keefe?
Sustained.
In your opinion, were any of the injuries that you saw suffered by John O'Keefe consistent?
He can hear you, Gia.
No, I couldn't hear the court.
Okay.
No,
Yeah,
they are
it's
not.
fine. I
Do you
left
hold
and
that
came back.
opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
I do.
Thank you.
Doctor, you just said that you do not believe that there was a fender vault collision. Could it have been a clip?
Could it have clipped Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes. Not hit him, but clipped him.
Well, I don't believe that's consistent with the evidence and what occurred. I mean, someone can get clipped by a car, sure, but in this case, no, I don't believe the evidence indicates that's what occurred.
The glass. When you learned of the information of the glass in Mr. O'Keefe's nose, when do you think it was that that glass was pulled from his nose? What date?
I think it was the morning when his body was discovered.
January 29, 2022?
Yes, sir.
Somewhere around 6:15 a.m., is that your understanding?
Sometime when his body was discovered, that's correct.
Do you know or understand that, did you see any evidence that Mr. O'Keefe had a drinking glass outside of 34 Fairview Road that morning after he got out of the defendant's Lexus? Do you understand that?
What do you mean evidence?
Drinking glass. Did you hear anything about that in your review about?
What evidence would there be? Is there a video or a photograph, you mean, of him holding a drinking glass? Because otherwise there's a drinking glass there, but there's no evidence that he had it.
We have a clip, right? Okay. Judge, can I come sidebar?
Okay.
Sidebar.
Sidebar.
Ranking up sidebars. He's probably going to play the clip of Karen saying that John had the glass in his hand.
Yep.
He opened it up for that.
And there is video of that, the suspected glass in his hand leaving the restaurant.
Yeah. This guy, he shouldn't have provoked Brennan. He shouldn't have been so full of himself at the beginning of this testimony.
I just got a call from the HOA president, the property management president, that I'm in trouble.
What'd you do?
I lent my mailman the pool key to use the bathroom like 4 years ago.
Yeah?
And somebody complained to the HOA that the mailman was using the bathroom the other day. And it was my key.
Didn't you get your key back?
I forgot all about it. It was so long ago and I never used the community pool. So I'll get it from him. I was just trying to be nice. What's it get me?
They're gonna force you to sell your house and get out.
Yep.
Would they rather the mailman just be peeing in your neighborhood bushes?
Yeah, it's all about liability. If he falls down, it's just some bitch at the pool. That's all it is. How dare you use our bathroom? You're a mailman. And he's the nicest guy in the world. He's just, and he's been a mailman for years, and he is just the nicest guy.
I mean, let's just figure out who made the complaint and they don't get their mail anymore. Simple.
Yeah. Or Zoe pays them a little visit.
Yep.
And
nice poop on the lawn.
or the mulch that she's been picking up and making into a pile is used to cover their body, and something happens. That's it. I mean, you didn't touch that mulch. Your DNA's not on it. Zoe's DNA might be on it. There might be a few dog bites, and Zoe may have backed a car into the person, but circumstantial.
Zoe
yeah, he
can,
has to rely on businesses to use the restroom. He eats lunch in his truck. The one restaurant that was right across the street from our community, he'd have his lunch in the truck and use their restroom. They closed down. So now, he's at the mercy of public restrooms, which became very difficult during COVID. And, I was just being nice. I was just being nice because he's in our community all day. There's 300 houses. And he does packages in the morning, goes back to the post office, and does mail in the afternoon.
So, how often do you see the mailman's package?
He delivers all the time.
Yes, he delivers
with a smile
daily.
on his face.
Anyway, I'll get it back from him.
This trial.
Does he give you tips on handling a package?
No. He's a married man.
You were asked about whether or not any plastic taillight shards were found near Mr. O'Keefe's body. Do you know the limits of the search that the Canton Police Department did around Mr. O'Keefe's body? How small of an area they searched when they first went there?
I do not know, sir.
Did you ever see a video of somebody with a leaf blower blowing snow off the ground?
I did see that, yes.
And did you see the confined area in which that happened?
Well, I mean, I saw the area where he was blowing with the leaf blower.
Have you seen any information or evidence whatsoever that the pieces of taillight that were found after that search, have you seen any evidence that they were found in that exact area, or were they found in different areas on the lot?
I'd have to go back and look. I don't recall specifically.
So when there was a snow blower or a leaf blower search in that area, there would not be a piece of plastic taillight to find if it was never there, would there be?
If it wasn't there, you wouldn't find it? Is that what you're saying?
That's what I'm saying.
Sure.
Okay. Did you notice in the injuries to Mr. O'Keefe, most of them are on the right side of his body?
Well, we have the abrasions and then a half centimeter abrasion, and then we have the laceration and scuff on the left side, and then the skull fracture. It's a little bit to the right, but it's mainly on the back of the head.
And the bruise on his knee?
That's the half centimeter. It's not a bruise. It's a half centimeter abrasions, about an eighth of an inch.
When you're conducting an investigation or you're doing your analysis and you keep saying the physics and the physics, do you add a little bit of common sense in the equation when you're considering the evidence?
Well, you can sit back or step back and look at whether what someone's claiming makes sense in the bigger picture.
So when you have common sense and you look at the big picture, it's not just physics. It's considering all of the evidence, right?
Well, it depends what you're looking at. To certain parts of it, the biomechanical analysis, you look at the physics. It tells you what it is. I mean, if you don't like it and you don't think it fits, well, sorry, it is what it is. That's the science. So you have to step back. I mean, you can look at it the bigger picture if things make sense. You know, if somebody was standing on the side of the road with their arm like this while an SUV backed up at them and they didn't flinch or they didn't put their arm up, that's kind of the smell test bigger picture. That doesn't make sense. But the physics, you can't deny it. You have to accept what science tells you.
You can't deny it. That's the line you were laughing about in the documentary as one of your answers that you were all celebrating, isn't it?
Objection.
Isn't it?
The objection sustained.
How'd that taillight break, sir? How'd it break that night?
I don't know. There's no evidence of how it broke.
Thank you. No further questions.
All right. You're all set, Dr. Rentschler.
Thank you, Your Honor.
That's it. The defense rests.
Is there an objection? So subject to us discussing it. Mr. Jackson? Mr. Jackson?
Yeah, sure.
Subject to me taking a look at it and us discussing it. It's not coming in right now. Okay. They've been marked for identity. Jurors, I'm going to see counsel for a couple of minutes over here.
Sidebar. Just sit down and shut up, Jackson.
Not going the way I want it to.
I want it.
Don't like being on the bottom.
They keep humiliating my witnesses.
I wonder what's going on in Turtle Boy world. Any word?
I haven't looked, to be honest with you.
Okay.
With the Twitter feed being down, I haven't gone and looked at any.
What did you do?
It's happened before on that service we use to provide the feeds for Twitter. It's an experiment, so sometimes it does go down.
Don't get your Twitter, or don't feed your Twitter after midnight, and don't get your Twitter wet.
If Twitter is moist, I don't want to know.
Don't get your Twitter twisted.
But if you like to use Twitter cuffs, that's no kink shame.
Let's see if Grant has anything.
Yeah, isn't Grant in that courtroom? I'm sure he is. He loves that Lindsay lady.
Yeah, it's still going on. It's still going on.
Okay. I need to get in my golf cart and go chase down the mailman.
Let's see. They tried to attack Lindsay for having some sort of breakdown and being found by her former partner in a parking lot. The judge barred further questions about that incident. And then she confirmed that Kate Peter told her that the O'Keefe family wanted her to be in the courtroom on the day of the alleged violation to support the family. So John O'Keefe's family had invited her that day. That's confirmation why she was there. Through Kate Peter, of course.
And didn't he have John O'Keefe's brother subpoenaed to show up yesterday or Monday or today to prevent him from sitting in the courtroom?
His brother's right there on screen, the guy in black, so he may have to go over. The third one, where the media guy is, you see the heavy-set security officer. The guy directly to his right is the media guy for the defense. There's a woman behind him in a blue shirt and black blazer. Then the person behind that woman is John O'Keefe's brother, Paul.
Yes. So he quashed the subpoena? He got it quashed?
I don't know. I can't. All I know is they're taking it's that time of day, they're taking the media credentials from everybody. And this is one of their longer sidebars.
Yeah, Jackson wants to bring something in.
Yeah.
So he
Then he can-
doesn't take no for an answer and calls a sidebar.
I am falling asleep.
If anybody wants a really good detective show, there's a new show on Netflix called Department Q. Fabulous.
I'll have
From
to
the
check
UK.
that out.
It's fabulous. Department Q.
Those same cautions, please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know. We'll see you tomorrow morning.
Okay, so the jury's being dismissed. Let's see what happens here. Jim needs a nap.
Yeah, it's a very intelligent series out of the UK. I was hooked immediately, which means nothing.
Maybe seated.
All right, so Mr. Brennan, I'm going to take a recess. You go ahead and look at that PowerPoint. I'll come back out in 10 minutes regarding the PowerPoint.
Okay, 10-minute break.
All rise for the put, please.
Some sort of PowerPoint is going to be introduced, so
Yay! No rest for the wicked.
No rest.
Department
Oh,
Q,
we're gonna-
Mrs. What you say that? Mrs. Tom, Department Q.
So Gia's going to take over for the next 3 minutes while I use the facilities.
Don't
take it away,
take us,
Gia.
take us with. Take us with. Take us
You're
with.
not
Take
going-
us with.
You're not going while I'm urinating. No.
Oh, okay. All right.
I don't share. I'm sorry, I don't share.
Oh, well.
I like bathroom privacy.
That's fine. Whatever.
Yes. So you take over, Gia. It's your 3 minutes to fill.
Okay. Let's see. What do I want to sing? I could sing. Yeah, I love anything from the UK, and I haven't found anything in a while. And it's a few years old, but it just got released on Netflix. And I know all the actors and actresses from other stuff I've watched, which were great. So I started it immediately. And then if you go down to the bottom of the main screen of the video, it shows you all the actresses, and then it also recommends other things that people have watched. And that's kind of how I move my way through Netflix.
Do you like medical shows?
No.
Like ER?
No. Well, when it was on, yeah, it was good.
There is a show from HBO, The Pit.
I've seen that advertised. I
It
don't
was
have
a real-
HBO though. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah. I only have Netflix now.
it
and
was really
Amazon
good.
Prime. And I've watched everything UK crime, police dramas, crime, true crime. Oh my God, everything.
They're kind of hit and miss for me. Some of the UK ones are really good.
Yeah.
And other ones like, eh.
Yeah, if it doesn't hook me in like 15 minutes, I move on. But if it hooks me, I know it's going to be great.
I'll give it 2 or 3 episodes before I give up on a show.
Yeah.
Well, unless it's just really bad from the get-go.
And I really like the ones that make you think because they go back and forth and back and forth. Or they start on a victim and then they show you everybody the victim knew and you put it together over, each episode, how that links back to that victim. I love those.
Yeah, some shows kind of overdo the going back and forth in a timeline way too much.
Yeah.
Because they make it really hard to keep up with what's actually happening.
Yeah, some of them you really have to pay attention. They get too complicated. And that's why I never watch it in bed at night because I can't concentrate enough. I only watch them during the day when I can actually think.
But some of the series that I've watched that really got hooked with, if I would have judged it by the pilot episode,
Yeah.
I probably wouldn't have watched it.
Yeah.
Because some of them, it takes a couple of episodes for them to
Yeah.
build the characters up, and then it
Yeah.
really takes off.
Yeah.
Like Orange Is the New Black. The first couple
Yeah.
of episodes really didn't
Yeah.
didn't do much for me, but about the third,
Oh,
into the
yeah.
second episode,
So
into the
good.
third episode, I got hooked.
Yeah, it's so good.
I got hooked so bad that when the new seasons would get released, I would binge watch them in a weekend.
I know. I know. Yeah, Breaking Bad was like that for me.
Uh-huh.
And 6 Feet Under.
And Better Call Saul. Well, Better
Yeah.
Call Saul, I was hooked on that one from the get-go just because it was an offshoot of Breaking Bad.
Yeah.
Although I really didn't like El Camino.
And what was the one with Jeffrey Tambor, the cross-dressing drama? He was married to Judith Light, and he wanted to dress like a woman. I forget the name of that series.
Not ringing any bells for me.
Yeah. It was so well done. All the acting was incredible. And everybody was dysfunctional. The whole family, everybody had their own issues, and it was really done well.
Yeah, what happened? You were supposed to keep everybody entertained.
We were entertaining ourselves.
Yeah. Yeah. What is that sound, Hank?
What sound?
The flute-like chime that keeps happening.
The wind chimes? That's on Gia's end.
No, hers. It keeps popping up. It's like a single
It's called
note.
Transparent. Yeah.
I'm not hearing anything like that. There's nothing like that coming from my end.
Let me mute and see if it goes away.
Well, no, it only happens every so often. It's a single bot.
You got a window open that you forgot about?
I can't have open windows.
I'm talking about windows on your computer.
Oh, no, nothing that would make noise.
Uh-huh. That's what you said before when you've heard mystery noises.
Isn't somebody in your attic or something once too watching you?
Used to be Pants, but he went back home once he bought his own house.
That's right. He was like looking down at you.
Yes.
Yeah.
Not just looking down, he was judging me.
Ooh.
Even worse.
Wow.
The silent observer judging.
It's so fun to judge you.
And that crawl space up there has no ventilation, so I don't know how, number one, how he got up there, and number two, how he survived.
He's Pants.
You don't want to know where he did number 2 up there.
Yeah. Honestly, I've never been up in the crawl space. I don't even know where the access point is, because there's nothing visible in the ceiling, you know, at like a trapdoor or anything.
Maybe it's outside. At the roof.
Might be at either end.
The roof line. They got to be able to get in there somehow.
Or there's a lot of the houses I've been that they hide them in a closet.
Closet. I'll take a look in my closet in here, because that's the end of literally the end of the house. At least on this side.
I'll laugh my ass off if it's one of those big ass doors with the pull string that you just never noticed.
Well, it's not, because both of the closets, see, it's not in the hallway, and both of the closets here have shelves and stuff, so it wouldn't make sense to have a pull down, because you just hit the shelving.
Unless they put the shelving afterwards.
Means I gotta wake up to walk over and look.
Oh.
There's
Jim.
a secret room that leads to the attic.
Don't move, Kim.
There's got to be some access to your crawl space.
Yep.
Because there's electric, like for your lights and stuff. They got to be able to access that and to maintain it.
Oh, nothing in either closet.
Oh. That is your assignment.
Well, then again, and we don't have a garage, Mrs. Tom. This house was built in like 1968 by scrap. The guy built it. There was no pre-produced plans. But the heating is in the ceiling and radiates downward.
I have been in a house that was a Sears and Roebuck kit.
Yeah.
Wow. How many parts came with that?
It's a single-story ranch house that's got a lot of square footage, so it had to have been a huge kit.
Wow.
But back in the 30s, you could buy a house kit, and they would.
Yeah, you could buy anything.
I mean, you still can buy house kits. It's just not through Sears anymore. Because Sears had everything.
Yep.
I think at one point Sears even had mail order brides.
Wow.
So that explains where Gia came from.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that was well before Gia's time. Mail order brides was like ended in the late 1800s.
You can still get your Russian bride.
Yeah.
You can go through a service to have your Russian bride hand delivered by UPS.
How desperate for a husband would you have to be to go ahead and sign up for a
Get out
mail
of the
order
country.
bride?
Yeah, to get out of the country.
Well, no, I'm talking back in the early settler days when they'd have mail order brides. Women from the East Coast would sign into it to go out.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
Come on, lady, get back. Judge Bev is having personal time with a bottle of wine.
She's earned it.
Anytime it's I'll be back in 10 minutes, it's 23 minutes.
Well, it's probably due to somebody saying, "Oh, I got 10 minutes," and at the end of the 10 minutes, they decide to do something that takes another 15 minutes.
Speaking of, the boy's been barred. He's used up his video game time. So now he's playing with the cats again in the string game.
What's he going to do this summer? Do you have any activities planned for him, or any, like, classes like judo or wrestling or something to get some energy out?
I don't know what they have planned for him. But we do have, like 4 acres he can run around on if someone goes out there with him.
Does he have a bicycle?
I don't know if he does.
Does he know how to ride one?
Yes, he does. He's been riding a bike since he was like a year old.
But he doesn't have a bike with you?
I don't know if he does or not. I'll have to check on that. But he's been
Put it
writing.
on your Amazon list. I'll buy it for him.
Let me check first.
Yeah, check.
How safe would it be to have a bike at gyms?
Yeah, well, someone would have to bike with him. That's.
Well, you said you live on a pretty steep hill at one point. I thought.
Well,
yeah, that's true.
We're up a pretty steep hill. We're pretty high up here, and it's about 3 miles to get to the main road where we are at.
Yeah. A 7-year-old trying to make it down a steep hill on a bike just doesn't sound safe.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, you still have to go about 2 miles to get to that part.
Or a slip and slide. Get him a slip and slide. How fun would that be?
Yeah, the raccoons would love it.
Yeah. The one with the shoe could slide around.
You get the one with the clown head.
Yeah.
Where the water pressure makes the clown head dance around.
There you go.
Um,
2 mile slip and slide.
They make it's an inflatable pool with a upper deck on it that has a slide down into the bottom of the pool.
Roboting.
Yeah, a swimming pool. Get him a swimming pool.
We got rid of a swimming pool about a decade ago. We had an
Well,
in-ground one.
Get an above ground one.
Just get one of the inflatable ones that you inflate, fill, and let them play in, and
Yeah,
dump
raccoons
it
will be
out.
floating around it in no time.
Yeah, he prefers sitting in the bathtub.
Well, this is a big bathtub.
Well, get one of the bathtubs and put outside on the back porch like in the Cialis commercial.
Oh,
oh boy.
Oh, God.
I'm not saying get the kid Cialis. I'm just saying put a bathtub outside so he's outdoors some.
And we're limited.
We are now limited. Thank you, Hank.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Hank.
Huh.
Oh, come on. Let's go home.
I know
You
somebody
are
that's got an old claw tub on their right off their back porch.
Oh, God.
Well,
my
it's
eyes are
like
watering. Me giggle.
my dearly departed barber. For years, he has this big property on a corner. The house is so big that when he finally sold it, they subdivided it into 3 full houses for different families. And when he owned it, he was bugging his wife to get a hot tub for years and years and years. Honey, we need a hot tub. We need a hot tub. We need a hot tub. Finally, on his 65th birthday, she gave in, and they installed the hot tub. And they only used it once. You know why? Because they were on a corner, and the cars from both directions could light up the entire hot tub as you went around the corner.
Oh,
so
that's
they were
an issue.
They were in an intimate moment, and everybody saw it. And she never went in the hot tub again.
There's a solution to every problem.
That's right.
Well, my swim spa is on my front porch.
Yeah.
But you can't see it until you come up on the front porch.
Right.
You got to put a pergola up with a drape. That's all.
No.
Simple.
I got plenty of warning before somebody actually gets to my house. I try and swim in the swim spa for at least half hour a day.
Yeah.
Get good cardio out of it.
Who's Pope Phil to be inappropriate when you need him?
The swim spas are the best of both worlds. It's makes a nice hot tub, and you can.
I had
use it
one
to
at my
swim.
house at San Juan Capistrano. It was about 4 feet deep. The whole thing was 4 feet deep. You could heat it up to be a hot tub, or you could use it for short laps, and then it had a seat at each end. It was about 10 feet long and about 6 feet wide.
Because mine's got the current you swim against, so you just
Oh, yeah,
continually
nice.
swim.
Yeah, nice. That's the one Henry fell in as a puppy and traumatized himself against water. And I had to go get him. And it was in January.
I've had the dogs join me in the swim spa. Which they forget they don't have steps to get out of it.
Yeah. Yeah, that's why I had to go get him, because he'd have drowned trying to find the step. He was, 5 months old, 6 months old.
Cammy's the only one tall enough to stand on the seat and keep her head above water.
Yeah.
Chief can put his back legs on the seat and put his paws up on the back, on the top of. But Sammy just keeps swimming and swimming and swimming and bumps up against the side. Bumps up against the side every now and then, but can't figure out how to get up and out by himself.
Yeah. And we have a kiddie pool at our community pool, which is like 2 feet deep. And it's like 8 feet squared. So it's nice when you can just sit there and let your kids play in the water and not have to worry about the deep end.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a shark. There's a shark in the kiddie pool.
Hmm.
Is that Jaws 2 or was it Jaws 1?
I'm thinking more along the Baby Ruth in Caddyshack.
I don't remember. I don't remember.
In Caddyshack, there's a pool party going on, and somebody throws a Baby Ruth in the pool, and everybody thinks it's a turd. So they do a mad scramble to get out. They drain the pool, and Bill Murray's one of the groundskeepers. He finds the Baby Ruth and picks it up and takes a bite out of it.
Yeah, I swear, I laughed my ass off so hard in that movie, from beginning to end.
Oh, that movie's great.
Oh my God.
Caddyshack 2 was a flop, but the original was
First one was hysterical.
Uh-huh.
He just won, or was talking to himself about winning the Masters. And when he's dragging that hose around.
Or the plastic explosives at the end to try and get rid of the...
Yeah, trying to get the gopher. Plus, that made Kenny Loggins a lot of money.
Oh, yeah. Oh, fuck, I can't remember his name. The comedian that... I get no respect.
Oh, Rodney Dangerfield.
Yeah, his golf bag.
Yep.
And then he gets the smallest of the caddies that has to try and move that.
Yes, I know.
Yeah.
Some kid. Yeah. There we go.
Court's back in session and be seated.
All right, so I had a minute to look at the PowerPoint. Are you in agreement on the PowerPoint?
We're not. I do not want to admit it. I don't think it's substantive evidence.
Okay. Mr. Jackson?
It's exactly the substance of Dr. Welch's PowerPoint.
Which was not objected to, right?
Your Honor, the court keeps saying that, yes, there were things that were less like evidence, and yes, there were things that...
But did he object to the PowerPoint coming in?
I don't. It's been, we're all under pressure. I don't know what Mr. Lesson's given to do regarding PowerPoint. That's not the question. The question is whether this PowerPoint is admissible, and it is. There's nothing in it. We've taken out all hearsay discussion, the opinions or thoughts, thought processes. These are all the tests that were completed and done, exactly as Dr. Wolf's PowerPoint was done. Dr. Wolf's PowerPoint is in evidence. This PowerPoint should be in evidence.
Is there anything in this PowerPoint by way of videos that is not already in through Dr. Wolf?
I believe the video of the drop test is in Dr. Welch's PowerPoint. There are, most of the videos are included. Oh, no, I'm wrong. Things have been slowed down. So the videos are the same, but the videos that Dr. Rentschler used because of the side of the case that he was handling, the biomechanics side of the case that he was handling, slowed down significantly to show the deformation of the arm, the force impact on the elbow, the hand, forearm, about which he testified. So what he did, and I remember asking him this before I ever saw the PowerPoint, is there going to be anything different? He said, I use the slow motion cameras more than Dr. Wolf does because I need it.
Okay, so I need you to tell me tomorrow which slides specifically answered that question for me. Okay, whether they're in evidence or not, and which ones are not, regarding the videos.
Is the court suggesting that it's not going to let just the entire PowerPoint now?
Maybe. I'm going to take a look at it. There's an objection before me now,
I realize that.
so I have to rule on the objection. So I will take a look at this, okay?
Okay.
So if you let me know, and if you want to let me know tonight, I can let you know first thing tomorrow. All right.
Have you heard briefly?
Yes.
Very briefly?
Yes.
I am objecting. It's not admissible. It's hearsay. It's a strategic decision. The past introductions have been strategic. The defense did not object to Dr. Welch's. I did not object to Dr. Wolf's, but that was a strategic decision. I'm objecting.
Okay.
The defense objected to Shannon Burgess. Only a select amount of documents were allowed. I wanted the whole thing in. I was precluded properly from producing it because it was hearsay and they objected. I'm objecting.
Okay.
There's no hearsay. They objected to certain slides. We took out the slides. If they had an objection to the PowerPoint, they should have posed that objection before it was displayed for the jury.
Well,
The jury has now seen the entire PowerPoint. I think it's tactical. It's not strategic. It's tactical. They just don't like it because it hurts their case. If they didn't want to put certain things before the jury, which is exactly what admitting it into evidence does, brings it before the jury so that they can see it, they should have objected in a timely manner. When they objected, they chose certain slides, certain data on certain slides, and we took all of that out at their request and at the court's instruction. We did that with the court's instruction, with the Commonwealth's instruction, and there was no objection to playing it before the jury. Given the fact that it's been displayed in, not in part, in whole, as it now sits before the jury, sits before the court for quadruple K for identification, it should be admitted.
Okay.
Just like Shannon Burgess. It's no different.
all right.
Shannon Burgess's PowerPoint is in evidence.
So, Mr. Jackson, when you let us know which slides answer my question about slides that are not in evidence and you want to put in evidence, the videos, just the videos, let me know that. And if need be, I'll hear you all on this tomorrow morning as well. Okay. All right. Is that it for today? Will we see everybody just tomorrow morning? What else do?
Mr. Leslie needs to, I didn't mean to interrupt. Go ahead.
After the defendant rests, we will not be calling any witnesses, putting on any further evidence.
Okay. All right.
No rebuttal.
Your Honor, it's late in the day. We would like to review our motion for required finding of not guilty after the close of all evidence. It won't be a lengthy argument, but I'm happy to be heard on that in the morning if the court prefers when we got tomorrow morning.
Okay. Is that all we have left now? I have no idea what Mr. Alessi wants to talk about, but would it...
I'd like to respond to that, Your Honor, and the answer is, given Mr. Brennan's answer with no more witnesses, my issue is moved.
Okay, great. So,
The only other technical thing is we need to move in the 3 items of evidence, the documents associated with the sweatshirt. I think they've been marked for identification.
no, they were marked as evidence, right?
They're correct, marked as exhibits.
Yeah, they're exhibits.
But no, they're come into evidence, Your Honor. I mean, ruling that
Are they...
I thought they were marked as identification, not evidence. If they're an evidence, they're in. If it's identification.
So I need to find that. It would be my intention that they get put into evidence. I'm not going to display them and bring a jury in just to see those at this point.
I'm not asking for that.
Okay.
As long as they're in evidence and I can use them in closing argument, then so be it.
If I can, for clarity, Your Honor, there are exhibits. I have YYY.
So that's not an exhibit, Mr. Alessi, if that's how it marked. That's identification.
I have a different parlance. I'll use this court's parlance. Yes, it's YYY, ZZZ, AAA, BBB.
So that means that, all right, so that's for identification. Letters are identification, numbers are exhibits.
Your Honor, I understand that. We all know what we're talking about, and Your Honor agreed that they're going to be in evidence.
Getting snippy.
And I've ruled that they're in evidence. I just need to know for this record whether they're in evidence or not. What you tell me, you just told me they're in evidence. They're not. They're exhibits. They're identification. Now they will become exhibits. Can we do that now? Do we have them? Where are they? Oh, Jim, they're in there? Okay.
Yeah, and Your Honor, my whole point in wanting to be heard is that they're not in evidence, and I want to make sure they get it. That's my point.
Can somebody check Ulysses' nappy? I think he might have soiled it.
What number are we at, Madam Court Reporter?
Exhibit 230.
Okay, and we'll do A, B, C, D.
So is it Y, Z, A, and B? I think I have it. I don't think I have those. Counsel, I'm not sure I have those.
All right, so we will make, so as of now, they're in evidence. Tomorrow, we need to physically put the sticker on those.
Can I just get the numbers before we wait?
Yes.
230A,
I'm sorry, say that one.
230A through C, 230C.
All right.
Council, there are four, A through D.
Just so we're just limited in saying different things. They were marked for identification as triple Y, triple Z, quadruple A, and quadruple B.
Okay.
And all I need to do for my records is figure out which one is which in terms of the court's marking. As soon as we do that, I'm good and I'll get out of here.
We will do that first thing tomorrow morning.
That's fine.
Right? We will, so everyone is in agreement then. I will let you have tomorrow without the jury. We'll have our charge conference here in person. Then I'll give you the rest of the day to get your closing arguments ready. I'm imagining that you don't want to argue tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. Is that fair?
That's fair.
Mr. Brennan, are you in agreement?
I'm in agreement. I'm not interested in arguing tomorrow.
Okay. All right. So we'll give you tomorrow. We'll have a charge conference tomorrow. I'm going to ask the court officers to call the jurors tonight as soon as possible. This is great that you did it. I was going to give you until 7 o'clock tonight, but if you're certain, then the court officers will call
Just said
the
there
jurors
won't be
now
any.
and let them know they don't have to come in tomorrow. And then when they come in Friday morning at 9 o'clock, we'll do arguments and charge. Tomorrow morning will be the charge conference. Since we don't have jurors, do you all want to come in at 10 o'clock instead of 9 o'clock?
That would be great.
Does that work for the Commonwealth as well?
Yes.
Okay. So I'll see everybody tomorrow morning at 10 for the charge conference. Do you have them now, Jim?
I do, Judge. And just for the record, YYY, ZZZ, AAAA, and BBBB are 223A through D. If you want to look.
In the same corresponding order. So you know what they are, Mr. Jackson, in order. Okay?
223.
223.
Thank you. My only other question, Your Honor, was regarding the parameters of closing argument. Last year, we were relegated to 1 hour. I would ask, 1 hour and a half.
Council, can we just let this pass?
No, I got it, but now you can go.
Oh, that's good. I would ask for an hour and a half for a final summation, given the gravity of the case, the length of the case, the amount of evidence that's been adduced. I think that's outrageous, and the court normally allows only an hour.
You might get an hour and 15 minutes out of me. Let me see about an hour. Let me see. You would not have got an hour and a half by asking for 2 hours. Mr. Brennan, what are you looking for? Do you want the same?
I don't have a position. I'll take whatever the defense gets.
Let me think about it.
Yes,
All right,
Your Honor.
so we will see.
Thank you.
An hour and a
So
fucking
everybody
half
at
for a
10
closing
o'clock tomorrow
argument.
morning? Is there anything else we need to discuss?
No, thank you, Your
All
Honor.
right, we'll see you tomorrow morning.
All rise for court, please.
Well, you know Jackson, he's full of himself. The longer the better, because he's so loved by everyone.
Okay, just to recap, the prosecution is not putting on rebuttal witnesses. The defense has rested. The prosecution has, again, since they're not doing anything, they're rested. They're going to have a charge conference tomorrow to go over the final bits that they have to before this goes to closing arguments on Friday. So we will be back with you tomorrow at 9:55 a.m. and we will stay until they finish the charge conference. That should be an hour or two, but there is no other testimony. Nothing else is coming in. What's that, Hank?
And if they've closed, why the hell are they arguing over shit getting added to evidence if there's no more testimony going on? That's just
Because it was the PowerPoint they just looked at with that witness. It was never put into evidence. So they were fighting over should it go into evidence or not. It was never ruled on to go into evidence, basically. So
Okay.
now it's in evidence. I think that's the last loose end they needed. This is gonna go to jury on Friday.
Yeah, Jackson had to change the PowerPoints and then admit them for evidence, which he did. Yeah.
Friday is going to be very painful.
Yeah.
If we got to listen to Jackson for an hour and a half.
Huh? Looks like Turtle Boy will continue tomorrow.
Wow. Long-winded
Yes.
witnesses.
Yes. So nothing has been done.
Has he called the governor to the stand?
He has not, but Lindsay Gaiatini has finished testifying. So
He's still waiting for the FBI to step in.
yes, he is. And on that note, folks.
Wait, somebody's got a question, and then we can go. Charge conferences when they go over what the charges are and is that, do they change anything or no, they can't? Isn't that
Isn't the
conference?
charge conference is the same thing as some jurisdiction or court systems call it the jury instructions?
Oh yeah, okay, all right. That's what it is. Yeah.
No, because the jury won't be there. Jury won't be there.
Well, they're
So-
talking about the jury instructions.
Right.
Then that's that's what must be.
Anywho, we're out of here. We'll see you
Okay.
tomorrow morning at 9:55 a.m. Eastern.
Thanks everybody.
Good night.